It's funny. It really is. How the world can change forever with the simplest of choices. How something as simple as taking a different path home, talking to someone new, or saying one line too many can change everything. It's funny. It really is. Because if you don't laugh, what can you do? The Biju, the tailed demon beasts, walking localized apocalypses, unfathomably powerful constructs of chakra. They were as titans to ants when compared to the humans. But humans are clever. What they cannot overcome with strength, they will fight with cunning. And eventually human cunning allowed for a respite against the Biju. Each Biju was sealed into a ninja from a different shinobi village. These ninja were called Jinchuriki. While the monstrous power of the tailed beast was neutralized by being sealed within the ninja, the immense power of the Biju could not be completely cut off from the world. Each Jinchuriki was granted great and unique powers from their tenants sealed within. They stood far above their fellow ninja in terms of power, titans among men. But carrying such a power was not an easy task, nor was it one that was wanted by many. For even though the Biju was sealed away, their power and malice were not so easily dismissed. The life of a Jinchuriki was a lonely one, for many feared that the beast within the Jinchuriki could influence the jailer. These fears were not unfounded. Sealing was simultaneously an art form and also an infinitely complex language. Sometimes the teams of ninja that sealed the beast underestimated the power of the Biju, and soon, the Biju would attempt to break free. Such fears were held by many in the ninja villages. The ninja village of Konoha had come under attack by the most powerful of the Bijus, the nine-tailed demon fox, the Kyubi. In the space of a half-hour, over half of the entire city was destroyed by the rampaging monster. When all hope seemed lost, the fourth Hokage, the village's beloved leader, strode onto the battlefield. On that day, Minato Namikaze stood against the impending utter annihilation and denied it. No one is completely sure of what happened between Minato and the Kyubi, but when the dust was settled, the Kyubi was defeated. Minato had sealed the Biju single-handedly into a newborn baby. Sadly, the strain of fighting such a monster was too much for even the famed Yellow Flash. As he died, he was at peace, trusting in the third Hokage and his beloved village of Konoha. Unfortunately, his trust was grossly misplaced. Scarcely after an hour after the last of the dust had settled, the young baby named Naruto was almost assassinated, his caretakers saving the baby by only the slimmest of margins. It was then that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the newly reinstated third Hokage, made his first meaningful act as Hokage. He ordered that all talk of Naruto's Jinchuriki status was to be banned, under the pain of death, fearing for the life of the baby. Baby Naruto was sent to the orphanage, along with the other orphans caused by the Kyubi's rampage, and was given the last name of Uzumaki. But Hiruzen underestimated the darker side of human emotion. As time went on, the rumors of what had happened that night, concerning young Naruto, slowly spread, and the pain of those who suffered under the demon fox's rage began to change into hate. Soon, ironically, it became widespread belief in the village that young Naruto himself was the reincarnated powerless Kyubi. And like all hateful people, they began lashing out at the object of their hate. After a mob was stopped by the Hokage's personal guard, the village got smart. They began a carefully orchestrated plan that would deprive young Naruto of any friends or education. They also began to find ways to find the Jinchuriki alone, and there they would extract their vengeance. It has been over 9 years since that fateful night. Naruto Uzumaki grinned happily to himself as he prepared for the day. Today was practical physical day. Naruto loved these days. He wasn't very good at theory or testing, but he was quite good at the physical aspects of the shinobi world. His extremely high stamina, increased healing rate, and his unstoppable determination led him to easily dominate any physical challenge. Minus, of course, sparring matches. Those seemed to always have rules that prevented him from winning often. Nevertheless, today was going to be a good day. Naruto opened the door to his classroom at the Ninja Academy. As he entered, his sky-blue eyes swept the classroom, looking for a seat. Abruptly, he was spun around and knocked to the ground as two girls, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, sped past him in an effort to reach the seat located next to their true love, Sasuke Uchiha. Ino's blonde hair whipped about her head as she shoved Sakura away at the last second, claiming the spot next to Sasuke with an exuberant cry of victory, much to Sakura's loud proclamations of dismay. Naruto was unaware of any of this, however. He instead succumbed into unconsciousness as his head had slammed into the metal door frame when he was knocked down. A slow trickle of blood leaked from his newest head wound as he lay there, his normally active body unmoving. Mizuki had been prepared to have a terrible day. Not only would he have to put up with a bunch of little brats running and screaming about, he had to also watch the demon child enjoy itself. His day, however, suddenly became considerably better when he was about to enter the classroom he was supposed to teach in. The little demon fox was lying on his back, blood slowly pooling around the child's head. The stupid little shit probably slipped and hurt itself. Mizuki the thought was highly amusing. It was unfortunate, but Mizuki knew that such an injury wouldn't keep the demon spawn down for long. It was in that instant Mizuki had a stroke of genius. He knew exactly how to ruin the demon's day. Letting out a slight groan as he sat up, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, "I wonder why my head hurts." Slowly rubbing the back of his head as he sat up, the headache disappearing as he did so. The blonde blinked when he looked at the hand that had been rubbing the back of his head. It was covered in blood. "I wonder why I was bleeding." It was an idle thought. "I don't remember getting hit this time." Tapping his chin in thought, the blonde's eyes widened as he remembered that he couldn't walk around covered in blood. Unzipping the zipper on his orange jacket, the Uzumaki shoved his hands into his jacket and wiped the blood off of his hands the best he could on his dirty white undershirt he wore under the jacket. Rubbing at his hair and neck, he cleaned off the blood the best he could, cleaning off his hands once more. Tilting his hands up to the light, Naruto nodded to himself in satisfaction. "I've cleaned most of the blood off." Zipping his jacket back up, the blonde pushed himself off of the ground and stood. "I don't want to be late to class. Not when I'm so close to being on time." Seeing the demon stand up, Mizuki carefully manufactured a look of great concern before he called Naruto over to his desk. "This is going to be great," Mizuki gleefully considered, being careful to keep any emotion aside from the mask of manufactured care off his face. Naruto made his way over to Mizuki-sensei's desk. "I wonder what I have done wrong now. I didn't do anything but get knocked down." Mizuki looked over at Naruto as the Uzumaki stepped up to his desk. "Naruto, I saw that you slipped and fell trying to walk through the door." Mizuki made no effort to lower his voice, nor did he attempt to stop the class from laughing at Naruto's perceived clumsiness as he continued. "And with such an injury I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to participate in today's events." Mizuki paused, inwardly savoring the moment before continuing. "Why don't you go to your parents and have them get you checked out by a medic nin? I'm sure they would care enough about you to help you out." The look of shocked pain and sadness in the little shit's eyes made Mizuki's week. Hell, it practically made his month. As Naruto opened his mouth to protest, Mizuki let some of his anger at the fox bleed into his voice as he reprimanded Naruto. "You're not going to defy the orders of a teacher, are you? That's grounds for expulsion, you know." Mizuki watched Naruto's countenance fall as he whispered out an apology and quickly left the class with slumped shoulders. Mizuki could barely withhold the utter glee from appearing on his face as he watched the demon fox leave his classroom, not noticing that the events had drawn the attention of two students. Sakura felt slightly confused. She didn't like Naruto in the slightest. He was loud, annoying, untalented, and rather stupid. But, somehow, when he left, it felt like the room was just not as bright as before. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, her pink hair swaying from side to side as she did so. Why should she care about that loser? With those encouraging thoughts in mind, she turned back around to continue arguing with Ino about the seating arrangement. Hinata Hyuga also watched Naruto leave the class. However, unlike her other classmates, she watched Naruto with a sinking feeling of dismay. There was something just so wrong with Naruto's countenance being dull and quiet. It just didn't fit with her view of the sunny-haired, eternally happy blonde she watched from afar. The Hyuga's eyes cut to Mizuki-sensei, and she felt that something was off, that he somehow had made Naruto sad. And if that was the case, Hinata felt a very uncharacteristic surge of anger towards her sensei. A small portion of the quiet and gentle girl felt horror at the darker turn of her thoughts, but most of her wondered how hard it would be to turn off her teacher's tenketsu or his chakra pathways. Naruto sniffled to himself as he left the academy, his teacher's unintentionally hurtful words echoing in his mind. With a deep shuddering breath, Naruto shoved all the pain and hurt he felt deep inside. After all, if they never knew what hurt you, they wouldn't try the things that really hurt. So I can't train today at the academy, huh? Naruto's eyes narrowed in defiance. Then I'll just train myself. I'll show them. I'll train myself to be the best ninja ever. The Uzumaki finished his thoughts with an exultant fist pump, excitedly running off to grab his kunai and shuriken, not realizing that his mask of unending happiness was unconsciously slipping back into place. The Kyuubi grinned to itself at its container's thoughts. Its jailer, while rather stupid, had enough determination to rival even the strongest ninja. Granted, it didn't matter as much since determination alone wouldn't get the brat far in life, but it was a good thing to have nonetheless. For the longest time, many years ago, the Kyuubi was sealed within a different jailer. His jailer at that time was named Mito Uzumaki. The seal had kept the Kyuubi trapped in an endless white plain, the fox itself chained to a floating rock. Eventually Mito grew too old to continue housing the Ninetails. Kushina Uzumaki, another member of Mito's clan, was chosen to house the beast. After the Kyuubi was transferred to Kushina, she would often visit it in the endless white plain to talk about her life and the world around her, unintentionally becoming the Biju's only window into the outside world. Then, abruptly, the Kyuubi was released and then resealed into Naruto in short order. But Naruto's seal was different. Unlike all of the previous seals, Naruto's seal allowed the Kyuubi's potent chakra to constantly leak, in a very minuscule trickle, into its container. It also allowed the Kyuubi to experience the world through Naruto's eyes. And for the first time, it saw the darker side of humanity, the side that hated, feared, and loathed a small boy who had no idea what he had ever done to receive such hate. All the Kyuubi could do was heal its little container once the beatings were over. And the Kyuubi began to hate. As the years and beatings grew, it began to hate more. One day, the Kyuubi promised itself this village would pay. All of them. The demon fox eyed the newest crack in his container's mindscape. It wouldn't be long now until Naruto breaks. Then they would all pay. Paused, considering. No, not all of them. The two at the ramen stand had helped its container. They get to live. Humming happily to herself, Sakura skipped down the path towards home, the academy having let out for the day. Normally she would have walked through town, but today she had decided to walk the more scenic route. Her happy thoughts about beloved Sasuke-kun were abruptly and irrevocably shattered when a kunai whizzed by her head. Shocked and slightly frightened, she jerked back, instinctively dropping to the ground and covering her head with her arms. When no further attacks sounded out, she hesitantly looked in the direction that the kunai had come from. Her fear quickly turned to anger as she saw Naruto staring at his raised hand in confusion. Why did the kunai fly backwards? Naruto wondered in befuddlement as he stared at his hand. His wonderings were abruptly shattered when Sakura's fist crashed down on his head. Baka! What were you thinking? Sakura practically screamed as she shook her fist in Naruto's face. You almost hit me. I was just trying to learn how to throw kunai, Naruto explained as calmly as he could while holding onto his temporarily hurting head. I didn't mean to throw it at you. What about the pictures in our textbook, Baka? Why didn't you look at those? Sakura shot back, annoyance at Naruto's lack of proper studying habits, as well as his general stupidity bubbling up in her chest. You can't be that stupid. What pictures? Naruto asked rather stupidly in Sakura's opinion. Sakura, spying Naruto's textbook laying on the ground, unopened, stormed over to it and began flipping towards the kunai section, preparing to show the Baka exactly what she was talking about. Sakura opened the correct page with an angered flick of her thumb. See, Baka, the pictures are right. Here. Sakura's voice trailed off as she looked down at the page and saw no pictures or diagrams of how to throw a kunai. She wasn't even sure there was any useful information on the page at all. That can't be right. Sakura mumbled to herself as she double-checked the page number from the reference page. Sakura set Naruto's textbook down and pulled out her own textbook, Flipping to the kunai section, she was greeted by numerous pictures and diagrams. She cast her gaze towards Naruto's textbook. They had the same page number. What was going on? I just don't understand. Naruto's hesitant voice brought her out of her confused thoughts. Could I look at the pictures real quick? Naruto shyly inquired, fully expecting to be turned down. Sakura blinked before shrugging. Couldn't hurt, could it? She held the book up for Naruto to look at. Naruto slowly looked at each picture, a look of intense concentration on his face. Suddenly a look of complete comprehension passed over his face, and he abruptly walked over to pick up one of his discarded rusted kunai. Sakura, in spite of herself, was slightly curious of what could make Naruto of all people think he understood something. Naruto's hand snapped forward. He stared at the target. Sakura stared at the target. Naruto had hit the inner ring of the target. And maybe it was just a fluke? She questioned. Naruto nodded, knowing that he wasn't this good normally. He then picked up another kunai and flicked it towards the target. Hit. He threw another and another. Again, the kunai struck the target. One by one he threw every kunai he owned, and each time he hit the target. This is amazing. Naruto turned Sakura and happily thanked her. Thanks for letting me look at your book, Sakura-chan. It helped me out a bunch. Sakura felt her cheeks warm slightly as she tried to wave off Naruto's gratitude. It's all right. It wasn't a big deal. A sudden thought occurred to her. She took a deep breath before hesitantly voicing it. I'll show you my books each day if you promise to always show up to class and don't be loud. Naruto gave Sakura his extremely rare true smiles as he nodded, awed that someone would help him. For Sakura, Naruto's smile was so bright and joyful that the sun itself seemed dull in comparison. Naruto stuck out his hand to Sakura. As she shook at Naruto, remembering what Sakura-chan said about being loud, stated firmly, I'll be there every day for class, and I'll be much quieter. It's a promise of a lifetime. And so the world is forever changed. Irika Yumino let out a relieved sigh as the door closed behind the last of his students for the day. The last 2 years had been interesting. Since the Naruto's abrupt change in class behavior 2 years ago, many other changes had been catalyzed. It had started out to affect only a select few, but had quickly spread out to affect all of the students of his class. The first was Sakura Haruno. She had somehow befriended Naruto. Sakura found a drive to be the top kunoichi of her class. She quickly rose through the rankings until she reached the coveted position. One would think that Sakura could potentially slack off at this point, but Hinata Hyuga was always directly behind her in terms of rankings, ensuring that Sakura could not slack off, lest she lose the coveted top position. And speaking of Hinata, she had undergone a character change of sorts. She was mostly the same gentle girl from before most of the time, but now with a drive to be the top kunoichi. She constantly succeeded in all of her classes, and only her timid nature stopped her from being the top kunoichi. However, if you badmouthed Naruto in her presence, she had this look. A look that said that if you were eager to die, you should continue. It was made all the more unnerving by its complete contrast to her normal quiet disposition. At least she wasn't as bad as Sakura when it came to Naruto, Irika rationalized. He remembered when it first became obvious that insulting or belittling Naruto within Sakura's hearing was bad for one's health. It's because Naruto is stupid, one of the students helpfully offered when asked why Naruto didn't understand theory as easily as the other students. Most of the students had laughed at the comment. But unlike before, Sakura wasn't one of them. She instead stood up from her desk and calmly walked over to the laughing student. Sadly, the student ignored the obvious danger that was walking his way and continued to make jokes about Naruto's lack of mental facilities. Did you call Naruto stupid? Sakura inquired, hints of anger bubbling under the surface of her calm tone. That's what you said, wasn't it? The student had grinned and the pink-haired girl's fists clenched. The student, missing the obvious danger signs, replied that he had. Sakura promptly decked him. She then loomed over his body as he whimpered, his nose bloody and broken, and threatened that she would re-break his face each time he said something bad about Naruto. Her green eyes flashed with barely suppressed anger, and the student frantically assured her that he wouldn't say anything bad about Naruto ever again. Sakura had then made her way back to her seat. It had only taken 2 more incidents before the class realized that Sakura was very serious about violently protecting Naruto's time. The pink-haired girl was sent to the office, and each time she was unrepentant. Her parents were unsure, but Irika knew that infighting wasn't something he could kick a student out for, much less one of the top kunoichi. Konoha always needed good shinobi. Strangely, even though Sakura was one of Naruto's only friends, she still declared herself as Sasuke's true love. This had led to many of the girls in the class, especially the ones of Sasuke's fan club, to train themselves much harder to keep up with Sakura. And because all of the girls were training harder, the boys soon followed. Overall, the Hokage was pleased with this year's class performance. And lastly, but perhaps the most obvious, was Naruto himself. For the longest time Irika had believed that Naruto was untalented. That even though Naruto tried his best, he simply didn't have the talent necessary to succeed. Sounded harsh, but that was the way the world was. The untalented supported the talented. It was the way the world was. However, about the same time Naruto became friends with Sakura, he seemed to have some mental switch thrown. He began to listen in class. He was quieter and didn't scream about being the best ninja ever. And when it was practical training days, well, Naruto dominated them. But sometimes Irika caught glimpses of something darker lurking behind Naruto's bright, innocent eyes. The teacher remembered when he had gotten a glimpse of it during a sparring match. It had been a normal day in class. Sakura was answering all of the questions correctly that she was asked on the first try. However, some students didn't appreciate a non-clan student answering so many questions, much less answering them correctly. One student in particular had whispered quite loudly to his friend about the size of Sakura's forehead compared to her brain. Sakura flinched and ducked her head, having been bullied in the past on her slightly oversized forehead. A moment after Sakura ducked her head, it seemed that the air itself grew colder. Students shifted uneasily in their seats, all of them quiet for once. And then Naruto spoke to the formerly jeering student. "You made Sakura sad. I'll remember that." Naruto's voice was quiet, but it had a certain deadly calm about it. The oppressive atmosphere lifted a moment later and the lesson resumed. After a few days, it seemed that all of the students in the class had forgotten all about the incident. It was little over 2 weeks later before Irika saw anything like that from Naruto again. It was practical training day. The students were randomly matched up to spar against one another, as per normal. And as luck would have it, Naruto was matched up with Sakura's tormentor. What happened next would be forever ingrained in Irika's memory. After the match started, Naruto just stood there, watching his opponent. Then he spoke. "Remember what I told you? How I wouldn't forget." Naruto's voice was deadly calm once again, but there was frozen fire beneath the calm. And then Naruto moved. It wasn't a spar. It wasn't even really a fight. It was probably the most one-sided beatdown Irika had ever seen. Naruto's movements and blows seemed to flow from one to another. Each hit was far beyond what any academy student should know. Irika didn't even spot a hint of the academy style in any of Naruto's movements. And the worst part was that Naruto could have ended the fight within the first few seconds. But he continued to fight his opponent for a minute and a half. At that point, a powerful uppercut from Naruto had knocked the student through the air, and letting the student crash onto the ground several feet away. The Uzumaki stalked forward towards the student. When he got close to the student, Naruto had reached down with one hand, and with an impressive show of strength, hoisted the frightened bigger boy off the ground by his collar. Naruto leaned close to the student. "Now if you say anything bad about Sakura or my friends again, I'll really hurt you." His voice was chillingly calm. As he finished, the same oppressive air as before had settled over the ring. "Do you understand?" Anger simmered just below the surface of Naruto's calm tone. The student nodded frantically, too scared to speak. Naruto let the atmosphere linger for a moment longer. Then, once again with one hand, had simply tossed the student outside of the ring. Stunned silence followed. Irika saw Naruto blink, and then the happy-go-lucky Naruto was back. Irika sighed again. He loved being a teacher, but some days were more difficult than others. Well, at least it was a holiday weekend. If I'm lucky, I might be able to finish grading the quizzes and still make it to the teacher's dinner party. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed heavily as he finished the paperwork for the day. The last 2 years had been trying to say the least. It seemed that he kept getting more and more paperwork, keeping him at the office for longer and longer periods of time each day. Hell, he hadn't even been able to visit Naruto in over a year. Given who Naruto's parents were, it was only fitting that the Hokage attempted to maintain close ties with him. It may be just as well, Hiruzen admitted to himself. He had enjoyed a close friendship with Naruto, the village's Jinchuriki, until about 4 years ago. Then, the Hokage couldn't quite pinpoint when Naruto had slowly stepped away from their relationship. To this day, Hiruzen had no idea why. And since he couldn't spy on Naruto using the spy crystal ball, the Jinchuriki had far too much chakra for that method dash. He had left it up to Naruto to take care of himself. After all, Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox, and Konoha's last Jinchuriki grew up just fine on her own. Besides, Hiruzen justified it to himself. The most the village would do is a little name-calling against Naruto. I'll visit Naruto the day after the Kyuubi festival. I'm sure he wants to participate in the festival with his friends. Hiruzen decided with a nod. He then withheld another heavy sigh as he looked over at the pile of paperwork still awaiting his attention. Sakura frowned as she watched Naruto hurry away. He had said something about seeing Tuchi and Ayam, the owners of Ichiraka Ramen, before he had to stay away for a few days. Unaware that her face twisted up into a thoughtful look as she pondered the mystery that was Naruto, Sakura considered all of the facts she knew. Naruto, while perhaps not the smartest person around, was a great friend. Perhaps even her best friend. But she wasn't blind. Many villagers seemed to greatly dislike Naruto for some strange, unknown, illogical reason. And one of the few things the pink-haired girl hated was illogical puzzles that didn't need to be puzzles. And she, Sakura, privately admitted to herself, wanted to help Naruto. She steeled herself for what she was about to do. Ask Hinata for help. Hinata watched as Naruto ran off after saying something to Sakura. Did she say something to make him leave? Hinata wondered, slowly getting angry as her thoughts took a darker turn. If she did, I'll do something back. No one hurts Naruto-kun. Her thoughts drifted to the past when she had first become Naruto's friend. You are weak. The words of Hayashi, Hinata's father, echoed in Hinata's mind. You are far too timid and weak. The 9-year-old lowered her head at his harsh and unforgiving tone. After the Hyuga clan head swept out of the room, only then did the young child let the tears fall. Slowly pushing herself up, Hinata found herself wandering out of the Hyuga clan compound, her feet automatically moving towards a small training ground. Arriving at the edge of the treeline, Hinata peered out from behind the thick oak to watch someone train. Someone special. Naruto Uzumaki. When life had gotten tough. When her father was disappointed in her yet again. When she failed clan training once again, she would escape and watch the blonde Uzumaki. He was strong. He was talented. He was swift and sure. He was confident and eternally defiant. In short, he was everything she was not. Hinata still wasn't sure what had happened between him and Sakura, but ever since that fateful day when Mizuki had sent him home to his parents, Naruto spent most of his time training with the pink-haired girl. Rare were days like this one when Naruto was training alone. You are weak. Her father's words echoed in her mind again. Turning away from the training ground in front of her, Hinata leaned back against the thick tree. I'm weak. The words she had heard all her life ghosted out of her lips. I wish I could be strong like Naruto. If she was strong and determined like he was, Hinata was certain her father would like her and maybe, just maybe, he would be proud of her. Her eyes drifted shut, damming the tears that threatened to fall. I'll always be weak. Are you all right? Hinata jolted forward at the sudden question. Snapping her head to direction the voice had come from, she felt her heart stutter as she saw Naruto standing a few feet from her, concern reflected in his sky-blue eyes, and for a brief moment, Hinata couldn't remember why she was crying. Heat bloomed on her cheeks as she abruptly remembering she had been spying on him just a few minutes prior. The ground tilted as her blush rapidly deepened. No! Hinata desperately resisted the urge to faint. I can't faint. Not here, not now. Are you all right? Naruto took a step forward. Why yes. Hinata seemed to shrink inside herself. I am all right. Okay. Naruto settled back on his heels, relieved that the strange girl wasn't going to pass out. What are you doing here? When she did not respond, the Uzumaki tried a different tactic. I was training. Do you train? The blonde was fairly certain that the girl was in his class. I am and not good at tea training. Hinata wished the ground would swallow her up. Oh, or anything are really. She fought back the tears that threatened to emerge. I'm weak. Want to train with me? Naruto extended his hand. I was weak too until I met Sakura-chan. Hinata stared at the hand. But I'm not good at TR training. Hinata stammered. I am T2TI timid. Want to know a secret about how to get really good at training? Naruto grinned. I know it works. Hinata forgot her tears and nodded. Perhaps father could be proud of her. Train all the time. Hinata blinked at Naruto's words. The blonde, seeing that she wasn't understanding, elaborated. There's no quick way to get strong. You have to find something worth protecting. Someone who you will die for. Then train to protect them. Someone to protect? Hinata whispered, wondering at the strange logic. All her life she had heard that the clan was the only thing that mattered, and each day she had been told how she brought shame to the Hyuga name. But I am weak. So what? Naruto shrugged. I was weak too, but, his voice grew fond. After I met Sakura-chan, I decided that it didn't matter if I was weak or not. I would grow strong to protect her no matter what. Hinata glanced at the still extended hand. Why you think IIC can be STR strong o one D-Day? Her pale eyes searched his own, looking for lies. There was only honesty. That's up to you. Naruto smiled, and it was like the sun had begun to shine. But if you want help, I'll help you. Hinata took a deep breath and reached out for his hand. She had trained with him that day, and the first time she had missed blocking a blow, Hinata had stopped, lowering her eyes. Her shoulders slumped. This was it, she believed. Now Naruto will know that I am weak. Hey! She flinched as his hand settled on her shoulder. Are you all right? Her gaze snapped upwards to look at him. There was no trace of anger or disappointment in his eyes. Only concern? Why? Hinata whispered. Why do you believe in me? Her short hair fluttered in the wind as she shook her head. Why aren't you calling me weak? Telling me that I've shamed you? Her hands clenched fruitlessly at her side. Why? Because someone believed in me when I was weak. Naruto replied simply. A moment later the Uzumaki stepped back and grinned. Let's continue. Hinata didn't move. How could he believe in her? Okay. Naruto clapped his hands. I'll make you a deal. Work your absolute best every day and train as hard as you can. In exchange, I'll be there when you graduate. He tilted his head to the side and offered a hand. Deal. You'll be there for me? Something warm bubbled up in her soul. Something she hadn't felt since her mother died. You believe that I could do it? If you believe it, Naruto smiled, then I do too. And in that moment, Hinata couldn't help but believe. Couldn't deny Naruto's words. And then, she decided to believe. His smile was like a radiant sun. Hinata took a step forward. I'll accept your deal. She found herself smiling. It was a small and shy smile, but it was the first time she had smiled in such a long time. As they resumed training, Hinata couldn't help but whisper, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata was startled out of her thoughts by Sakura's voice as she ran up to her. Hinata, do you have a minute? Sakura asked. Drawing upon all of her Hyuga formal training, Hinata turned and, with the famed emotionless mask of the Hyuga intact, inquired, What do you want, Haruno? Taken aback by Hinata's tone, Sakura fought the illogical urge to raise her hands in surrender. Naruto has gone off to visit Ichiraku's, but he's acting odd. Sakura, seeing Hinata start to calm down, hurried on with her explanation. But it's different than normal. He's acting like he won't see them for a few days. Hinata's entire demeanor changed upon hearing Sakura's explanation. What do you think is going on? She stuttered in worry, half expecting Naruto to pop up and congratulate her on only stuttering twice. When Naruto didn't appear, her worry intensified. And maybe we should go visit him at his house. Hinata finished, very concerned about her friend. Sakura snapped her fingers and pointed in a random direction. Yeah, good idea. The pink-haired girl nodded firmly. We'll go to Naruto's house and see what's wrong. After a moment, Sakura's jubilation faded as she realized a critical flaw in their plan. Wait, I have no idea where Naruto lives. Her head snapped to face Hinata, prompting a small squeak of surprise from the pale-eyed girl. Hinata, where does Naruto live? Sakura leaned towards Hinata, almost bumping into her. I don't know. Hinata stuttered, badly rattled by Sakura's intensity. Sakura's shoulders slumped. How were they supposed to find Naruto now? Damn it! Sakura burst out after a moment. How are we supposed to find Naruto now? It's not like he lives next door. It's not like we can just go up to the nearest adult and ask, where did Naruto go? Her tone rose as she grew more and more aggravated. Taking a few steps back from the Sakura's now open ranting, Hinata found herself torn between staying with Sakura and fleeing the potential danger zone. And what's with all of the looks people give Naruto? Huh? What did he ever do to them? I bet they are just jealous of his progress. Sakura took several deep breaths as she recovered. What would Naruto-kun do in this situation? Hinata questioned, half to herself. It was a question she often asked herself. What would he say? Sakura snorted. Please. The baka would ask me. She attempted to mimic Naruto's voice as she imagined what he would say. Sakura-chan, did you read about this type of thing in one of those books you read? Sakura reverted back in her normal tone. No, Naruto. I haven't read a book on where people live. That would be at the Shinobi Library. Sakura froze as soon as she finished the sentence. Hinata's and her eyes met. Ah! Naruto hummed happily to himself as he left Ichiraku's. That was good ramen. He silently mourned the loss of ramen for a few days, but it wasn't safe to be out so close to the Kyuubi festival. Mobs of both ninja and civilian alike tended to look for him on those days. Naruto shuddered slightly in remembrance. Last time they had caught him, it had taken him almost 4 days to completely heal. It had hurt a lot. But at least they didn't go for the eyes last time. He grunted in appreciation. Actually, come to think of it, they didn't use the hooks either. As he happily strolled towards his apartment, he failed to notice several shadows following him, waiting to catch the young blonde alone. A sudden blow to Naruto's side sent him flying into a conveniently abandoned alleyway, grunting softly to himself as he pushed himself off the ground. The blonde tried to piece together what had happened. What had hit me? It's not time for the festival, so... The 3 crowding shadows instantly told him what had happened, and cut off any more thoughts. Naruto took a deep breath, stifling the icy panic that raced through his veins. He dropped into his combat stance. They weren't getting him without a fight. Not this time. Look at this, boys. The demon thinks that it can defeat us. One of the 2 of the shinobis crowed as he walked into the alley with his friend. As they walked closer and closer, Naruto felt his heart begin to pound. His vision became sharper. Sounds became louder. The smell of the ally increased. Naruto tensed, each muscle waiting in unison to be unleashed. Then, Naruto charged. The Uzumaki's left hand slammed into the first ninja's stomach, knocking him back several feet. The second ninja noticed his friend flying away and, with a snarl of rage, swung his fist at Naruto. Naruto twisted out of the way of the fist, grabbed the extended arm, and pulled himself towards the shocked shinobi's head. Naruto's knee smashed into the ninja's face with a loud crunch. Hammering his fists into the side of the shinobi's temples to stun him, the Uzumaki leapt over the falling ninja. Reaching back and grabbing the shinobi's face as he fell, Naruto slammed the back of the ninja's head into the hard dirt as he landed, the attacking shinobi's head making a dull thud as it hit the ground. Naruto dashed off, heading towards the open street and relative safety. He was only 3 steps from the road when his body froze. Kagemain no Jutsu spat a third ninja that Naruto hadn't noticed. The Uzumaki found himself, unwillingly, walking back into the alley. After walking back past the unconscious ninja he had beaten, Naruto was released from the binding shadows. Before could react, he felt piercing pain in both of his hands as he was slammed into the wall several feet off the ground. The sharp pain was familiar, some distant part of his mind noted even as he let out gasp of pain and instinctively looked over at his left hand. A kunai was buried deep in his hands, pinning Naruto to the wall. The ninja's enraged voice brought his attention back to the two ninja in front of him. "You monster! You hurt Goro. I'll kill you for that." Slowly. The edge of enraged hysteria in the man's tone was something Naruto had heard countless times. He braced himself for the pain. The ninja threw two more kunai at Naruto, both weapons crossing the small space to smash into the Uzumaki's lungs with a wet thump. Naruto choked as he felt his lungs slowly start to fill with blood, the unwanted but familiar iron taste hitting his tongue. He refused to cry out in pain. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. The shinobi sneered. "No cries? Don't worry, demon. I'll make you scream before you die." The ninja slowly withdrew another kunai. Naruto's eyes widened. He began to struggle. His muscles tensed. Refused to be helpless. A faint metallic noise of metal on brick echoed in the ally. "I promised Sakura-chan I would be there in class." Naruto began to push. "I refuse to die." Both of the ninja's eyes widened in fear as Naruto began to slowly pull the kunai out of the wall. The metal on brick scraping sound echoing again. "Quick! Do something!" The shinobi with the kunai shouted to his partner. "Right?" The ninja slammed his hands into a single seal. Kagenui no Jutsu. Naruto slammed back into the wall with enough force to drive the air out of his lungs. He choked and his throat burned as he fought for air through the blood that was pooling in his mouth. A searing pain in his abdomen snapped him back to the ninja. The shinobi with the kunai twisted the weapon he had just buried deep within Naruto's abdomen, an almost feral growl of hate escaping the man's lips. "What are you going to do now, little demon? Going to cry?" The ninja mocked. Naruto glared defiantly back at the ninja and spat a massive glob of blood in his face. The ninja jerked back, hissing in disgust as he wiped his face. Naruto locked eyes with the shinobi and drew in a breath to spit again. The ninja flinched. The shinobi paused. He made eye contact with Naruto. Naruto glared back. The ninja looked away. Then, a cruel smile appeared on the ninja's face and he stepped forward with a snarl and grabbed the kunai still buried within Naruto's abdomen. His smile grew as he began to slowly cut his way upwards, slowly slicing his way through muscle and organs. The pain was almost indescribable, but Naruto knew that he had to fight through the pain and escape. Otherwise, he was going to die. But he couldn't die. Not here. Not now. I promised Sakura-chan that I would be in class. So Naruto began to push. "I promised Hinata-chan that I would be there when she graduated the academy." He pushed against the shadow, both inside his mind and the one outside holding him prisoner. "I will not die." The dark smile froze on the shinobi's face as dark blue chakra began to waft from Naruto's bloody body. The Jinchuriki began straining against the bonds holding him. The Nara commanding the shadow that was binding Naruto began to feel the strain of holding the demon at bay. "I!" A low roar began building up in Naruto's throat as the chakra intensified. "Refuse to die." Both of the shinobi were blasted back as Naruto roared, shattering the shadow's hold on him. The petrified ninjas quickly grabbed their friend and left, not wanting to be around the demon, nor did they want to be there when the ANBU arrived to investigate Naruto's chakra spike. Naruto never noticed them leave. Gray spots danced in his vision as blood gushed from his wounds. A snarl rumbled out of the Uzumaki as he heaved his body forward, again and again, pulling the kunai out of the wall a little more each time. After what seemed to be a pain-filled lifetime, the kunai gave way. Naruto fell, hitting the unforgiving ground with a muted thump. Swallowing the scream of pain that tried to tear its way out of his throat as the kunai were driven deeper into him when he hit the ground, Naruto slapped his hand against the ground and tried to push himself up. After several failed attempts, the blonde finally heaved himself to his knees. Slowly raising a shaking hand slowly in front of him, he stared at the kunai rammed through his palm. With all the blood he had lost, it took him several seconds to figure out the best way to remove the kunai from the hand, given that there was a kunai stuck in his other hand as well. Naruto took a deep, rattling wet breath and steeled himself, distancing himself from the pain. He raised his hand towards his mouth. His teeth clicked against kunai's metal ring. Naruto pulled. Naruto clutched his bleeding, kunai-free hand to his chest, barely withholding a whimper of pain. After the pain subsided slightly, the Uzumaki reached over and pulled the kunai out of his other hand with a pained grunt that brought a tear to his eyes. Blinking, Naruto belatedly realized that he was feeling a little numb, almost as if he was viewing his actions outside of his body. Carefully wrapping his blood-soaked hands around the two kunai embedded in his chest, the Uzumaki gently pulled them out. As blood began to rapidly fill his punctured lungs, Naruto quickly reached down and jerked the kunai from his abdomen. His heart began to thud. The kunai clattered to the ground as nausea bubbled up, and Naruto choked before hunching over, vomiting and coughing as his body desperately tried to rid itself of the blood pooling within. His eyes burned with unshed tears as his body expelled blood, bile, and ramen. Black spots swam across his vision as he was able to halt the violent heaves. The ground seemed to shift and sway as the Uzumaki staggered to his feet. He made it several steps before the roaring in his ears became too much and Naruto pitched forward into blackness. Sakura breathed out a sigh of annoyance. Who knew that looking for someone's address could be so difficult? Tracking down Naruto proving quite time-consuming, and the library lady wasn't helping them in the slightest. Sakura was certain that the librarian had been giving them discreet, disapproving looks for looking for Naruto. Sakura snorted quietly, as if she cared what some old lady thought about them. Hinata carefully looked around. Where would the information we need be? She wondered thoughtfully as she scanned the book titles in front of her. A moment later, a spark of inspiration hit her. What if they tracked down Naruto's parents instead? They would have to be in the Book of Citizens, given that Naruto was, and by proxy his parents, a citizen of Konoha. Sakura huffed again. Stupid Naruto. He's causing trouble even when he isn't here. Why couldn't he have just told me what's wrong, so I can help fix it? Annoyance warred with slight hurt. Doesn't Naruto trust me? Hinata's voice broke Sakura of her spiraling thoughts. Sakura-san. I think I have an idea to find Naruto-kun. Hinata couldn't help the excitement that bubbled up in her as she realized how she could help Naruto. Sakura spun around to face Hinata, the look in Sakura's eyes prompting Hinata to continue with her idea. If we go look for Naruto-kun's parents, we should find him. She ducked her head, half expecting Sakura to decry her idea, especially if Sakura's narrowing eyes were any indication. That's a good idea, Hinata. Let's go do that right now, Sakura ordered before moving towards the records section of the library, quickly followed by Hinata. The genealogy volumes weren't hard to locate, and they gathered the 4 volumes that kept the names of everyone with the last name starting with U. The girls quickly decided to split the books up between the two of them. After about an hour of reading, the girls had gone through one of the volumes each. As Sakura neared the end of her 4th volume, she found Naruto Uzumaki and his address. However, there was a problem with the records, namely the fact that Naruto's status was orphan. Hinata! Sakura spoke, startling the blue-haired girl out of her reading. I found it! Hinata quickly moved over to Sakura to look at the information. Naruto-kun is an orphan, Hinata exclaimed in surprise, feeling something tickling at the back of her brain. Something wasn't right about Naruto's status. Suddenly, Hinata remembered that day just over 2 years ago. Why don't you go to your parents and have them get you checked out by a medic nin? I'm sure they would care enough about you to help you out. Hinata gasped. Mizuki-sensei had meant to hurt Naruto-kun. She was distracted from her building anger as Sakura asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Hinata turned away from Sakura as she asked, Do you remember the D-Day Naruto was kicked out of C-Class T 2 years ago? The D-Day that YU met Naruto-kun after the academy? Sakura blinked. She remembered that day well. Slight guilt edged at her mind at the memory of laughing at Naruto. Yes. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms. I remember. What of it? What did Mizuki say to Naruto-kun? Sakura paused. Her forehead crinkled as she tried to remember his exact words. Hinata waited. After a few moments, Sakura's face darkened. Hinata knew an explosion was inevitable. Who the hell did he think he was, making Naruto sad like that? The volume of Sakura's tone quickly rose and her fists clenched in anger. When I see him next, I'll punch his lights out. Sakura continued ranting for the next few moments, her voice echoing in the quiet library. Shoo! Hinata hushed Sakura, not wanting to get kicked out of the library. Finding Naruto-kun is more important right now. We'll get Mizuki be back later. Arg! Sakura threw up her hands and stormed out of the library. Hinata hurried after her. As the two headed deeper into Konoha, Sakura skidded to a halt as she realized she had forgotten something important. Oh damn, I have to go tell my parents where I am going. Spinning on her heel, Sakura sprinted off towards her house. Come on, she tossed over her shoulder to Hinata. The faster we go talk to them, the faster we can find Naruto. Wait for me. Hinata quietly murmured as she chased after Sakura. Don't leave me behind. After an exhausting 20-minute run, Sakura arrived at her house. The picturesque, two-story home felt different to Hinata. It was odd, she considered. This simple home had more life and care than practically all of the Hyuga clan homes combined. Sakura simply barged in the front door and shouted for her mother. Mom, are you here? She called as she entered the hallway. Where are you, Mom? I'm upstairs, Sakura-chan. Sakura's mother, Mabuki, called back down. I just got called into the hospital. You can come upstairs to talk. Sakura motioned to Hinata to follow her as she headed up the steps. The pink-haired girl walked into her mother's room, spying Mabuki gathering up her personal nursing tools. Mom, Hinata and I are going to be spending a few hours with a friend. Is that all right? Mabuki turned to face Sakura, her face smoothing into a happy smile. Of course, dear. What's your friend's name? Naruto Uzumaki. Mabuki froze, the blood draining from her face. Oh no! Sakura, feeling her stomach drop, tried to deny what her mind had just realized. Mom, Naruto is fine, right? Mabuki gave Sakura a sad shake of her head. He's the reason I am going in. Seeing Sakura and Hinata about to cry, hurried on to say, why don't you two come with me? I'm sure Naruto will want his friends there when he wakes up. Sakura and Hinata nodded. Naruto's condition couldn't be that bad, right? Mabuki Haruno hurried towards the Konoha hospital. Sakura, her daughter, and Sakura's friend, Hinata, did their best to keep pace. After traveling for nearly 20 minutes, the three arrived at Konoha First Hospital. Mabuki approached the front desk and inquired, Excuse me, I am wondering what room Naruto Uzumaki is in. Recognizing Mabuki, the receptionist scanned the records. A moment later her brow furrowed in confusion as she reviewed Naruto's chart. Why is he marked DNR if he is that young? Shaking herself out of her confusion, perhaps there was a mistake on the chart? No sane person would give up on a child. The receptionist nodded and turned to the elder Haruno. He's in room 317. Thanking the receptionist, Mabuki motioned to Sakura and Hinata to follow her to the waiting room. Once she got the girls settled, she had to promise that she would tell them of Naruto's condition before they would wait. She headed for room 317. Whatever Mabuki was expecting when she entered the room, this wasn't it. The stench of blood and other vital liquids was an almost physical assault on the senses. Naruto had been dumped on the hospital bed, his seemingly fatal wounds slowly bleeding onto the once white bed sheets. His pale, waxen face twitched and each breath was a gurgling cough as his unconscious body fought for the right to breathe. Mabuki took a deep breath and steeled herself. Then she got to work. Mabuki let out a tired, content sigh. It had been a difficult hour, but she had successfully sewn up Naruto's wounds and started him on a blood bag. She was still honestly confused why Naruto hadn't simply died from his wounds. If she didn't know better, she would have sworn that the young sunny-haired boy's wounds were slowly healing by themselves. I wonder what emergency called all of the nurses and doctors away from the hospital. It had to been something very significant to leave Naruto in the state that he had been in prior to her assistance. Turning away to head out of the room, Mabuki turned out the light and softly closed the door. Naruto's chart had said that he injured himself during training, but something with that explanation just didn't sit right with the nurse. How could he have been that careless? Sakura and Hinata grew more and more worried when Sakura's mother didn't reappear to inform them of Naruto's status. Sakura knew, from her mother's stories of the hospital, that spending a lot of time with an injured patient meant that there was either complications or the patient was seriously injured. Neither option was appealing to Sakura. Nervously nibbling on her lip, the pinkette cast a worried glance towards the door her mother had left through. What's wrong with Naruto-kun? Hinata wished, not for the first time, that her eyes would not consume so much chakra when she used her bloodline. She wished that she could have the power to see the walls easily like her fellow clansmen. That way she could see that Naruto was fine. Closing her eyes, the young Hyuga began to concentrate on channeling chakra to her eyes in hopes that her bloodline would activate properly. She had never been too terribly good with it. All previous times she had used her Byakugan she had barely managed a vision sphere of 15 feet, and it had been blurry, but her need was never as great as it was now. After an indeterminable amount of time passed, her eyes began to sting, the sensation similar to staring at a bright light for just a moment too long. Hinata's eyes stung, and the pain increased more and more until it was almost too much. Biting her lip to avoid crying out, the young girl fought to keep her chakra flowing to her eyes. Naruto-kun never gives up. I won't either. Then, abruptly, the pain stopped. Something seemed to click deep inside, the feeling close to tight muscles finally loosening. Then, she opened her eyes. It was disorienting at first to suddenly see clearly in all directions. It was even more so to see through objects. Narrowing her eyes, Hinata concentrated on finding Naruto. As her vision slowly expanded, she saw Sakura's mother heading in their direction. Eyes widening, the Hyuga girl pushed even more chakra into her eyes, searching for a glimpse of her friend. It was frowned upon to use the Byakugan in public areas, given that one could easily invade the privacy of others. Her vision expanded outwards, almost encompassing the entire hospital. There was just so many people and things, and Hinata felt a headache prodding at the edge of her consciousness from attempting to assess all of the visual input at once. Narrowing her focus, she searched for the sunny blonde hair she knew so well. Intensely aware of the invisible clock that was ticking downwards as Mabuki neared their location, Hinata almost despaired. How could she find Naruto among all of the other people within her eyesight? Then, she spotted a glimpse of blonde hair as she flicked her vision past one of the rooms. Focusing, she concentrated on the room. For the briefest moment, she didn't comprehend what she was seeing. Why is there so much white on Naruto-kun? Gasping as she realized what the white actually was, Hinata couldn't stop her hand from covering her mouth in horror. The white wrappings Naruto were bandages. The click of the waiting room door snapped the Hyuga back to her current location. Slamming her eyes shut, she concentrated on reeling back her vision and then retracting the chakra to her eyes to turn off her Byakugan, the all-seeing white eye. Opening her eyes again, Hinata breathed a silent sigh of relief as it looked like Mabuki hadn't noticed her bloodline use. Sakura perked up from her depressed slump as her mother entered the waiting room. Her mother looked tired but content. The pink-haired student decided after a moment of assessment. Did that mean Naruto was going to be okay? Mabuki looked at her daughter, who was struggling not to blurt out questions about her friend's condition. Taking pity on Sakura, she answered her daughter's unasked question. Naruto is going to be fine. It was a bit of trouble at first, but he's stable now, she explained, her tone the same one she used to reassure her patients that everything would be all right. He's just resting. Can we see him? Sakura half-asked, half-demanded, as relief flooded through her. Naruto was going to be all right. Of course, dear. Follow me. Mabuki beckoned the two girls to follow her. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at room 317. Mabuki entered the room, followed closely by Sakura and Hinata. Upon seeing Naruto's bandaged, unmoving form, the two girls couldn't stop the tears as they made their way over to the blonde's bedside, unconsciously moving to opposite sides of the hospital bed. Hinata scanned Naruto for visible injuries as Sakura brushed Naruto's hair back out of his face. Both of the girls' eyes met, and for the first time, they knew what the other girl was thinking, all without speaking a word. Finding chairs, the pair sat next to their side of Naruto's hospital bed. Smiling softly as she watched her daughter and her friend for a moment, Mabuki finally allowed herself to relax. It was good that Sakura had found friends that she was willing to stick by, and the young Uzumaki would be all right. It had been several hours since Sakura and Hinata had started waiting next to Naruto's bedside. During that time, the two had discussed plans on how to get even with Mizuki. They had discussed, discarded, and finalized several plans, in case one went awry. They then had discussed how Naruto had gotten his injuries, considering that Naruto wouldn't have hurt himself so critically if he was training. This had, in turn, started a discussion about how the villagers disliked Naruto. As the last of the hours drew to a close, Sakura and Hinata had decided on waiting to ask Naruto what had happened, since things were just not adding up. The muted sounds of a conversation above him slowly roused Naruto from his heavy slumber. He could feel something wrapped tightly around his hands and torso. Whatever it was, he was fairly confident that it couldn't keep him trapped. Familiar with aches and twinges of pain associated with waking up after a massive injury, the blonde continued to stir, gradually becoming more aware of the world around him. The first thing he noticed was the soft bed that he was laying on. It was probably the softest thing he had ever laid on in his entire life, and that was including the time he had camped out in the lush grass fields belonging to the Nara clan. Soon, Naruto was able to identify the two voices above him. It was Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. Focusing on pushing past the tiredness that clung to him like a second skin, he ignored the spikes of soreness that pulsed from his hands and abdomen. He slowly opened his eyes. The room was white and had a sterile smell. Everything was white walls and brushed steel. But then something infinitely more important than studying his surroundings intruded into Naruto's space. It was Sakura and Hinata. I wonder why they are here. The Uzumaki blinked. Wherever here is. Tilting his head as he remembered an important detail from the fight. I should see if I can get back to the alley. Those were some high-quality kunai. I could always use a few more. It was testament to Sakura's and Hinata's training that they noticed the Naruto's breath pattern change from resting to wakefulness, halting the refinement of their plans about dealing with Mizuki. They both leaned forward slightly to confirm Naruto's condition themselves over and noticing Naruto's confused bright blue eyes staring at them. Tears filled their eyes, and only one exultant crossed their minds. Naruto was all right. Hi Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. Naruto sleepily smiled, automatically shunting aside his own confusion in favor of stopping his friend's tears. He wasn't sure exactly why they were sad, but he knew that he had to do all in his power to make them happy again. Hinata broke first. And Naruto-kun. Hinata sobbed into his chest. I was so worried. A deluge of guilt washed over Naruto. It was all his fault that Hinata was crying. Sakura broke next. Don't ever scare me again like that, baka. She choked out amidst her now freely falling tears. You were so pale and still. Naruto made a promise to himself in that instant. I will never cause Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan to cry again, even if it kills me. The Uzumaki lay on the bed, overwhelmed with guilt and confusion. Waiting for Hinata and Sakura to stop crying was agonizing. Made even more because he knew no way of making them happy until they could tell him what he did wrong. After what seemed like an eternity to Naruto, Sakura's and Hinata's tears petered out. What did I do wrong? There was a heartbreaking earnestness to Naruto's tone. I didn't mean to make you cry. Sakura and Hinata froze. What was Naruto talking about? Sakura slowly raised her head to look at Naruto. You didn't do anything wrong, baka. We were just worried. That's all. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he contemplated Sakura's words. They didn't really answer his question, but as long as Sakura was feeling better, that's what was important. That was all that mattered. And Naruto-kun. Hinata's slightly trembling voice broke Naruto and Sakura out of their thoughts. What happened to you? What caused you to get hurt? Naruto shifted to look at Hinata. Hinata-chan. Naruto congratulated. You didn't stutter too much just now. Flushing at the praise her crush had bestowed upon her, Hinata ducked her head, unable to thank him for his kind words. Unconsciously, her pointer fingers poked one another as she focused on what had just happened, holding on to the words with all her might. Naruto had complimented her. Her, the shame of the Hyuga clan. Her, the weakness of the Hyuga clan. Her, the eternal disappointment. Her, Hinata Hyuga. Sakura frowned. She wasn't sure why, but when Naruto had complimented Hinata, a slightly funny feeling had developed in her stomach. She grunted to herself and pushed it aside in favor of demanding Naruto to answer the question. Naruto, what happened to you? You couldn't have hurt yourself that badly in training. Naruto blinked. Why did they think I hurt myself when I was training? Scrunching up his face in thought, he tried to think of the last time he had seriously hurt himself while training. It was maybe a year ago? Well, I was trying to learn how to do the clone shuriken jutsu last year. I may have pushed myself a bit too much. His hand drifted up to rub the back of his neck. But don't worry, I haven't done anything like that since. It doesn't seem like I can do any type of clone techniques. Sakura blinked. She didn't know that. She opened her mouth to reprimand Naruto for being so reckless, but then closed it with a snap as she realized that Naruto wasn't talking about what had just happened today to him. And if Naruto hadn't gotten hurt training, then what had hurt him? Naruto. An unnameable sickening sensation settled in Sakura's stomach. If you didn't get hurt training, then how did you get hurt? Huh. Naruto blinked in confusion. Oh, he added a moment later, belatedly realizing what his friend was talking about. Shrugging, he waved a bandaged hand dismissively. I just got cornered by 3 ninjas in an alley. I knocked one out before they used some binding jutsu and pinned me to the wall. They then stabbed me a few times before they ran off. Hinata and Sakura stilled for a moment before they began to tremble. But they were trembling for completely different reasons. Hinata was trembling at the horrifying reality that someone would willingly hurt her Naruto-kun. Sakura, on the other hand, was trembling with a slowly increasing rage. Who had hurt Naruto? She would find them and beat them down. Hurt them so bad that they wouldn't ever think about hurting him ever again. Naruto watched the proceedings with wide eyes. What did I say to make them upset again? Guilt started to bubble up from deep inside, threatening to choke him. I'm sorry. He burst out. I don't know what I did to make you too sad, but I'm sorry. Sitting up as fast as he could, his head swung from friend to the other. Just tell me how to fix whatever I did wrong. Sakura lowered her head and was silent for a few moments. Rage warred with sadness and understanding. Coming to a decision, she raised her head and locked eyes with Hinata. A silent conversation passed between them. After what seemed like an eternity to Naruto, Sakura finally spoke, her voice eerily calm. It's all right, Naruto. You didn't do anything wrong. She then hesitated before continuing. But don't worry. We'll help you avoid getting caught by those ninjas again. This is my promise, Naruto-kun. Irika Yumino hummed happily to himself as he prepared for the day. Today was graduation day for his class. The instructor pondered of the changes that had happened over the last year. Sakura Haruno had changed practically overnight. She now took training extremely seriously and had quickly risen to one of the top 10 students of the class. Hinata Hyuga had changed as well. While she was still the gentle girl from before, most of the time when she was in a fight or spar, she changed. Her attacks were precise jabs of disabling power. Her Byakugan allowed her to seemingly find the pressure points of her opponent within an instant, allowing her to incapacitate her opponent with only a few quick strikes. She had also almost completely lost her stutter, no doubt due to Naruto's compliments. Naruto had also changed. He had tamed his boundless energy to a certain extent and channeled that energy into becoming a close combat specialist. Most of the students would just surrender when faced with sparring Naruto now. In the last year, Irika had gotten to know Naruto and had found the exuberant child oddly pleasant to talk to, once you learned what subjects to avoid. He had slowly befriended the young blonde, occasionally taking Naruto out for ramen. Irika could safely say that he was looking forward to what Naruto could accomplish in the future. It had always puzzled him, however, how Naruto still got such terrible grades despite his best efforts, and the glowing reviews Irika left in the blonde's files. Sadly, it was not all roses, as the saying goes. Sasuke Uchiha had grown angry and spiteful of Naruto's, objectively speaking, success. The Uchiha superiority complex couldn't understand how such a clanless last like Naruto could invoke such fear in the academy students. Luckily, Sasuke had never sparred with Naruto as of yet. Irika shuddered to think what would happen should Naruto defeat the arrogant Uchiha. It wouldn't be good. Irika stretched. Being one of the examiners for the Genin exams, he had to arrive several hours before the exam started. Today is going to be a long day. Sakura awoke with a smile on her face. Today she was going to graduate with Naruto-kun and Hinata-san. From a purely statistical standpoint, there was a high chance that she would be on the same team as Naruto and Hinata. The pink cat wouldn't have it any other way. And naturally, given that they had trained together already, they would be one of the best teams of their class, and perhaps even one of the greatest in the history of Konoha. Sakura grimaced slightly after she finished that thought. Perhaps Naruto rubbed off on her more than she thought. She shrugged. It wasn't like it was a terrible thing for Naruto to rub off on her. She was fairly certain that Naruto was incapable of doing anything terrible. The genin hopeful headed off to start her morning routine with a bounce to her step. Once she finished with the light early morning workout, she headed downstairs to grab a quick breakfast before heading out to the academy. The aroma of warm food enveloped Sakura as she padded towards the kitchen. When she reached the source of the mouth-watering scents, she spotted her mother, Mabuki, flipping over an omelet, humming as she quickly moved from cooking one food item to the next on the stove. As Mabuki flicked the omelet onto a piece of toast, she noticed Sakura. "Hello, dear. How did you sleep?" Mabuki inquired. "Would you like some breakfast before you go to the exam?" "I slept well," Sakura said as she sat at the table. "I need to eat quick since I'm graduating today along with Naruto-kun and Hinata-san." Mabuki giggled at Sakura's exuberance as she set the food in front of her pink-haired daughter. As she watched Sakura eat, the older woman was once again thankful for Naruto. He had convinced her daughter to eat more healthy food, pointing out that she couldn't woo Sasuke if she fall behind in training due to lack of energy. Mabuki hid a grin as she remembered when Sakura and Hinata had attempted to get Naruto to eat less ramen. The two had watched as Naruto ate a massive amount of ramen without suffering any issues, much to the pink cat's bewilderment. Sakura had then demanded that Naruto join her for dinner at her house to get proper healthy food. Mabuki's grin faded as she remembered the first time Naruto had joined them for dinner. Compared to the vague rumors that Mabuki had heard from around town, Naruto was completely different. He was polite, perhaps overly so, and certainly didn't try to destroy anything. It had quickly become obvious that the young Uzumaki had never eaten with anyone in a more formal setting. Thankfully, her wonderful husband, Kazashi, had causally slowed his movements so that Naruto could copy them. Naruto had thanked them both for the food with a beautiful smile that made even the brightest lights look dim in comparison. After dinner, as Kazashi helped Sakura clean the dishes, Mabuki had the opportunity to talk to Naruto. It had started out innocently enough, but soon she found herself asking about Naruto's injuries that had landed him into the hospital 4 months prior. Her heart broke as Naruto casually explained what had happened. Naruto's emotionally disconnected tone, as he retold the event, had caused Mabuki to pull the young boy into a comforting hug. However, Naruto had stiffened upon her contact, and she quickly pulled back. What Naruto had said next changed her view of him and the village. "Well, what was that?" Naruto seemed puzzled. "It didn't hurt." He continued to ponder what strange action Mabuki had just done for several moments. It felt nice, Naruto finally decided. He was spared from further confusion as Sakura came back into the living room and asked if Naruto wanted to get a little more training in before bed. Naruto had happily agreed, and the two headed towards the training ground, the pair already immersed in figuring out what they would train in. As soon as the door slammed shut behind them, Mabuki collapsed into her husband's arms, quietly sobbing. He didn't know what a H-hug was. She choked out, "He thought I was going to hurt him." Kazashi rubbed her back comfortingly, letting her cry into his chest. There was no trace of his normal, easy smile. A grim expression had instead taken up residence as he considered the facts that he was given. And he didn't like the picture he was getting. Not one damn bit. Eventfully, Mabuki's sobs had tapered off. Kazashi guided her to the couch as he sat beside her. His almost angry expression had taken her aback. As Kazashi starting to explain his suspicions, her expression slowly changed to outrage. How dare the village treat anyone, especially a child, like that? Mabuki had vowed, right then and there, that Naruto would always have a home, should he want it, at their house. The sound of Sakura's fork scraping on her plate as she finished the last few bites brought Mabuki out of her remembrance. "Sakura dear, I also packed 2 breakfast egg sandwiches for Naruto-kun." She handed Sakura a bulging plastic tote. "Make sure he gets them. I also packed a lunch bento for him. Your normal bento is in there as well," she instructed. Looking down at her daughter, Mabuki couldn't help the swell of pride that welled up within her at the sight. Bending down slightly, she pulled Sakura in for a tight hug. "I'm so proud of you. I could never ask for a better daughter." After maintaining the warm hug for a few moments, Sakura started to fidget. She loved her parents, but she needed to get going so she could give Naruto his breakfast. As soon as her mother drew back, Sakura grabbed the bag and dashed off, calling over her shoulder, "Thanks for the breakfast, Mom. I'll make sure Naruto-kun gets the food." There wasn't any doubt in her mind that she, Naruto, or Hinata wouldn't pass. Hinata awoke with a sigh. It was graduation day. She still was unsure how to feel about today. On the one hand, she was excited to graduate with Naruto-kun and Sakura-san. But on the other, she wasn't sure that she wasn't good enough to graduate. Her father had spoken to her yesterday and had told her that she, as his eldest daughter and more importantly a Hyuga main branch member, could not fail the test today, lest she shame the clan. While her father was slightly impressed by her improvements over the last year, it was obvious that he viewed her as weak and useless. The maelstrom of emotions swirling within her killed any appetite she would have had. Remembering what Naruto had offered the night before, she quickly completed her morning routine and then headed towards Naruto's apartment. Naruto was always there for her. Mizuki awoke with his head in a fog. He had been up late last night going over exactly how graduation had to go. It was his responsibility to make sure the demon never passed the exam. The fox had shown enough worrying growth in fighting ability to make the council nervous. Mizuki smirked. The little shit wouldn't know what hit him until it was far too late. A victorious expression stretched across his face as he considered what he would be gaining after today. The demon would be dead, he would be far away from this accursed place, and he would be a ninja of Otogekure. The black-haired man's elation died as he remembered the events that had led him to come up with this plan. It had all started with the little demon getting medical attention. The bitch, Mabuki Haruno, had actually healed the demon fox. They had sent a few ninja to her house to explain why you didn't heal the fox. But something had gone wrong. The ninja they had sent just vanished without a trace. So they sent a few more experienced shinobi. They too disappeared. It was at that point they simply stopped trying to contact the Haruno family. Some powerful shadowy figure was protecting them. Eventually, through several months of careful manipulation, they had found out that it wasn't the Hokage, Sarutobi, that had both relieved and scared them all. For while it was good that the Hiruzen didn't know, it meant that someone else was stalking in the shadows. Mizuki shrugged. Once he was gone, his allies in this village could burn for all cared. Naruto awoke with a happy smile on his face. His nightmares automatically shoved to the back of his mind in light of the excitement of what was happening today. He was going to graduate with Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. His first step in becoming the strongest ninja ever was nearly complete. Naruto hurried to complete his morning routine so he could meet Sakura and Hinata. The QB chuckled to itself as he watched his container hurry about. The demon fox considered the massive amounts of changes that had happened to Naruto in the last 3 years. He had gained 2 friends, or at least both it and Naruto assumed that they were friends, given that they really weren't sure exactly what a friend was. Yes, QB decided after a moment's contemplation and quick perusal of its container's memories, the Sakura girl and the Hinata girl were Naruto's friends. In addition, Naruto had been invited to the Sakura girl's home to eat on multiple occasions. The healthy food had benefited his jailer immensely. His jailer now stood about average with all of the other children, instead of being significantly shorter than them all. His container had also gained quite a bit of muscle for his age, outstripping most of the others. Only traces of his baby fat still lingered after all the training he had done. All in all, the QB considered the last 3 years the best years of his little container's life. And the QB promised itself, should it be somehow released from Naruto, the Haruno household, as well as Hinata herself, would be spared its wrath. Just as Naruto was finishing up his instant ramen, which contrary to the name wasn't actually instant dash, he heard a knock on his door. Old, painful memories ghosted through his mind for the briefest of moments before the specific knock pattern registered. It was Hinata-chan. Naruto threw open the door, happily greeting his friend. Hinata-chan. Hello. I wasn't expecting to see you this early. Ready to graduate. Hinata sighed inaudibly and relaxed. She had missed this. Naruto's easy confidence and warmth. Hello, Naruto-kun. Now that I am with you, I know I can pass. Naruto's answering grin gave her the strangest feeling in her stomach, almost as if a bunch of butterflies started to flutter about inside. After a moment's consideration, she realized that it wasn't a bad sensation. It was perhaps the complete opposite of bad. After Naruto grabbed his jacket and locked the door to his small apartment, the two prospective ninja headed towards the academy. They were just about halfway towards the academy when they met up with Sakura. Here, Naruto. Sakura thrust the still warm egg sandwiches into his hands. I brought some food for your breakfast. Mom made it. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Naruto shot a massive smile at Sakura before digging into the delicious sandwich. Sakura temporarily froze as a hint of red flushed on her face. That smile had looked really good on Naruto's face. Shaking her head to rid of the odd thought, she hurried forward to join her friends. Together, the three ninja hopefuls walked towards the academy and their first steps towards achieving their goals. Naruto grinned as he chatted with Sakura and Hinata as they neared the academy. Today was going to be the best day ever. He was going to graduate with Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan, and they were going to be on a team together. It was going to be great. Hinata was quiet as Naruto talked, watching Naruto as he happily gestured to herself and Sakura during the dramatic part of his latest training session. She felt an idea form within her. As he wrapped up the story with a sudden exclamation of noise and spread arms, Hinata made her decision. Sakura-san, may I talk to you privately for a moment? Hinata requested during the lull in conversation, her voice firm and careful. Sakura blinked and looked over at Hinata. The Hyuga looked serious, far more serious than normal. Sure, Sakura answered, confusion filling her tone. When do you want to talk? Before the academy today, Hinata answered, hoping that Naruto would get the hint. She could never bring herself to tell Naruto to leave them, so her blonde friend and crush would need to leave them to talk in private out of his own volition. Turning to Naruto, who was looking at them both in slight bewilderment, Sakura ordered, Naruto, we'll meet you at the academy. Hinata and I have to talk about something alone. Oh, okay. Naruto's shoulders slumped ever so slightly for the briefest of seconds. And then just as quickly, a wide smile slid across his face. Okay, I'll meet you at the academy. He nodded, the wide grin firmly fixed. Spinning on his heel, the blonde Uzumaki rushed off towards the academy. Both girls watched Naruto head off. As soon as he disappeared from their sight, Sakura turned to Hinata, visible anger flaring within her green eyes. What do you want? It was more of a demand than a question. It better be worth it. We just made Naruto-kun sad. WL. Hinata fought back the tears at the thought of making Naruto sad. She had seen the fake grin on his face. You know how Naruto doesn't really have anyone but the two of us as friends. Sakura nodded, some of her fierceness vanishing. Seeing Sakura's nod, Hinata took a deep breath and continued, her voice growing more and more passionate. We need to become friends ourselves. For Naruto-kun, he does not deserve to have to choose between us. Brow furrowing in thought, Sakura considered Hinata's words. While the pale-eyed girl had made several good points, there was something about it that almost made Sakura protest. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened as she realized what the issue was. She wanted Naruto-kun all to herself, opening her mouth to refuse Hinata's offer of friendship. A mental replay of Hinata's words caught her attention. He does not deserve to have to choose between us. Sakura's mouth closed with a snap. That was the point, wasn't it? How could she call herself Naruto's best friend if she refused to ever think of what he wanted? And she knew what Naruto wanted. He just wanted his friends to get along. Setting her jaw, Sakura turned to Hinata. I'll be you friend. For Naruto-kun. Sakura paused, considering. And you're a pretty decent person anyway. I would have eventually became your friend anyway. The comment was begrudging but honest. Hinata relaxed in visible relief, a small smile breaking out. Okay, let's go find Naruto and cheer him back up. Right, Sakura-chan? Sakura nodded firmly, her path set. Right, let's go, Hinata-chan. Naruto skidded to a stop outside of the academy. The run had served to clear his head, and had allowed him to decide to believe that Sakura and Hinata had simply wanted to talk about something without him. They would catch up to him later. Naruto took a step forward before freezing mid-step. What if they wanted him to wait for them outside of the academy? Placing his foot back down, the Uzumaki moved over to the wrought iron gate of the academy. He would wait for his best friends here. About 10 minutes later, his ears perked up at the familiar sounds of Sakura and Hinata conversing. He pushed himself off of the wall next to the gate and jogged eagerly towards the pair. As he got closer, the two girls visibly brightened as they spotted him moving towards them. "Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan," Naruto burst out, unable to contain himself any longer. "Are you all done with your talk?" "Yes, Hinata-chan and I are done," Sakura called back. Opening her mouth, she hesitated as guilt swamped her when Naruto joined their group. Turning to fully face Naruto, she bowed her head. "I'm sorry for sending you away, Naruto-kun. I didn't do it to make you sad." "It's all right." Naruto waved away Sakura's apology, silently wondering why she was bowing to someone like him. "I realized that sometimes you have to talk about something that I'm not supposed to hear," ducking his head as a secret hope welled up once again. He couldn't stop the words from tumbling out. "So it's Hinata-chan. Does that mean you and Hinata-chan are friends?" Mentally chastising himself for pushing, he awaited her reply, the hope still flickering within. Any doubts that lingered in Sakura's or Hinata's mind over their new friendship was wiped away by Naruto's poorly hidden hopeful expression. "Yes, Naruto-kun. Sakura-chan and I are friends now." Hinata nodded. "So now you will never have to choose between us ever again," she added mentally. Naruto's blindingly happy smile threatened to rival the sun in brilliance, filled the two girls with a sense of accomplishment. "Now," Naruto spun on his heel and thrust a hand towards the academy. "Let's go kick this exam's ass." "Hell yeah." Sakura pounded her right fist into her left palm. "Let's do this. Let's do it." Hinata forgot the proper Hyuga decorum for a moment. "Together, we can do this." The classroom was ordered chaos. All of the students were talking amongst themselves, realizing that this could possibly be the last time they would see each other. There were several girls shouting at each other in the front center of the room, unable to decide who would have the supreme honor of sitting next to Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura recognized her former friend Ino as one of the ones that was edging closer to the seat closest to Sasuke. With a strange sense of abrupt realization, she realized that she didn't feel the need to try to sit close to Sasuke. Shrugging off the strange feeling, the pink-haired girl headed to the seat next to Naruto, joining his and Hinata's speculations on what the test ahead could be comprised of. After another few minutes, Irika entered the classroom along with Mizuki. Irika's shouts for quiet was all but ignored by the class. He waited for another minute before taking a deep breath. Beside him, Mizuki plugged his ears. "All right. Sit down and shut up." Irika's head grew to a massive size for the briefest moment. "It's time to start class." The class slowly quieted and Mizuki removed his fingers from his ears. "Now," Irika continued his head and voice back to normal. "Here's how we are going to do the test today. First, we are going to take a written exam. After that, we are going to be testing your kunai and shuriken throwing skills. Next, we will be pitting each of you against one another graded sparring matches. Once those are completed, we will be testing your skill with the Bunshin no Jutsu, the Kawarimi no Jutsu, and the Henge no Jutsu. Mizuki-sensei," Irika indicated Mizuki beside him, "will be helping me administer these exams." And with those words, the Konoha Genin exams started. After the written test had been completed, the class headed out to the grounds behind the academy. Starting off the students off alphabetically, Irika called the prospective Genins up one by one. As he grew closer to Sakura's name, her palms started to sweat. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder as he leaned close and whispered, "You got this, Sakura-chan." Bolstered by Naruto's words, Sakura stepped forward as Irika called, "Haruno, Sakura." Sakura stepped up to the throwing line. She took 2 deep breaths. Clutching the provided kunai in her hand, she took a half step forward. Her hand snapped forward repeatedly as she threw the kunai towards the target. 7 out of 10. Irika totaled up the points. "Not bad," he congratulated. "Keep it up for the shuriken portion." Sakura grinned as she heard Naruto shout out a congratulation on her score. You bet. Sakura quickly took the offered shuriken and stepped towards the throwing line again. She sent the shurikens buzzing down the range towards the target. A solid 7.5 out of 10. Irika proudly marked the numbers on Sakura's sheet before heading out to retrieve the thrown weapons. Behind him, Sakura was welcomed back into her group by Naruto and Hinata, all three celebrating Sakura's skillful performance. Hyuga, Hinata. Hinata towed the throwing line after accepting the offered kunai. Naruto's unending confidence had rubbed off on her, and her hand moved forward gracefully as she threw the kunai before she lost the temporarily gained confidence. The kunai sped down the range towards the target one by one. 7 out of 10. Well done. Irika congratulated, making sure to let the young Hyuga know that she had done well. He couldn't do anything about her home life, but here he would do what he could. Confidence in herself bubbled up, ever so slightly, as Hinata heard her teacher's words along with Naruto's shouted encouragement. Daring to believe them for a moment, she took the offered shuriken. The young Hyuga was almost graceful as she sent the shuriken buzzing towards the targets. 7 out of 10 once again. Good job, Hinata-san. Irika smiled down at his student, proud of the immense strides she had made in the last 3 years. He watched her join her group of friends amidst their congratulations. It was times like this that made all of the late nights grading papers and the early mornings worth it. You guys did really good. Naruto couldn't help but beam at his friend's success. She and Sakura had grown strong since the time he had first met them, and he couldn't be happier. Sakura grinned. Well, Naruto-kun, make sure you don't do something stupid like drop the kunai. The teasing lilt struck all three as the three attempted to keep straight faces as they thought of the nigh impossible chance that Naruto would screw up a physical test. They lasted for heartbeats before breaking down into stifled giggles. Uchiha, Sasuke. The black-haired boy stalked to the throwing line, grabbing the kunai as he stepped up to the line. He threw several kunai at one time, hitting the target each time. 9.75 out of 10. Mizuki noted, taking care to raise his voice just enough to carry over to the demon child. There was a chance that it would demoralize the fox, which would make things easier. The Uchiha had grouped his kunai slightly too far apart, missing the inner target with the final weapon by a scant inch. Sasuke grunted, the sound almost bored. But it is not good enough. Brother would have done better. I have to do better. He swiped the shuriken from Mizuki and quickly threw them, once again unleashing several at a time. 9.5 out of 10. Mizuki congratulated, subtly casting a glance over at Naruto. The blonde demon didn't even seem to be concerned. It was comforting to watch Sasuke smirk at Naruto as he passed the blonde. It wasn't hard to stoke the fires of dislike when it came to the Uchiha. Driven by the desire to grow strong enough to kill his brother, Sasuke was ridiculously easy to manipulate. All it took was a few well-placed words, and the seed of hate flourished on its own. Uzumaki Naruto. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered. Yeah, good luck, Naruto-kun. Sakura nodded, ready to see her best friend show everyone how strong he was. Naruto grinned and strode up to the throwing line, snagging the kunai as he went. As soon as his foot touched the line, his hands blurred. The 10 kunai rocketed downrange, slamming into the target. 10 out of 10. Irika blinked in shock. He knew Naruto was good, but he didn't know that Naruto was this good. Naruto chuckled warmly as he heard Sakura shout congratulations and Hinata's softly spoken words of encouragement. He snagged the shuriken while stepping towards the line. This time, before he even reached the throwing line, his hands blurred once again. The sharp thuds of the shuriken hitting the target reached their ears a moment later. 10 out of 10. Irika announced amidst the whispers of the class. Naruto was welcomed back to his group, all three celebrating their successes. Sasuke scowled fiercely. How dare the lowly clanless loser do better than him? He was an Uchiha, the last Uchiha. An emotion, both familiar and painful, edged at his mind as he watched the three friends laugh together. An idea began to form in Sasuke's mind. He knew how he would get back at the Uzumaki. Soon the throwing portion finished, and it was time for the sparring matches. All right, Irika began, It's time for the sparring matches. I'm gonna lay down a few ground rules. First, no killing blows. Second, it's taijutsu only, so no non-hand-to-hand combat techniques. This also means that no weapons are allowed. He took a breath before continuing. To win the match, you must either knock your opponent out of the ring. He pointed to the painted white ring surrounding the 40-foot sparring circle. Or you force them to submit. You may challenge someone, but you do not have to. If you do challenge someone, they do not have to accept. Sasuke's voice rang out the moment Irika finished. I will fight the Uzumaki. A hush fell on the class. This was more than just a simple challenge. Sasuke was the top student. Naruto was the student with the worst grades. But no one could deny the blonde's effectiveness in combat. Sakura froze. She remembered what Ino had said to her just over 6 months ago. Sakura entered the classroom to see Sasuke lean back with a satisfied smirk on his face. In contrast, Naruto had a slightly depressed air about him. 3 seconds later, the depressed air disappeared as he hid his feelings deep within with unconscious ease. Turning from one boy to another, Sakura hesitated, unsure where to go or how to feel. Confused anger washed through her with the knowledge that someone had made fun of Naruto. But that someone was Sasuke. Torn, she didn't notice Ino walk up to her until the blonde girl spoke. You're going to have to choose, Ino pointed out. Huh? Sakura blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Ino snorted and rolled her eyes. For as big as your forehead is, you don't get it, do you? Blue eyes pierced Sakura's confused green eyes. You're going to have to choose between Sasuke-kun and Naruto Baka. They believe different philosophies and are going to eventually fight over them. I accept. Naruto's voice rang out as he strode towards the marked-off sparring ring. Sasuke quickly followed. When he stepped into the ring, his fangirls practically deafened those near them. After both students entered the ring, they made their way to the opposite sides of the ring. It was like he was watching a building on fire, helpless to stop the carnage about to happen, but unable to look away. Irika swallowed, wetting his suddenly dry throat before starting the match. All right, keep it clean, you two. Are both fighters ready? When both boys gave their assent, the teacher took a deep breath. Ready? Hajime. Neither boy moved. Do you hear that, Dobe? Sasuke smirked. Do you hear them cheering my name? Calling for me to beat you down. He moved for the verbal kill. And who is cheering for you? Just 2 pathetic girls that are pretending to kunoic dash. Any further taunts that Sasuke had planned were shoved back down his throat as a heavy, oppressive presence cloaked the ring. It was as if the very air itself gained 20 pounds heavier, which pressed down on the last Uchiha, grinding away at his mind and will. What did you say? Naruto inquired, his voice a deadly calm. His eyes betrayed the furious anger barely kept in check. Did you just call Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan weak? Sasuke paled, but stood his ground, if only by the barest margins. Why yes, I said that they are weak. He panted, attempting to steel himself against the oppressive atmosphere. It was almost like the time when he had faced Itachi. Naruto shot forward, his fist burying itself into Sasuke's stomach. The Uchiha wheezed out a choked gasp as all of the air in his lungs was forcibly pushed out. He had no time to react as Naruto reached forward with his other hand and grabbed his shirt, bodily tossing the shocked Uchiha into the center of the ring before leaping after the falling him. Slamming into the ground with a groan, Sasuke looked up as a human-sized shadow descended. Rolling to the left, he dodged Naruto's stomp, the force behind the attack raising a cloud of dust which obscured the 2 fighters. The dirt burned and clogged Sasuke's eyes as he spun around, looking for the Uzumaki he had once looked down upon. A savage jab to his jaw sent him stumbling back, arms waving as he tried to keep his balance. Planting his foot, the last Uchiha swung, hoping to connect with something, anything. Naruto hammered Sasuke's swing out of the way and once again buried his fist in Sasuke's stomach. The black-haired youth heaved. Grabbing the back of the Uchiha's descending head, Naruto brought it to meet his rising knee. Sasuke's head snapped back, his ears ringing and his eyes aching. He stumbled backwards and out of the dust cloud. The agony behind his eyes bloomed. Unable to catch himself, Sasuke dropped to one knee. Go Naruto-kun. Sakura's voice snapped Naruto out of his angry, focused instincts. Turning towards the voice, he spotted Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. Both girls were cheering for him. It was baffling but nice. Riding on the warmth that bubbled up at their words, he let a grin surface. Movement from Sasuke drew him back to the fight. Sasuke staggered to his feet. Despite having been hit several times, there was energy pulsing inside him. Even though every part of him ached, it was a good ache. This time, the last Uchiha decided he would not be thrown aside like a child. Never again. I am an Uchiha. The burning in his eyes had decreased to a mild irritation. I must win this. Oddly enough, the world seemed to be moving slower. I will defeat you and then brother. He flexed his hands. Naruto surged towards his opponent. As he got closer, he noticed that Sasuke's eyes had changed. The last Uchiha's iris had changed to a bright red color, and a single black tomo rotated the pupils slowly. And when Naruto swung, Sasuke dodged. Both of the fighters leapt back, assessing each other before charging once again. A quick exchange of fists and kicks occurred before they broke apart. Naruto's dark blue eyes met Sasuke's bright red ones. Then he blurred. Sasuke was wholly unprepared as Naruto seemed to appear in front of him, the Uzumaki's right hand drawn back. A split second later, his palm slammed into the Uchiha's chest, catapulting Sasuke back over 24 feet. Sasuke rolled to his feet, ready to defeat his foe. As he prepared to take a step forward, the stunned silence brought him up short. His eyes were drawn to the line 4 feet in front of him. I lost. Sasuke stared at the line. Distantly, he heard Naruto be declared the winner of the match by a shocked Irika. Something dark took root in the Uchiha's heart. Hate began to grow and fester in Sasuke's soul towards the Uzumaki. I'll take you down, you worthless, clanless, brainless, talentless loser, Sasuke vowed, his eyes flashing as he glared at the bright-eyed blonde who had the gall to turn his back to him. An invisible weight lifted off Sakura's shoulders as Naruto walked towards her and Hinata. She understood now. Well, Ino Pig, I made my choice, and I don't regret it for a second. My Naruto-kun didn't need to try to demoralize his opponent to win. Tossing a glance over at the shocked and distraught blonde Yamanaka, Sakura shook her head. You can keep Sasuke. Relief flooded Hinata as Naruto walked towards them. While she had never doubted that he would win, Sasuke awakening the Sharingan, the fabled copy Will I, had caused a spike of worry to shoot through her. But her favorite blonde had easily won. The small vicious portion of her was glad that the Uchiha had lost so badly. Perhaps now he would leave Naruto alone. The rest of the matches seemed dull in comparison to the first exciting match, much to the disappointment of the gathered students. It is worthy for note, however, that both Hinata and Sakura were able to easily force a submission from their opponents. The other potentially interesting matches of note were the separate matches of Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Kiba had simply beat down his opponent in an all-out slugfest, while Shino had used his family's signature style to use his opponent's strength against them. The rest of the mostly unremarkable matches ended quickly. Soon, it was time to head back inside the classroom for the final test. After the students filed back into the classroom, Irika once again called for order. Having learned, the students reluctantly quieted. Welcome to the third part of the exam. Mizuki and I will be splitting you all into 2 separate groups for ease of testing. Each student will be called by myself or Mizuki to one of the examination rooms to be tested alone. Mizuki would be starting at the bottom of the list while I would be starting at the top. Ashida, Isen. Hinata-chan, Sakura whispered, turning to the girl behind her. I just realized something. They had both been assigned to Irika's line, while Naruto had been assigned to Mizuki. Both Sakura and Hinata knew that Mizuki Memba wouldn't grade Naruto fairly, but with the scores that Naruto had gotten during the second exam, the teacher couldn't just fail Naruto because he didn't like him, right? Seeing that she had Hinata's attention, the pink-haired girl continued, working hard to keep her voice quiet. The 3 jutsus we are being tested on are the body replacement jutsu, the transformation jutsu, and the clone jutsu. Hinata paled, her already light skin whitening as she realized what the issue was. Naruto was simply incapable of performing the clone jutsu. No matter how much or how little he poured into the technique, the clones looked sickly and weak at best. At the worst, his clones simply fell over and died right then and there. Sakura turned towards the line at the other end of the classroom, intent on warning Naruto. But it was too late. Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki silently congratulated himself on not letting his hate for the demon fox bleed into his voice when he called its human name. As the demon happily walked into the exam room, the teacher barely managed to hide the glee at the thought of its depressed face when it failed. Not, of course, that it would be having that expression for long. Or any expression for that matter. Naruto grinned to himself as he cancelled the transformation jutsu. He had always wondered why people always had issues with that technique. All you had to do was charge your chakra and concentrate on who you wanted to become. His happy wonderings were abruptly shattered by Mizuki-sensei's next words. Now perform the Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto carefully performed each hand sign, double-checking that his fingers were exactly in the right position before moving on to the next one. Please work this time. Just this once. Squeezing his eyes shut as he channeled chakra to complete the technique, he held his breath. After a minute, he carefully peeked his left eye open. What he saw filled him with despair. He was surrounded by 10 corpses. Despite the fact that the clone jutsu only created illusionary copies, he had somehow created dead illusionary copies of himself. No two clones were alike. One had been stabbed, while another burned. Still another was still, almost peaceful in death. On and on it went, each clone a different monument to his failure. Naruto's head dropped, hanging in shame. How am I supposed to grow strong now? His slow, sad walk halted as Mizuki's compassionate voice stopped his thoughts. I'm sorry, Naruto. I know how much you wanted to pass. Graduating would have meant so much to you. But I think I can still help you. Mizuki's tone was nothing but pure sincerity. There's a second secret test to become genin. I can tell you about that if you still want to graduate with your friends. Hope can be a powerful drug, dulling common sense and caution. Sakura and Hinata had finished their tests quickly. While they had not gotten a perfect score, they had easily passed the final exam to become genin. However, as more and more time passed, they grew ever more worried as they watched the closed door Naruto had disappeared into to take his test. After what seemed like an eternity, the door opened. Mizuki stepped out, his expression properly schooled in an expression of sadness. He walked to the teacher's desk and announced, being careful to keep the utter satisfaction out of his tone. I regret to inform you all that Naruto Uzumaki had failed the ninjutsu portion of the test. He utterly failed the test. He has gone home in shame. The mocking laughter of the class warmed Mizuki's heart. Basking in the noise while also maintaining his mask of false sorrow, the man far too distracted to notice the veins surrounding Hinata's eyes bulge out as she activated her Byakugan, anger threatening to fracture her Hyuga mask. Nor did he notice Sakura shaking with barely suppressed rage. Hinata trembled with the effort of suppressing her emotions. Several strong emotions warred within her. As anger was slowly winning, her eyes suddenly caught sight of a note within Mizuki's pocket. All anger left her. The note was simply addressed to Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan, in Naruto's messy scrawl. Hinata elbowed Sakura and leaned close to whisper in her ear. Hinata's whisper broke though Sakura's mental angry rants and fantasies of charging down and decking Mizuki for his words. Sakura-chan, there's a note to us from Naruto-kun in Mizuki's pocket. Sakura stopped shaking. She glanced at Hinata. All it took was one glance for them to form the basis of a plan. The plan was simple. Follow Mizuki and take Naruto's letter. It was rightfully theirs, after all. Mizuki chuckled to himself as he made his way to the forest. His plan was brilliant. He had directed the demon to steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage's office. He hadn't expected the little fox to actually succeed, but as the alarms wailed in the village, it was apparent to that the demon had succeeded somehow. Perhaps some sort of demon magic? Mizuki allowed himself a malicious laugh as he mentally prepared for the second and most enjoyable part of his plan. It was time to find the demon fox and relieve it of its burden. Phew! Naruto wiped the sweat off his brow. It's tough learning a new jutsu. He grinned, but it had paid off. He had done it. Tilting his head down again to study the bright red label on the outside of the scroll of seals, he couldn't help but wonder, why does it say that these are forbidden? He had learned the shadow clone jutsu, and it wasn't that hard to learn. There had been some kind of warning on the technique, but he was feeling fine. Now to wait for a teacher so he could graduate and be on a team with Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. Life was good. Irika sprinted towards the forest. He had to find Naruto before the ANBU found him. Why did you steal the scroll of sealing Naruto? Why would you do that? What were you thinking? Irika pushed more chakra into his legs and became a blur to the untrained eye. After a few moments of sprinting and jumping, he reached the edge of the forest. As he looked over the vast extent of the forest laid out before him, he felt his heart sink. How could he find Naruto in all of this mess? Irika heaved out a heavy sigh before straightening. Well, it looks like I'll just have to search the entire thing then. Irika nodded to himself. I can't let one of my students down. The thought echoed in his mind as he pushed even more chakra into his legs to increase his speed as he sped off. Naruto was startled from his studying of the next technique by Irika's angered shout. Naruto, there you are. Irika skidded to a halt after he landed in the small clearing Naruto had taken refuge in. As Irika opened his mouth to explain to Naruto how badly he had messed up, the excited Uzumaki bounded up to his sensei. I did it, Irika-sensei. I passed the test. The blonde boy grinned. I learned the technique just like the secret secondary genin test required. Naruto scooped up the scroll of seals. I suppose you'll want this back now, huh? Now that he was a genin, he would be getting on the same team as Hinata-chan and Sakura-chan for sure. Well, what? Irika stammered. What are you talking about? What test? Naruto tilted his head to the side. You know, Irika-sensei, the secret genin test that requires you to steal the big scroll from the Hokage's office and learn a technique before you are caught. Irika was stunned. Why did Naruto think this was some kind of test? He then went cold as he heard Mizuki's voice. Very good. Now just pass over the scroll of sealing so you can get your headband. Like the final piece to a puzzle, it all fell into place for Irika. Mizuki was one of the people that hated Naruto, and he must have failed Naruto on purpose to get him desperate enough to steal the scroll. Hearing Naruto take a step forward, Irika spun to face his student. Naruto, don't give the scroll to Mizuki. He just wants the scroll. There isn't a secret genin test. Naruto stopped, confused. He just didn't understand. Why would Mizuki-sensei give him a fake test? Why should he believe you, Irika? After all, you hate him too. I mean, he is what killed your parents after all. Mizuki then turned to look at the shocked blonde. Don't you want to know why everyone hates you? Irika's eyes widened as Mizuki's words registered. No, don't tell him. He knew what that knowledge would do to young Naruto. It's forbidden by the Hokage. Mizuki's mocking laughter was the only answer to Irika's plea. Guess what? Mizuki began, satisfaction practically oozing off each word. The Kyuubi that attacked 12 years ago didn't die. As he spoke, he carefully reached behind his back and began pushing a slow trickle of chakra into the storage seal built into his jacket. Instead, it was sealed. And you know what it was sealed into? He paused, savoring the moment. The shape of a baby. You are the Kyuubi. You're the murderous demon fox. Naruto froze, his mind repeating Mizuki's words over and over. He really was a demon then? He had killed all those people, didn't he? Mizuki, seeing that his words had their intended effect, unsealed a massive shuriken from the storage seal. Hefting it, he sent it spinning towards the stunned Uzumaki. Irika, spotting the danger, tackled his sunny-haired student out of the lethal projectile's path. The impact knocked Naruto out of his shocked stupor. I am the KK Kyuubi? Naruto's small, endlessly sad voice echoed in the clearing. Irika's heart wrenched as he watched the small boy stare down at his trembling hands. He didn't hear any of the malicious, terrible power from Naruto. All he heard was a small boy who now thought he knew why he was hated. He watched as Naruto slowly stood up. Naruto's heart was heavy. So heavy. He was a monster. A demon. He was a killer. As Mizuki readied another giant shuriken, he didn't move. It was better this way. Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan didn't deserve to be associated with a demon. Mizuki hurled the shuriken. The sound of the shuriken piercing flesh sounded out in the clearing. Naruto's eyes flew open. Why didn't it hurt? Irika stood facing him with his arms outstretched. Naruto saw a pained grimace cross his teacher's face, before it smoothed, all traces of the pain vanishing. Iruka let a gentle smile enter his face as he looked down at his student. Naruto? Iruka reached out and placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder. You aren't the Kyuubi. You're a Jinchuriki, not the fox demon, just its jailer. He paused for a moment, letting the truth sink into Naruto's desperate ears. Now go. Mizuki is a traitor to the village and can't get the scroll of sealing. Iruka, seeing Naruto's hesitation, urged him again. Go. I'll be fine. Naruto sprinted off, pausing at the tree line before continuing out of sight. I'm surprised. Mizuki commented. I thought that you hated the demon too. I do, Iruka replied, as he carefully pulled the massive shuriken out of his back. But Naruto isn't the demon fox. Iruka let a proud smile cross his face as he continued. Naruto is a hero, and I look forward to seeing him grow into the powerful ninja that I know he can be. Mizuki scowled. This wasn't going to plan. Well then, he snarled, anger and hate twisting his features into something familiar yet unrecognizable. I guess I'll just have to kill you and track down the fox myself. He launched himself at the hurt academy teacher. If you like the Kyuubi so much, you can die for it. Iruka barely dodged Mizuki's charge. Pain spiked through his back from the wound caused by the giant shuriken. Staggering, the teacher fell to one knee. His head snapped to the side from Mizuki's follow-up kick. The knee almost lifted Iruka back onto his feet. A thrust kick slammed him against a tree 10 feet away. Iruka wasn't able to hold in his cry of pain as his lacerated back slammed into the unforgiving tree trunk. His vision blurred as he looked up at the man he thought was his friend. Mizuki readied another giant shuriken. Iruka closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Tsubaki-chan. Mizuki isn't the man either of us thought he was. I wish I could go back and try harder to win your hand. May you find peace, Tsubaki-chan. The sound of metal clanging on metal brought him out of his thoughts. There was no pain. Iruka's eyes shot open to behold the most amazing sight. Naruto stood in front of him. His student's arm was outstretched, clutching a kunai, having just deflected the shuriken away from his sensei. Dark blue eyes glared at Mizuki. You know, Naruto's voice was a dark, deadly calm. I should thank you, Mizuki. He paused before continuing. Without you, I would be still wondering why they all hated me. I know now, thanks to you, but... His eyes and tone hardened. You tried to kill one of my friends. You tried to kill someone precious to me. The crushing presence of Naruto's killing intent crashed down on Mizuki. And I won't allow that. Flaring his own chakra as much as he could, Mizuki managed to force out a chuckle. And what are you going to do exactly? I'm a chunin, and you're nothing but a failure. Naruto's noise of amusement turned his veins to ice. You're right, but that's just one me. What if there was 2, 5, 10, 100? The Jinchuriki brought his hands up into a cross symbol. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The name of the technique rang out like a death knell. For solitary moment, nothing changed. Then, everything changed. White smoke enveloped the trees and ground. When the smoke faded a moment later, it was awe-inspiring. Clones of Naruto covered every inch of the surrounding area, and they all wore the same deadly calm expression. The Uzumaki simply pointed at Mizuki. The army charged. Mizuki blocked the first attack out of pure reflex, despite knowing that the clone technique was nothing more than an illusion. Shock flooded his mind when he felt the impact of the clone's fist on his arm. These weren't illusions. They were solid clones. Mizuki steeled himself. Even if there was more of the demon, it didn't change the fact that the demon was not even a genin. The traitor counterattacked, his fist slamming into the clone's stomach. After receiving the hit, it burst into smoke. Confidence built within. It took was one blow to take the clone out. He could do this. He would survive and kill the demon. Taking another 2 shadow clones out with 3 kunai, Mizuki wove through a dozen hand signs and then spat out a half-dozen water bullets. They wouldn't do much damage, but they didn't need to. Spinning on his heel, he took out the clone sneaking behind him with a slash from his kunai. Iruka watched the battle with undisguised amazement. Had known that Naruto was good, but he didn't think Naruto was capable of this. He wondered how much the chakra Naruto had, considering high-ranking jounin had trouble making more than 10 shadow clones. His attention was drawn to what he assumed was the original Naruto. The Uzumaki was simply watching Mizuki as he fought his clones. Whenever the number of shadow clones ran low, there would be a puff of smoke, and more would charge towards their target. Mizuki was reaping a mighty toll on the clones, but with each new wave, it became less and less of a one-sided battle. With each new wave, the clones learned. Mizuki swung a fist at another of the blasted shadow clones, fully expecting it to die like the others. The clone ducked, the traitor's fist grazing its spiky hair. A palm slammed into the former teacher's chest, hurling him back. The follow-up punch shattered the log that replaced the teacher. Mizuki gasped for air as he crouched in the shadows. That had been a close call. Had it not been for his split-second decision to swap places with a log, he would have caught the second attack and been severely injured, if not killed outright. A sudden throw hurled him back into the original clearing. As Mizuki tumbled to his feet, he spun around, looking around for his attacker. The demon emerged from the forest, a dark smirk fixed on its face. Why so surprised? Son dash. A terrible smile exposed sharpened teeth. Say, Naruto questioned, his dark amusement fading after a moment. Killing intent almost crushed Mizuki into the ground. The Jinchuriki's blue eyes darkened, hints of glowing red burning like embers. You're not going to hurt anyone ever again. Naruto's voice grew deeper, more monstrous. If I must become a demon. His hands flexed and he stalked towards Mizuki. If I must become a monster. Blonde locks partially hid glowing eyes. If I must become a killer, I gladly accept that price to protect all of my precious people. Naruto blurred. Mizuki snapped a kick towards the charging Jinchuriki. Naruto slid to the side of the kick, and his right palm smashed into the leg's knee, snapping it with a crack. The Uzumaki's left fist slammed into Mizuki's ribs, cracking them with a meaty thud. Mizuki fell to his good knee, coughing blood. The traitor's eyes watered and blurred. Naruto stepped behind Mizuki, his blood thundering in his ears. Even though the adrenaline was making clear thoughts difficult, he knew that Mizuki wouldn't stop until he hurt Irika-sensei. And what if he decided to hurt Sakura-chan or Hinata-chan? Never. Naruto vowed, not while I still breathe. Naruto gripped Mizuki's head, fingers digging into the man's skull, and with a savage jerk, twisted. The wet snap of Mizuki's neck snapping echoed through the forest. The thud of the lifeless body hitting the ground seemed to go on forever. Irika stared. Had that just happened? Had Naruto, innocent, naive Naruto, just killed? The teacher blinked several times. The scene in front of him never changed. So it was true then. One of his best students had just taken their first kill. Shaking his shock away, Irika called out to his student. And Naruto. He cursed the hesitance in his voice. Are you all right? Naruto snapped his head to look over in Irika's direction with a fluid grace reminiscent of a predator. Irika swallowed at the sight. The chunin had seen such expressions before. He had seen them on elite jounin who enjoyed killing too much. The teacher prayed with all his heart that Naruto hadn't succumbed to that darker part of himself. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he lowered his voice and smiled at the boy, hiding his real emotions behind a mask. Naruto, it's all right. Mizuki isn't going to hurt anyone anymore. You don't have to fight anymore. Seeing Naruto's normal sky blue eye color start to bleed back into the young Uzumaki's eyes, Irika carefully levered himself to his knees with an inaudible grunt. It's all right. I'm fine. I'm not going to die. You're fine. You don't need to fight. Naruto blinked, sky blue fully returning. Now that the excitement had passed, Irika wondered how he could help his student. Naruto had failed the genin test. How could he be with his friends now? Suddenly, with a flash of insight, Irika knew what to do. Naruto, come over here, Irika requested. Naruto quickly ran over to Irika, his eyes checking over Irika to make sure that he was fine. Irika's voice sharpened, his back straightening as the ingrained years of being a soldier took over. As the de facto leader of this mission to stop a traitor of the village of Konoha, I bestow upon Naruto Uzumaki the title of genin as a battlefield promotion. Really? Naruto tilted his head, confused. He had failed the test, hadn't he? The knowledge of what he had done edged at his mind, but the Uzumaki stubbornly ignored it. Irika-sensei was what was important. Yes. Irika made no effort to hide the proud smile on his face. I always knew you would become Genin. I'm proud of you. I look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Someone was proud of him? The thought seemed almost foreign. Why was Irika proud of him? Any further explanation was cut short by the Hokage's words as he arrived in a swirl of leaves. Indeed, I am quite proud of you, Naruto. Hiruzen paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. But I'm curious of how one of my ninja ended up dead. His words, although holding a hidden question, did not allow for any refusals. Well, Irika began carefully, deciding to not include Naruto's dark words or his dark demeanor. It all started when I reached the clearing in the forest. And then you, Hokage-sama, showed up. Irika winced as he shifted, reopening the wound on his back. Glanced over at Naruto, he assessed his student. The young Uzumaki seemed to be dealing with his first kill, but the instructor knew that it could easily be just a mask, hiding the true feelings frothing inside. His attention was drawn back to the Hokage as he spoke. Now I understand. It is tragic that a fine ninja such as Mizuki has lost his way. Hiruzen sighed, looking for a moment as old as his age. Then the Hokage straightened and continued. But he failed in his mission to harm our village. And for that, young Naruto, you have my thanks. He inclined his head slightly in the young Genin's direction. Naruto nodded, his mask firmly in place. Thank you, Hokage Dano. Hiruzen seemed to be somehow disappointed by Naruto's professional answer. Genin Uzumaki, I have new orders for you. The Hokage ordered. You are to ensure Irika-san makes it to the hospital to be checked out. You will then report tomorrow to the Shinobi Academy classroom for team assignment. Naruto bowed, acknowledging his orders. It helped that he was going to do those things anyway. He leaned down to help Irika stand, and then the two slowly made their way towards Konoha. As the Hokage watched them go, he sighed, the sound heavy. One of the ANBU stepped out from behind the shadows of the nearby tree. What is wrong, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen shook his head before replying, his tone saddened. It's nothing important, just the idle wishes of an old man. The Hokage then turned away from the view. But now we must get back to the tower. Have Kakashi Hatake and Kurenai Yuhi come to my office. There has been some changes in team placement. It was with some confusion that Kurenai Yuhi entered the Hokage's tower. As she walked up the stairs towards the Hokage's floor, she wondered what had happened to prompt a change in team placement. She had been given Kiba Inuzuka, the heir to the Inuzuka clan, Hinata Hyuga, daughter of the Hyuga clan's leader, and Shino Aburame, the future successor to the Aburame clan. As she entered the Hokage's office, she spied Kakashi Hatake in the room, reading his thrice-damned orange smut book. After the door closed, the Hokage began to speak, gaining both Jounin's attention. Ah, Kurenai, I'm glad you arrived. We have much to discuss. He paused for a moment before continuing. This evening a traitor conspired to steal the scroll of sealing. He would have succeeded if it were not for the brave actions of one genin, Naruto Uzumaki. The pair of Jounin stiffened in shock. They both knew about the Uzumaki, and more specifically the rumors surrounding him. Unfortunately, the young Uzumaki had to take the life of the traitor in self-defense. With the updated knowledge of Naruto's fighting skills, I am changing your two teams around. He faced Kakashi, the gray-haired man putting his book away as the Hokage turned to him. Kakashi, I am removing Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno from Team 7. You will be gaining Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame in their place. Kakashi opened his mouth to protest, but the Hiruzen had already turned to Kurenai. Kurenai, you will be losing Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. You will be gaining Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno in their place. The Hokage faced both of the flabbergasted ninja and steepled his fingers. With Irika's reevaluation of Genin Uzumaki's skills, it has become apparent to me that his skills are much higher than originally reported. And because of this, I have the opportunity to make two multi-purpose squads. Team 7 can both be a frontline squad and a tracking squad. Team 8 can also now serve both roles. In addition, with all of Team 7 being clan heirs, they will also be a political team. I have decided to test out a new idea. Team 7 and Team 8 will be training together at least once a week. In addition, they will be each other's backup team. He then gestured to the jounin in front of him. Thoughts? You may speak freely. It only took a few seconds for Kakashi to burst out. Why my team? You know why I wanted Naruto. It's simple. The Hokage began. You have the Sharingan. You are the only one able to teach Sasuke Uchiha. In addition, you are, from a political standpoint, well known. But I thought that a growing rivalry between Sasuke and Naruto would benefit them both. Kakashi argued. As well as, he hesitated, that other reason. They can still have their rivalry. Your teams are going to be training together after all. Sarutobi pointed out. Kakashi leaned back, mollified for the moment. The Hokage turned to Kurenai. With Naruto's combat prowess, Hinata's Byakugan, and Sakura's intelligence, they will be a great asset to the village, able to perform in many different roles. Kurenai nodded, understanding the logic behind the Hokage's decision. But she didn't understand why they needed to interact with Team 7 so often. Her eyes widened as a thought occurred to her. Kurenai spoke a moment later, her voice a mix of confusion and slight accusation. Why are you really having our teams work together? The Hokage sighed, before smiling slightly. Ah, Kurenai, you were always one to pick up on the subtle details. His tone then hardened. What I'm about to tell you is an S-class secret. Breaking it is punishable by death. He let his words linger in the air before continuing. Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. And while he has shown no signs of giving into the demon's influence, we cannot afford for it to rampage across our village again. The Sharingan has been known to be able to control the Biju to a certain extent, so that is one of the reasons why your teams are training together. The second reason is both much simpler and more harsh. Out of everyone on your new team, none of them will gain any high rank in their clan or they aren't part of a major clan at all. Hinata Hyuga is far too timid to ever be made clan head or even co-clan head. Sakura Haruno has no real clan to speak of, the few members have no political clout. Naruto Uzumaki is the village's Jinchuriki. The Hokage did not elaborate. He did not need to. A Jinchuriki was a weapon. It was the trump card that kept the wolves at bay. Still, given what else was true, it was necessary to explain farther, lest Kurenai dig deeper in the mystery that was the last Uzumaki. Sadly, some in the village dislike him, and as such, any political efforts he would make would be stymied. But, Hiruzen smiled, the expression half fabrication and half genuine. Their skills are a great asset to the village, so they will be able to help Team 7 achieve greatness and prestige for the village. Team 8 will live comfortably and perhaps even rise to the ranks of elite jounin. Kurenai went cold at the Hokage's words. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she realized the truth about her genin team. As far as the village was concerned, they existed to help other ninjas become great. The Hokage had prettied it up, but in the end, he never expected them to become great, just like the village. Unfortunately for them, Kurenai took the role of teacher very seriously. In that instant, she vowed that she would help her team become great, even if she was the only one who would help them achieve it. Kurenai cast a subtle glance at her fellow jounin. Hatake seemed to be accepting of the fact that 3 genin were going to be nothing more than a springboard for his team's greatness. She turned back the Hokage, her eyes searching his for any regrets for the decision he just made. She couldn't find even one. The Hokage waited a few more minutes to see if there would be any more questions. When there was none, he dismissed the 2 jounin. As the door closed behind the jounin, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his heart heavy. He hated the fact that he was putting Naruto into a squad that wouldn't succeed like the young Uzumaki deserved, but it was for the best. The Hokage knew that any ninja couldn't be more important than the village, but Hiruzen knew that when he died, he would have much to answer for what he had done to the young blonde from Naruto's parents. He honestly dreaded the day that he died, for he knew the answers that he could give about his decisions concerning Naruto wouldn't matter to them, for they were family first, village second. Hiruzen heaved another sigh. He doubted that Naruto would ever forgive him if he ever learned of all the secrets that were purposely kept from him. In the end, you had to choose family and friends or the village. The Hokage reached for another piece of paperwork to sign. Sakura hurried through her morning routine, needing to go meet Naruto as soon as possible. His note, the one that they had acquired from the alley Mizuki had thrown it into, had told them about a secret secondary genin test. The pink cat had, after not being about to find Naruto, searched the library for books about secondary tests for genin. The fact that she didn't find even one reference made her worry all the more. She quickly ate her breakfast, grabbed the breakfast and lunch prepared by her mother, and an additional sandwich for Naruto, and sprinted off in the direction of Naruto's apartment. Hinata breezed her early morning rituals. She had hardly gotten any sleep last night after she and Sakura had parted ways. Naruto's note had concerned her greatly, so great in fact, that she had dared to approach her father in order to ask him if he knew any information about the secret genin test. His words had been condescending at best, and cold and hurtful at the worst. She grabbed a quick breakfast from one of the servants before heading to Naruto's home. Naruto awoke with a cry of terror. Panting, he struggled to keep the memories at bay. After he had dropped off Irika-sensei at the hospital, he had slowly walked back to his apartment. When he had reached it, he had practically collapsed onto his bed, the day's events finally setting in. He had come to the slow realization that while he didn't like killing, he didn't regret killing Mizuki. Mizuki had tried to kill Irika, and somehow he knew that Mizuki would threaten some of his other precious people someday. That was unacceptable. And though he tried to ignore it, the Jinchuriki couldn't shake the small voice that whispered how easy it had been to destroy his enemy. When he had finally fallen into a restless sleep, he was plagued with nightmares of all the awful times he had been hurt by vengeful crowds. Now that he knew why he was hated, all of the villagers' taunts made so much more terrible sense. Naruto closed his eyes, slowly pushing the memories back into the dark place in his mind, before slamming the vault shut on the memories. It seemed like just as he was opening his eyes once again, that several loud pounding knocks on his front door echoed through his small apartment. Tilting his head to the side, the Uzumaki listened. His eyes widened happily as he recognized the voices outside. It was Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. Sakura raised her hand to knock on Naruto's door again when it opened. Naruto stood there safe. Instant relief coursed through her as she took in her best friend's unharmed form. Beside her, Hinata did the same. A few moments later, her brain stuttered to a stop for a moment as she registered a very important detail. Naruto wasn't wearing a shirt. Naruto's happy grin combined with his shirtless chest brought a heavy flush to her face as she turned away. Naruto baka, we were worried about you. The pink cat forcefully stepped closer, being careful to not let Naruto see her face. Where were you yesterday? It wouldn't do for Naruto to read something into her flushed face that she didn't know about. They were only best friends after all. Hinata was struck dumb. Naruto was fine, and perhaps more importantly, he was shirtless. As she raked his half-clothed form with her eyes, her face grew more and more heated. Soon she feared she might faint from all of the blood rushing to her face. But even still, she couldn't look away. Naruto was puzzled. Why were Sakura-chan's and Hinata-chan's faces red? Had they run all the way to his apartment? So they needed a drink. Hydration was important. Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, come in. I'll get you guys a drink of water. He opened the front door wider before heading to his kitchen. When he came out with 2 glasses of cold water, he was surprised to see Sakura-chan's and Hinata-chan's faces were still red. They really needed to be careful on how hard they pushed themselves. As he set the glasses of water down in front of them, he felt a cool breeze waft from the open nearby window. The sensation of goosebumps pebbling his chest prompted him to look down. He wasn't wearing a shirt. I'll be right back, Naruto called as he headed towards his bedroom, inadvertently giving both girls a whole new view to admire. Sakura promptly chugged the ice-cold water. When Naruto came back out of his room a few moments later, he was wearing a shirt, much to the girls' simultaneous relief and disappointment. As he sat down, Sakura blurted out with the question she had been nearly bursting to ask. Where were you yesterday? Does the secret genin test really exist? It was more of a demand than a question. Well, Naruto began the story, leaving nothing out. There were no secrets between friends after all. It all started when I entered the exam room at the academy. Sakura stared at Naruto. Anger, pity, and sadness warring within her. Anger at Mizuki for what he did to her Naruto-kun. Pity for Naruto having to go through such an ordeal, and sadness at the fact that Naruto had to take a life. But the anger was quickly winning as she continued to consider all that had happened to her friend. How dare Mizuki, or anyone for that matter, try to hurt Naruto? How dare they? If he wasn't already dead, she would have beat him down herself. Naruto's status at a Jinchuriki was a shock at first, but looking back, it was the final piece she needed to figure out why everyone seemed to hate him. She scowled, as if anyone could believe that Naruto was some kind of demon in human form. He was Naruto-kun. Hinata was frozen. Several emotions frothed within her. Chiefly among them was sadness and anger. Sadness at all of the horrible things Naruto-kun had to go through, and anger at those who had did them to her Naruto-kun. Slowly, her sadness gave way to determination. No one would harm Naruto like that ever again. Ever. She didn't care that Naruto was the demon fox's Jinchuriki. He was Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed happily, finally allowing himself to relax. They didn't hate him because of his status as a Jinchuriki, and for that he was unfathomably grateful. He still wasn't sure why they didn't hate him, but he was in awe that they had not. Idly glanced up at his clock. He noted the time before freezing. Snapping his head at the clock again, he realized what time it was. Oh crap! The genin leapt up from his chair, startling the girls from their ruminations. We have to go now. Otherwise, we're going to be late for team placements. The new genins quickly sprinted towards the academy, dodging the human traffic as they rushed to their destination. Irika limped into the classroom. He felt guilty that he hadn't been there to help Naruto though his first kill, but he had been assured by the receptionist at the front desk that someone had talked to a student. It eased the guilty somewhat. He felt his face break into a proud grin as he realized that all of his students had graduated. Wincing, he made the mental note that smiling still hurt. Noting that the last of the students had arrived, he started roll call. Once it had finished, the teacher started calling out team placements. And for Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. For Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. For Team 9, Irika's voice was quickly tuned out as Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata quietly celebrated. Naruto grinned happily as he realized that he had completed another stage of his goal. Ino Yamanaka turned in her seat to taunt Sakura about her team placement, or more accurately not being placed on Sasuke-kun's team, when she froze, flushing ever so slightly. Naruto's smile seemed to light up the room, and if she was being honest with herself, the rest of him wasn't that bad to look at either. Granted, he wasn't Sasuke-kun, but he wasn't terrible to look at. Turning back around, she missed Sakura's and Hinata's eyes narrow at her blush. Ironically, neither of the girls sitting next to Naruto realized that the other was glaring just as hard at Ino as they themselves were. Soon, the team announcements were over, and the jounin started to file in to pick up their teams. After a few teams had left, a pretty black-haired woman with red irises walked in. She scanned the room for a moment before calling out, Team 8, meet me in Training Ground 5 in 15 minutes. She then turned and left the room, presumably heading to the training ground herself. Doing a quick mental calculation, Naruto tilted his head as he roughly guessed how long it would take to make it to the training ground. He knew he could easily make it in 10 minutes, but he was unsure if Sakura or Hinata could move that fast. Perking up as he realized how they could all make it on time. Okay, Sakura-chan, hop on my back. Hinata-chan, I'll pick you up and carry you. I can make it to Training Ground 5 in about 10 minutes this way. Sakura opened her mouth to protest when a sudden thought stopped her short. What if Hinata-chan took Naruto up on his offer? Then she would be left in the dust and Hinata-chan would be all alone with Naruto-kun. Hinata's vision swam at the thought of being carried in Naruto-kun's arms. Clenching her fists, she pushed herself to not pass out. For if she did, Sakura-chan would be all alone with Naruto-kun. I'll do it, Sakura and Hinata said at once, blinking at the other in shock before glaring at each other for the briefest of seconds. Naruto, who had missed the exchange of glares, grinned happily. He loved it when one of his plans helped Sakura-chan or Hinata-chan, or even better when it helped both. Kurenai waited at the edge of Training Ground 5. It had only been 8 minutes since she had left the academy building. She was eager to see how fast her students were. Suddenly, she was aware of someone heading in her direction at relatively high speeds. A moment later, all of her students burst into the training ground. Or rather, Naruto burst onto the training ground and Sakura and Hinata were along for the ride. Shrugging to herself, the jounin pushed herself off the tree she had been leaning against and moved towards her team. Well, at least she knew Naruto was fast and stronger than average now. Welcome. Kurenai's warm smile and open demeanor put her students at ease. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, and I will be your jounin sensei. Hiding her amusement as she watched her genin disengage from each other, she waited until they had settled before sitting on the ground, motioning for them to follow suit. Why don't we all share a bit about ourselves? Could you go first, Kurenai-sensei, so we know how it's done? Sakura asked, unsure of what information Kurenai wanted. Perhaps it was skill level, or maybe grades, or it could be, I will gladly do that. Kurenai brushed an errant lock of hair back, happy that her students weren't too afraid to ask her questions. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. My likes dumplings, genjutsu, and helping others. My dislikes are those who hurt others for fun, perverts, and those who hurt innocent people. My dream is for my team to succeed in becoming great ninjas, and I also want to start a family someday. She indicated Sakura should go next. Sakura took a deep breath before starting. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are my family, Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, and books. My dislikes are stupid people who hate others, people who hurt my friends, and dumb people who can't see what's in front of them. Her hands clenched as she remembered what Naruto had told her a few hours before. Glancing down, she considered what she wanted for the future. My dream is to become a powerful kunoichi and someday start a family. Unable to help herself, she threw a confused glance at Naruto as she finished her introduction. She was saved from the strange feelings his presence invoked when Kurenai indicated that Hinata was next. My name is Hinata Hyuga, Hinata began. Her hands settled in her lap. My likes are my clan, Naruto-kun, my Byakugan, and Sakura-chan. Her eyes narrowed. My dislikes are those who hurt or belittle those I care about. Her fingers drifted together, poking one another continued. My dream is to be a successful kunoichi and one day start a family. She too sent a glance over at the oblivious Naruto. Kurenai covered her amused smile at the girl's glances and turned to Naruto expectantly. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto grinned. My likes are Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, ramen, and training. His hands flexed. My dislikes are people who try to hurt my friends. Naruto's eyes lightened, the momentary darkness passing like a cloud on a sunny day. My dream is to become the most powerful ninja ever to protect my friends. Kurenai blinked. She had been expecting Naruto's dream to be a bit more beneficial to himself. She gave a mental shrug. It didn't matter. Perhaps his dream would change in time. Now that we have all introduced ourselves, she began, drawing the attention of her team. There is only one more thing we have to take care of. Normally a jounin tests his prospective team to see if they are able to work together, but I can already see that you three already have good teamwork. Spreading her arms wide, she beamed at her team. So let me formally congratulate you on joining Team 8. Kurenai stretched as she walked out of the shower. It had been an interesting 3 weeks. She mused as she dried and dressed for the day. She had originally had, despite herself, a few reservations when dealing with her team, especially Naruto. She still felt ashamed that she even entertained such thoughts. She found that Naruto was an honest, hardworking, slightly naive boy who cared so much for his friends. Kurenai doubted there was a limit to how far Naruto would go for his friends. As she had started training her team, she had originally intended to slowly ease them into the more intense training. That thought hadn't even lasted a day. Kurenai smiled as she remembered the conversation she had with her team after she had explained why they were taking it slow. What? Came Naruto's disbelieving voice. You don't want us to train to be the best? Kurenai blinked. That wasn't what she meant at all. What Naruto is trying to say, Sakura explained hastily, is that we have trained harder than this by ourselves. We should be pushed even harder by you, our sensei. We can't afford to be untrained when we go on missions. Sakura finished, satisfied that she had gotten her point across. Kurenai was brought up short by Sakura's explanation. Was she really going to be hindering their growth as shinobi? She was silent as she considered what to do. After a little while, she spoke up, her words carrying a sense of finality. All right, I'll train you all each day to your limit. But I will not have you exceeding your limit and hurting yourselves. She looked sternly at each of her students. Sakura and Hinata nodded, content with her reasoning. Naruto looked like he wanted to protest, but then a look of insight seemed to spread across his face. He nodded his acceptance. Kurenai let a proud smile appear across her face as she thought about how much her team of genins had grown in only 3 short weeks. Sakura had already mastered several D-rank genjutsus and 1 D-rank water ninjutsu. Hinata had mastered 2 D-rank fire ninjutsu and 1 D-rank lightning jutsu. She had also improved by leaps and bounds with her bloodline. Naruto had been the greatest surprise of them all. He had the rare high affinity for wind. While Kurenai had known a few D-rank and C-rank fire, water, and lightning techniques like all jounin, she had not known any wind techniques. Fortunately for her, Asuma Sarutobi was more than happy to help teach the young blonde several D-rank techniques. Originally, Asuma had planned on only teaching Naruto 1 technique, but Naruto had mastered it within the day. Asuma had challenged Naruto to learn 4 more techniques within a week. Naruto had mastered them all within 6 days. Now, Asuma was currently helping her teach Naruto several more wind techniques. The entire team had also mastered several basic movement techniques. Speaking of Naruto, Kurenai once again wondered what Naruto's secret training he kept disappearing to was. He had assured them, Sakura and Hinata more than Kurenai, his personal training was perfectly safe. She had originally intended on pointing out that Naruto's version of safe and everyone else's definition of safe were completely different things. But as she caught a look at Naruto's sparkling eyes and his proud smile, she could do nothing other than remind him to stay safe. She liked to think that her words had some effect on Naruto's reckless behavior. Kurenai frowned as she remembered that these last few weeks hadn't been all perfect. The main issue of her contention was the weekly team training between Team 7 and Team 8. The first time had started out all right with a simple introduction between teams. Once they had finished introductions, however, it took a sharp downturn for the worse. Kakashi had suggested a simple team sparring match to assess the 2 teams' level of teamwork. Not seeing the harm, she had agreed. Team 8 had practically slaughtered Team 7. While the individual members of Team 7 were skilled, they stood little chance against the all-but-flawless teamwork of Team 8. The members of Team 7 had broken up as soon as the fight started. Kiba and Sasuke had rushed Naruto, who defended himself. Shino had been left all alone and was quickly picked off by the combined efforts of Sakura and Hinata. Once they had taken care of the Aburame, Kiba had quickly went down to a combination of Genjutsu and Naruto's close combat prowess. Sasuke had foolishly attempted to burn Naruto with a great fireball jutsu. Naruto had dodged out of the way, and Sasuke was quickly taken down by the 2 angry female members of Team 8. Kakashi had hoped the fight would be an eye-opener for his team to learn why teamwork was important. It instead had a very different effect. Shino had slowly opened up to Team 8, especially Naruto. He seemed to enjoy the dual team training for that reason alone. Kiba had learned to curb his recklessness in fights to a certain extent, realizing that it just had made him an easier target. Sasuke was a puzzle. On the one hand, he progressed in training faster than the other members of his team, but at the same time, he didn't do it to learn per se. Instead, he seemed to have gained a new goal in defeating Naruto and, to a lesser extent, Team 8. While Kakashi had seemed satisfied Sasuke's reasoning, Kurenai couldn't help but worry about how far Sasuke would go to defeat Naruto and Team 8. Kurenai munched on her breakfast as she considered her team. It was obvious to practically everyone, minus Naruto, that both Sakura and Hinata had feelings that stretched beyond mere friendship. However, ironically enough, it seemed that Sakura herself was oblivious to the fact that she fancied the young blonde. Kurenai suspected that Sakura's obliviousness wouldn't last much longer. Tomorrow was their first C-rank mission after all. Missions like that tended to bring things into perspective. But first, today was another dual team training day. Kurenai sighed. May as well get this over with. Team 8 showed up to training ground 3 early, as per usual. Surprisingly, Shino was waiting for them. "Shino," Naruto called out happily, "how's it going?" "It is going well," Shino answered in his normal monotone. "I am ready to start another day of training with your team." He paused for a moment and then asked Naruto hesitantly, "Could you make a few of your clones? I have an idea I wish to test out." Seeing Sakura and Hinata begin to frown, he hurriedly added, "You will not be harmed, only your clones." "Sure," Naruto instantly replied, happy to help Shino. The young Aburame was quickly becoming someone Naruto would consider a friend. Naruto quickly looked back at his sensei for permission to go with Shino. Seeing her nod, the two boys made their way to the far side of the field. As they walked, Naruto inquired how Shino's team was doing. "If we were a hive, it would have torn itself apart by now, or starved to death," came Shino's blunt reply. Naruto grimaced. "That bad, huh?" "Yes, if it was allowed to have 4 genins on a team, I would request to join Team 8. Your team seems to be a productive hive," Shino replied, his monotone voice sounding slightly frustrated. "Well," Naruto scratched his head as he thought, "is there any reason why we can't have one more person on our team? It has always been 3 genins and a jounin instructor." Shino's voice sounded thoughtful. "But I can't see any reason why one more person couldn't be added to a team. It's not like we are attempting to add a second queen to the hive." "I'll ask Sakura-chan when we get back," Naruto promised. "She'll know if there is a reason why you can't have 4 genins in a team." Shino nodded as they both stopped on the far side of the training grounds. At Shino's gesture, Naruto created 5 clones. As Shino formed an insect clone, he explained the new technique he was trying to create. "You are aware of the insect clone technique, correct?" At Naruto's nod, he continued, his monotone voice becoming slightly animated. "Since our talk about creating our own new jutsus, I realized that I could make the Mushy Bunshin no Jutsu much more effective in combat." He paused as he motioned for Naruto's clone to strike his insect clone. "I realized that if I could have the insects attack the person that stuck it, the insects could instantly begin their assault." Naruto's clone punched the Mushy Bunshin directly in the chest. Immediately after the clone's fist hit, Shino's clone seemed to collapse onto Naruto's shocked clone. Naruto's clone dispelled a moment later when the several hundred bugs that had previously made up Shino's clone bit down. "Nice!" Naruto congratulated. "Good job. It's an awesome technique." Shino nodded his thanks. "And what of your new ninjutsu you are creating?" Naruto glanced around quickly. "Well, I'm working on controlling the newest one. I only lost 50 clones last time I lost control of it." Shino nodded. It wasn't easy creating new techniques, especially if you wanted it to be a surprise from your teammates, one of which could see the walls. After they finished testing Shino's new technique several more times, they spied Kakashi entering the field. They headed back towards the gathering group. As they grew nearer, Naruto heard Sakura angrily say something to either Kiba or Sasuke. A determined look crossed Naruto's face. He would find out today why Sasuke didn't like him. As soon as Naruto and Shino entered the group, Sasuke spoke up, his voice angry and determined. "I'll fight the Uzumaki today for today's individual sparring session." Before anyone could protest, Naruto spoke up. "I accept." Naruto's voice was filled with determination. Shino quickly looked between the 2 remaining members of Team 8. While he didn't really like having his chakra points blocked off, it was much better than simply being beaten into unconsciousness by Sakura. "I would like to spar Hinata-san," Shino professed, his monotone voice not giving any hints to his reasoning why he wanted to fight Hinata. "I accept Shino-san's offer." Kiba gulped and muttered quietly, "Well shit." He knew what was going to happen. He and Sakura would fight, she would catch him off guard, and then she would beat him into the ground until he surrendered. Kiba sighed. Life wasn't fair sometimes. He really couldn't go all out against Sakura, or Hinata for that matter. He liked living, thank you very much. Kiba was certain that if he somehow seriously hurt Hinata or Sakura, even if by accident, Naruto would kill him. And he wanted to avoid dying. The fight order was randomly chosen. It would be Hinata versus Shino, Sakura versus Kiba, and finally Naruto versus Sasuke. Hinata and Shino moved to opposite ends of the sparring field. They waited for the signal to start. Hajime! Hinata immediately charged her opponent, her hands forming the seals for the fire jutsu called Blaze Spark. Shino, realizing the danger, sprinted across the field at a diagonal, outpacing the small fiery blasts from Hinata. Dodging another fire blast, he continued to sprint to the right. Suddenly, with a small pop, Hinata appeared in front of him with her hand already coated in chakra. Shino had no time to react before two of his chakra points were abruptly cut off. "I surrender," he called, still slightly confused at how Hinata had suddenly appeared in front of him. Hinata smiled apologetically and poked him twice more, reopening the closed chakra points. After she opened the second point, Shino inquired, "How did you move so fast, Hinata-san?" Hinata blushed slightly and shook her head. "I didn't move fast at all, Shino-san. I simply swapped places with the kunai Naruto had dropped earlier." "Ah!" Shino nodded in understanding. He had wondered why Naruto hadn't picked up the kunai when he had dropped it, but he had simply dismissed it. He would not make the same mistake again. As Hinata and Shino exited the sparring area, Sakura and a reluctant Kiba entered the field. Kiba had left his ninja dog partner, Akamaru, on the sidelines, for he didn't know any techniques that didn't do serious damage, and doing serious damage to his sparring partner was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. After they reached their sides of the sparring area, the match started in earnest. "Hajime!" Kiba charged Sakura, attempting to catch her off guard and hopefully force a submit. As he charged, he could see Sakura quickly forming hand seals. A wall of water shot into the air between Kiba and Sakura. Kiba grinned to himself and forced more chakra into his limbs. He couldn't wait to see Sakura's face when he burst through her water wall. With a mighty grunt, Kiba hurled himself through the water wall. As soon as he landed, he readied himself to attack. But Sakura was nowhere in sight. Kiba stopped and looked around in confusion. Where had she gone? Kiba sniffed the air. Suddenly, he caught Sakura's scent. It was directly behind him. As Kiba tensed to spin around, the cold steel of a kunai was pressed against his neck. He froze. "I surrender," came Kiba's voice, still terribly confused. As soon as he surrendered, he felt the kunai retract. He turned around, a quizzical look on his face. Sakura, seeing Kiba's confused look, explained how she had one. "After I formed the water wall, your line of sight on me disappeared. At that point, I simply used a genjutsu to blend in with the area so you missed me when you burst through the water. It was simple to maneuver behind you at that point." Kiba nodded. While his pride was stung, he realized that his own tactics had been turned against him. He resolved to fight Naruto next time, since neither boy used weak tactics such as genjutsu to win. As he and Sakura left the field, his mind was whirling with ideas of how to prevent this from happening again. Sasuke and Naruto entered the field, each with determination blazing in their eyes, although for vastly different reasons. After making sure both fighters were ready, Kakashi started the match. "Hajime!" Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan and hurled several kunai simultaneously at Naruto. As Naruto moved to dodge the kunai, the last Uchiha's hands blazed through the hand signs for the great fireball technique. He shot the jutsu directly towards where Naruto was headed. Naruto barely dodged out of the oncoming fireball, using a handspring to gain extra distance. Naruto skidded to the side and formed a few hand signs. A gust of wind shot towards Sasuke. The black-haired Uchiha dove out of the way of the attack, but he lost sight of Naruto during his dodge. As he vaulted to his feet, he barely managed to bring his arm up to block Naruto's fist. As he spun to gain the advantage, Naruto's words almost made him stumble. "Why do you not like me?" Naruto asked with a curious tone. "I can't think of really anything I did to make you hate me, other than beating you in a spar." Sasuke leapt back a few feet to put distance between them. Naruto's question had badly shaken him. For all this time he had assumed that Naruto disliked him as much as he disliked Naruto, but that didn't seem to be the case. For a moment, Sasuke wished he could tell Naruto how he felt sometimes. How the crushing weight of his responsibility to his clan sometimes seemed like a burden too great to bear. How he would awaken at night screaming as the scenes of the night his clan had died once again plagued him. How the village had started treating him like a prince right after his parents' death. How he had been brought up knowing that the Uchiha clan was the strongest, but that strength hadn't helped them against one of their own. But he couldn't tell Naruto these things, for he wasn't weak. "It's the fact that you are a clanless loser," Sasuke snarled, his voice rising as he continued. "You don't even have a clan. You're a nobody, and yet you still win against me, an Uchiha." Sasuke charged Naruto, determined to beat him. For if he couldn't beat a clanless loser like the Uzumaki, how was he supposed to ever kill his brother? As he grew near to Naruto, the blonde knocked his hand out of the way, slammed his hand into Sasuke's chest at an upwards angle, and then swept the Uchiha's legs out from under him in one smooth flow of motions. Sasuke hit the ground hard on his backside, a pained grunt escaping him. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. Naruto stood 2 feet away from him with an understanding expression. "I don't know what it's like to have a family. I never had one, so I don't know what it's like for them to be taken away," Naruto confessed, his voice having some quality that grabbed all of Sasuke's attention. "But what I do know is this: having friends is the best feeling in the world. They give you strength to defend them, and in return they are there for you." Naruto extended his hand. "Would you like a friend?" Sasuke stared at the offered hand. A vast part of him desperately wanted a friend, but something held him back. Suddenly the words of his hated brother, Itachi, replayed in his mind. "You don't hate enough." Sasuke stood up slowly, ignoring Naruto's offered hand. As he started leaving the field, a confused Naruto called after him, wondering why he hadn't taken Naruto's offer of friendship. "You don't hate enough," came the reply from the black-haired boy. Sasuke headed off towards the empty Uchiha clan compound. Naruto's words had shaken him deeply, and he needed to be alone. The rest of the group watched the last Uchiha leave with confused expressions. "What did you say to him, Naruto?" Kakashi questioned, wondering what had possibly gotten under the black-haired genin's skin. "All I asked is if he wanted to a friend," Naruto replied, still confused by Sasuke's last words. What did "you don't hate enough" even mean? The team training quickly broke up after Sasuke left, the other members of Team 7 citing various reasons to leave. Within a few minutes, the only ones left in Training Ground 3 was Team 8. Kurenai pondered what could have caused such a reaction in Sasuke. She felt the expectant stares of her students. She mentally shrugged. She could think on the Uchiha's strange behavior later. Right now, she had students to teach. The next day, Team 8 filed into the Hokage's office. The Hokage looked up with a warming smile. "What can I do for you today?" Hiruzen asked kindly. "I would like to request a C-rank mission for my team," Kurenai requested in a formal tone, her voice cold and professional. Hiruzen sighed. He had been afraid of this. The Hokage looked Kurenai directly in the eye. "Do you think that they are ready?" The Hokage questioned the jounin. Kurenai nodded. "They are ready for a C-rank mission." She firmly held the Hokage gaze until he nodded. He turned and began to look through a stack of mission requests. "Ah, here we are," the Hokage said in a satisfied tone. "I found a good mission for your team. It's a simple bandit removal mission." Kurenai blinked in shock. While she knew that her students would have to kill eventually, she hadn't expected their first mission to be a kill mission. She sighed heavily. Kurenai paged through the mission briefing. A small village was being plagued by a small band of bandits. It was rumored that the leader of the bandits was a missing ninja, a ninja who had left his village and was declared a traitor. Overall, it seemed like an easier mission for her team. "We accept." As Team 8 left the Hokage's office, Kurenai instructed her genins to meet her at the western gate in 2 hours with enough supplies to last them a week and a half. The 3 genins quickly ran off, intent on gathering everything they needed within the time allotted. 2 hours later, Kurenai walked up to the western gate. As she approached, she spied her genins sprinting in her direction. Well, Hinata and Sakura were sprinting. Kurenai suspected that Naruto had gotten sidetracked again with his sealing scrolls. Ever since she had bought a sealing scroll for Naruto, he had been attempting to alter the sealing scroll, claiming that he could make it better. While she suspected that such a feat wasn't really possible, she had learned better then to simply discount Naruto's ideas. Kurenai shrugged. Naruto would be here shortly. As Kurenai, Sakura, and Hinata waited for Naruto, Kurenai asked the girls what they had brought for the trip. Hinata had brought a small camping tent, 2 weeks of rations, 2 changes of clothing, and various supplies for camping. She had brought along a normal set of kunai and shuriken. All in all, Hinata only carried with her 3 small sealing scrolls. Sakura, by contrast, had a large spacious tent, 2 weeks of home-cooked meals for the group, 2 sets of kunai and shuriken, several changes of clothing, and large amounts of rope. When asked about the rope, Sakura had launched into a lecture about the various uses for rope. As her speech was wrapping up several minutes later, Naruto arrived. Naruto, unlike the other members of his group, had taken to bringing everything he owned along with him, minus his furniture. It was much easier to simply use sealing scrolls and bring it all along than have it misplaced by the time he returned to his apartment. To that end, he had brought 2 weeks of ramen for the group, his changes of clothing, the 3 pictures he had of his friends, and several dozen kunai and shuriken. All in all, Naruto had 2 sealing scrolls with him. Kurenai, concerned that Naruto was carrying most of his weaponry loosely in a sealing scroll instead of in a proper sealing holster, asked Naruto what he had done with the holster the kunai came with. "What do you mean?" Naruto questioned, confused at what Kurenai was referring to. "Kunai come with holsters? You didn't get one when you bought them?" Kurenai questioned, concerned that her genin had gotten taken advantage of by some unscrupulous merchant. "Huh," Naruto replied, still confused for a moment. Then he understood in a flash of insight. "I've never bought kunai or shurikens. I've just found them on the ground, taken them home, and cleaned them up. Sometimes I've even gotten the high-quality ones," he explained. "Naruto," Kurenai said hesitantly, "why don't you buy kunai at the store?" Naruto said with a dismissive wave. "They don't like to sell me things. The prices seem to change a lot when I'm in the store. And eating at least once every day is more important anyway," he added silently. The shocked silence that followed was almost deafening. Each other member of the group was occupied with how they were reacting to the news. Kurenai almost couldn't believe that any store owner would do such a thing to a child. But that knowledge was secondary to her observation of Naruto-san as he recounted the unfair treatment. It hadn't seemed to bother him. Kurenai's eyes narrowed. This meant that this wasn't a new occurrence. Well, when she got back, she would have a little talk with the store owner. Hinata felt confused. In all her life, she had never experienced a store clerk ever give anyone a hard time. Often they would even give discounts to her father. The idea that someone would deliberately raise prices in their store for someone like Naruto-kun was almost foreign. She resolved to talk to her father when she got back. Sakura was angry. If she had been able to think logically about the situation, she would have realized that she shouldn't have been surprised by the store's treatment of her Naruto-kun. But she was surprised. As Sakura thought about the issue more, she wondered if all of the village, not just a few stupid ninja as she had previously thought, hated Naruto. So, Sakura wondered what she could do about it, because no one hurt Naruto-kun. Kurenai shook herself from her dark thoughts. There would be time for those later. She turned and called out to her students, breaking them from their thoughts. "It's time to go," she urged them. "It's your first mission outside of the village. I'll explain the mission as we head towards the mission's area of operation." With a shout of happiness from Naruto, Team 8 set off towards the mission. After a day of travel, Team 8 stopped to camp for the evening. After the group had set up camp and gotten a fire going, they naturally gravitated towards the fire to talk. As Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata conversed amongst themselves, they noticed that Kurenai, their sensei, wasn't talking much. In fact, she was staring into the fire with a troubled look on her face. Kurenai sighed as she stared into the campfire. She was confused, angry, and saddened. As she brooded about all of the information she had gotten today, Naruto's voice broke her out of her ruminations. "Kurenai-sensei, are you all right?" Naruto's tone had undisguised worry laced in it. Kurenai turned to her worried genins. She sighed again. She wished that they didn't have to take this mission, that they wouldn't have to lose their innocence this early. that they could remain young and happy children. Alas, it would not be the case. Do you know what mission we have been assigned? Kurenai began carefully. It is a bandit removal mission. She glanced at her genins. They seemed to be slightly confused. She sighed and looked away from her students to the fire once again. What a bandit retrieval mission means is that you track down the bandits that are causing trouble. And then you kill them. Her words hung over the group. Okay, Naruto said simply, breaking the silence after a few moments. Kurenai snapped her head to look over at him. He didn't seem to be taking the news poorly. In fact, he didn't even seem very surprised. Kurenai wondered, and not for the first time, who really was Naruto Uzumaki. Was the real Naruto a smiling child who met each day with unlimited enthusiasm? Was the real Naruto the unpredictable ninja who fought a shinobi who was his better in every way, only for the blonde to win a decisive victory? Or was it a young man who clung to his friends and would do whatever it takes to keep them safe? I should have expected this, Sakura began hesitantly, her face pale. After all ninja eventually have to kill. It's usually a genin's first or second C-rank mission that they make their first kill. She finished, seemingly taking some comfort in her knowledge. Hinata was frozen, Kurenai's words echoing in her head. She was going to have to kill. She was going to have to destroy someone else's life. They would die. As the words echoed louder and louder her skull, she began to feel lightheaded. Then a sudden thought stopped the echoes. Those ninja tried to kill Naruto-kun, didn't they? What if they tried again? Would I hesitate to stop them? Hinata shook her head at her thoughts, determination flooding her. She wouldn't be the cause of Naruto-kun getting hurt, ever. Naruto looked at his sensei after glancing at his teammates. Kurenai-sensei, we're ready for this. This is what we trained for. His voice conveyed such conviction that it bolstered the rest of the team. Looking at their determined faces, Kurenai's heart eased to a certain extent. She smiled proudly at her students. They were the models of the perfect students. She knew that she wasn't so mature when she was their age. As they prepared to turn in for the evening, Sakura realized something important. Naruto, where is your tent? She questioned, a suspicion growing in her mind. I don't have one, Naruto dismissed. Seeing the dark look on Sakura's face, he hastened to add, but I've slept in worse conditions than this. Sakura now looked angry. Naruto's eyes widened. What did I say? He wondered frantically. But then Sakura stormed up to him and grabbed his arm, making him flinch slightly. You're sleeping in my tent. There's plenty of room for two. Sakura hadn't made 2 steps towards her tent when she replayed her words in her head, her face flushing a bright red. What I meant was we are just going to sleep, in separate sleeping bags. She hurriedly clarified, not looking at Naruto. Huh? Naruto said confused, reaching up to scratch his head. What else would we do but sleep? And nothing, Sakura quickly replied, suddenly remembering to let go of Naruto's arm. Naruto got a quick glance at Sakura's face before she turned away again. Why was her face flushed? Naruto wondered. Maybe she had gotten too much heat by being close to the fire? Naruto resolved to make sure that Sakura didn't burn herself by being too close to the fire. Hinata watched Naruto-kun disappear into Sakura-chan's tent. She felt conflicted. While part of her knew that all they would do is sleep, another part of her wanted to turn on her Byakugan and watch the tent all night. Still another part wished that she had brought a bigger tent herself. Kurenai shook her head in amusement at another instance of her team's strange relationship dynamic. She then settled in for a long night of watching over her genins. Morning seemed to come too quickly for Hinata. It seemed that she had just now fallen to sleep. She was sure it had nothing to do with the fact that Naruto was sleeping in Sakura-chan's tent, and she most certainly didn't watch the tent off and on for several hours with her Byakugan. Although, she admitted silently, Naruto did have the nicest expression when he slept. Naruto stretched as he exited Sakura-chan's tent. Sakura-chan was still sleeping at the moment. Naruto figured that he would grab a quick bite to eat before seeking out Kurenai-sensei. A serious expression crossed his face. He really needed to talk to sensei before they set out for the day. Hinata froze at the door flap of her tent. Naruto was sitting eating food in front of the fire. But more importantly, he didn't have a shirt on. Hinata slowly backed into her tent, letting the flap fall. She concentrated, her Byakugan activating. Breakfast could wait. She had something more important to watch. Karina yawned. It had been a boring night. A sudden rustle of leaves to her left side had her reaching for her kunai. When Naruto emerged a second later, she relaxed, casually returning the kunai to her holster. She turned to Naruto and stopped short, seeing his serious expression. Given that this was the first time she had seen a serious expression on the blonde's face, she hopped down from the tree she had been resting in to give Naruto her full attention. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto began. When Hinata-chan and Sakura-chan make their first kill, you need to help them though getting over it after the battle. Seeing Kurenai open her mouth, Naruto guessed her question. I can't help them with getting over their first kill. Kurenai opened and closed her mouth several times. This wasn't what she had been expecting. Why can't you help them though their first kill? She questioned, remembering the Naruto had made his first kill less than a month ago. Because I didn't need to kill Mizuki, Naruto revealed. I could have just knocked him out, but he threatened my precious people. Naruto's monotone voice would have made Shino proud. Kurenai mentally reeled. Mizuki hadn't been killed in self-defense? Naruto, of all people, had chosen to take a life? Suddenly, Irika's words to her made sense. It was just before she entered the classroom to meet her students for the first time. Irika stopped her and told her something that would leave her very confused. Kurenai-san, you are to be Naruto-san's jounin instructor, correct? Seeing Kurenai's nod, he continued. Then let me give you one piece of advice. Never threaten his precious people. He had then left to go back into the classroom, leaving a confused jounin standing in the halls. Kurenai looked over at Naruto. She smiled warmly. Of course I'll be there for them, she reassured her student. Naruto sent her a grateful smile before he headed back towards the camp. Naruto-kun, Kurenai called out after a sudden terrible thought crossed her mind. Was there anyone for you after you made your first kill? Naruto's bitter smile as he shook his head almost broke her heart. The team made good time, making it to the village shortly after midday 4 days later. They had been quickly shown to the village's leader. He had given them directions to the last place the bandit group had been seen in. Team 8 headed out. 3 hours later, Team 8 was crouched on a hill overlooking the bandit camp. Hinata's Byakugan had quickly found the bandit camp from a distance once they had moved into the correct area. After they had reached the location that the bandits had been last seen in, Hinata had activated her bloodline. After several minutes of concentrating, she located the bandit camp several miles away. Kurenai carefully observed the camp. Since it was nearing evening, the bandits were starting to settle in for the day. 2 guards were posted at each corner of the camp, facing away from its center. Most of the bandits were either by the fire in the center or clustered around the several tents that were scattered around the camp. All right, Kurenai addressed her team in a low, quiet voice. Here's the plan. Each of us will be taking out 2 guards. After you finish that, we will use our most powerful area of effect techniques simultaneously. Then we will head in to finish off the survivors. The signal to use the jutsu will be the cry of a hawk. She paused, giving her students time to process the plan. If, she continued with a firm tone, you are in danger of being overwhelmed, spike your chakra. At that point, any team members nearby will come to assist you. She paused again. Any questions? Naruto looked over at her. Wouldn't it be better if I sent one of my clones with each person? Kurenai shook her head. While that normally would be a fine idea, the leader of the camp is a missing nin. We don't know his capabilities, so we can't risk him feeling your chakra spike as you create the clones. Naruto nodded, disappointed. He understood why he couldn't use his clones, but he still wanted to be there to assist his team if they needed it. He resolved to be on the lookout for any chakra spikes. Kurenai motioned for her team to meet her at the edge of the hilltop. After they assembled, she pointed out what set of guards each of the team was going to take out. After everyone indicated that they understood their orders, the ninja melted into the shadows. Kurenai moved silently towards her 2 targets. With a whispered phrase, her genjutsu took hold. She watched as the 2 bandits walked closer to her location, unaware that they were moving. After they passed her location, she swiftly moved up behind them. 2 quick slashes of her kunai later left them swiftly bleeding out. She quickly put the guards out of their misery. Hinata crouched near the 2 bandit guards she was supposed to take out. She swallowed before steeling her resolve. She closed her eyes, concentrating. A moment later she opened them, her Byakugan now activated. She peered closer at the 2 bandits, mentally planning out how to take them out without noise and how to minimize the pain they would feel. After a few moments, Hinata moved closer. When she got within range, she rushed the guards. Before they could mutter a surprised curse, Hinata struck with precise, pinpoint accuracy. Both guards collapsed at her feet, temporarily stunned. Hinata eyed their vital pressure points. She steeled herself, and she struck. Sakura peeked out at the guards she was ordered to kill. They seemed to have been there for several hours, and periodically shuffled from side to side. A plan was slowly coming together in her mind. She carefully made the hand signs for her most powerful genjutsu, taking care that her movements wouldn't be seen. If the bandits had looked behind them, they would have seen something terribly confusing. 2 more bandits, looking exactly like themselves, stood behind them. Sakura took a deep, shuddering breath. She drew her kunai. As soon as the guards looked away from her position, she charged. Her sudden movement drew the guards' attention towards her, but they didn't have time to react before she was next to them. Her kunai flashed, cutting deep into the first guard's side. As he crumpled over with a surprised curse, Sakura flung her kunai into the second guard's throat. She then frantically grabbed another kunai out of her holster as she spied the first guard about to cry out. Her panicked thrust with the kunai hit the guard in the throat, and she watched with a morbid curiosity as he gurgled wetly around the metal. Bile bubbled up in her throat as he slowly died. She purposefully avoided looking down at her blood-soaked hands, knowing that if she did, she wouldn't be able to complete the second part of the plan. And that was something she wouldn't allow. She wouldn't let down her team. Naruto watched the 2 guards, not impressed with their abilities. Had they been shinobi, he might have been slightly cautious. But he had hid from entire mobs of enraged ninja before, so hiding from 2 non-ninja bandits was ridiculously easy. Naruto flexed his hands. He slowly pulled 2 kunai from the holster, 1 for each hand. He flipped them to a reverse grip. Then he surged towards the guards. Before they could react, he sprang onto the surprised guards. 2 wet thuds sounded quietly as Naruto thrust the kunai into each of the 2 bandits' throats. Naruto twisted the kunais, ending the bandit's life. He carefully wiped the kunais on the bandit's clothing. He then settled back and waited for the signal, staying alert for any chakra spikes. Kurenai waited, adding an extra 5 minutes to how long she figured it would take until her students killed the guards. She had initially worried that her students would become paralyzed after their first kill, but then she had realized something. She trusted her students, trusted them to get the job done. After the 5 minutes elapsed, she raised her hands and gave the cry of a hawk. As the last notes of the bird cry faded into the air, her hands flashed the hand signs for her most powerful fire jutsu. A large fireball, about 4 feet wide, rocketed towards the center of the camp. A second after it exploded in the center, a large wave of water rushed through the camp. The bandits barely had time to react before several blades of wind ripped through the camp. Kurenai heard the crackle of a lightning jutsu off in the distance. She smiled. Her team was going to be all right. The jounin drew another kunai and headed into the camp, intent on finding the leader of the bandits. Naruto charged into the bandit camp, intent on finding Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, and Kurenai-sensei. He hadn't made it more than 20 steps before a slight flash of red and orange speeding in his direction forced him to dive out of the way. As he rolled back to his feet, he spotted the bandit leader charging in his direction. The leader flashed those several hand signs and brought his hand up to his mouth. Suddenly, a half-dozen fire bullets rocketed towards Naruto. Naruto hurled himself up into the air, his hands automatically coming up in a cross sign. Seconds later, a giant white smoke cloud engulfed Naruto. When it dissipated, the missing nin's mouth dropped open. 100 copies of the blonde ninja fell towards him. Desperate, he fired a veritable volley of fire bullets at the falling crowd. The sky was soon filled with white smoke and explosions of fire. As he fired the final bullet towards the last falling clone, a flash of movement in the corner, his eye had him dodging back by instinct, It was the only thing that saved his life. Naruto's hand swept past the leader's face by a scant inch, the blonde's hand glowing ominously. The leader skidded to a halt 5 feet from Naruto, his hands already on the last seal for his jutsu. A wall of fire bullets screamed out the missing ninja's mouth. The missing ninja could only watch in stunned disbelief as the genin charged the wall of fire. Naruto blurred. Instinct once again saved the leader as he instinctively blocked Naruto's fist as the blonde dodged the final fire bullet. The leader suddenly grinned. He grabbed the shocked genin's arm and wrenched it upwards, jerking the arm out of Naruto's socket as the blonde was thrown into the air. As Naruto flew over the missing nin's head, Naruto snarled and his hand once again glowed ominously. He slammed the glowing hand on top the leader's head. Naruto was blasted back by the sudden explosion that followed the instant his hand made contact with the leader's head. Naruto landed in a crouch, not taking his eyes off the missing ninja. When he had first conceived of his new technique, had never imagined it would be that messy. Naruto watched the ninja's lower half slump to the ground, the blonde's technique having blasted the leader's head and upper torso apart. Naruto grunted to himself in pain as he snapped his dislocated arm back into place. Then, he created another army of clones. Most of the clones charged off to take out the bandits, but several of them started looting any of the bodies they could find, the leader included. Naruto's sensitive ears caught the sound of combat farther inside the camp. He headed off in that direction. It had only taken 15 minutes for 4 ninja to turn a camp of over 50 bandits into a graveyard. Kurenai watched each of her students closely, looking for the signs of post-combat stress. She was relieved when she could only find traces of it in her students. Although, she admitted to herself, a large lack of combat stress might have been because 2 of her newly blooded students were very distracted by her 3rd student. Naruto had given them all a shock when he had shown up covered in blood. After reassuring a frantic Sakura and Hinata several times, he had simply pulled off his shirt to show he wasn't hurt. They had both promptly stopped talking, an obvious flush appearing on their faces. Naruto grunted unhappily to himself. His shirt was probably ruined. Now what was he supposed to wear until he washed himself off? He didn't own enough clothes that he could afford to dirty and possibly ruin 2 shirts. He sighed, resigning himself to walking around shirtless until he could find a place to wash off. He then perked up, remembering all of the weapons that he clones had gathered. He made a mental note to inventory them later. As Team 8 entered Konoha 5 days later, it was obvious that they had changed. While they were in part the same team as the one that had left the Leaf Village 10 days prior, they were also different. For they had made their first kills, marking them as true ninja. Every ninja's hands are stained with blood. During the trip, Team had grown much closer as the events of the mission had set in on the way back. It was obvious to everyone that Team 8 had been into the preverbal fire and had been forged into a cohesive unit. The members of Team 8 looked forward to the future together, secure in the knowledge that each member of their team was there for them. Kurenai stretched as she walked out of the shower. It had been an interesting 3 weeks. She mused as she dried and dressed for the day. She had originally had, despite herself, a few reservations when dealing with her team, especially Naruto. She still felt ashamed that she even entertained such thoughts. She found that Naruto was an honest, hardworking, slightly naive boy who cared so much for his friends. Kurenai doubted there was a limit to how far Naruto would go for his friends. As she had started training her team, she had originally intended to slowly ease them into the more intense training. That thought hadn't even lasted a day. Kurenai smiled as she remembered the conversation she had with her team after she had explained why they were taking it slow. "What?" came Naruto's disbelieving voice. "You don't want us to train to be the best?" Kurenai blinked. That wasn't what she meant at all. "What Naruto is trying to say," Sakura explained hastily, "is that we have trained harder than this by ourselves. We should be pushed even harder by you, our sensei. We can't afford to be untrained when we go on missions." Sakura finished, satisfied that she had gotten her point across. Kurenai was brought up short by Sakura's explanation. Was she really going to be hindering their growth as shinobi? She was silent as she considered what to do. After a little while, she spoke up, her words carrying a sense of finality. "All right, I'll train you all each day to your limit. but I will not have you exceeding your limit and hurting yourselves. She looked sternly at each of her students. Sakura and Hinata nodded, content with her reasoning. Naruto looked like he wanted to protest, but then a look of insight seemed to spread across his face. He nodded his acceptance. Kurenai let a proud smile appear across her face as she thought about how much her team of genins had grown in only 3 short weeks. Sakura had already mastered several D-rank genjutsus and 1 D-rank water ninjutsu. Hinata had mastered 2 D-rank fire ninjutsu and 1 D-rank lightning jutsu. She had also improved by leaps and bounds with her bloodline. Naruto had been the greatest surprise of them all. He had the rare high affinity for wind. While Kurenai had known a few D-rank and C-rank fire, water, and lightning techniques like all jounin, she had not known any wind techniques. Fortunately for her, Asuma Sarutobi was more than happy to help teach the young blonde several D-rank techniques. Originally, Asuma had planned on only teaching Naruto 1 technique, but Naruto had mastered it within the day. Asuma had challenged Naruto to learn 4 more techniques within a week. Naruto had mastered them all within 6 days. Now, Asuma was currently helping her teach Naruto several more wind techniques. The entire team had also mastered several basic movement techniques. Speaking of Naruto, Kurenai once again wondered what Naruto's secret training he kept disappearing to was. He had assured them, Sakura and Hinata more than Kurenai, his personal training was perfectly safe. She had originally intended on pointing out that Naruto's version of safe and everyone else's definition of safe were completely different things. But as she caught a look at Naruto's sparkling eyes and his proud smile, she could do nothing other than remind him to stay safe. She liked to think that her words had some effect on Naruto's reckless behavior. Kurenai frowned as she remembered that these last few weeks hadn't been all perfect. The main issue of her contention was the weekly team training between Team 7 and Team 8. The first time had started out all right with a simple introduction between teams. Once they had finished introductions, however, it took a sharp downturn for the worse. Kakashi had suggested a simple team sparring match to assess the 2 teams' level of teamwork. Not seeing the harm, she had agreed. Team 8 had practically slaughtered Team 7. While the individual members of Team 7 were skilled, they stood little chance against the all-but-flawless teamwork of Team 8. The members of Team 7 had broken up as soon as the fight started. Kiba and Sasuke had rushed Naruto, who defended himself. Shino had been left all alone and was quickly picked off by the combined efforts of Sakura and Hinata. Once they had taken care of the Aburame, Kiba had quickly went down to a combination of Genjutsu and Naruto's close combat prowess. Sasuke had foolishly attempted to burn Naruto with a great fireball jutsu. Naruto had dodged out of the way, and Sasuke was quickly taken down by the 2 angry female members of Team 8. Kakashi had hoped the fight would be an eye-opener for his team to learn why teamwork was important. It instead had a very different effect. Shino had slowly opened up to Team 8, especially Naruto. He seemed to enjoy the dual team training for that reason alone. Kiba had learned to curb his recklessness in fights to a certain extent, realizing that it just had made him an easier target. Sasuke was a puzzle. On the one hand, he progressed in training faster than the other members of his team, but at the same time, he didn't do it to learn per se. Instead, he seemed to have gained a new goal in defeating Naruto and, to a lesser extent, Team 8. While Kakashi had seemed satisfied Sasuke's reasoning, Kurenai couldn't help but worry about how far Sasuke would go to defeat Naruto and Team 8. Kurenai munched on her breakfast as she considered her team. It was obvious to practically everyone, minus Naruto, that both Sakura and Hinata had feelings that stretched beyond mere friendship. However, ironically enough, it seemed that Sakura herself was oblivious to the fact that she fancied the young blonde. Kurenai suspected that Sakura's obliviousness wouldn't last much longer. Tomorrow was their first C-rank mission after all. Missions like that tended to bring things into perspective. But first, today was another dual team training day. Kurenai sighed. May as well get this over with. Team 8 showed up to training ground 3 early, as per usual. Surprisingly, Shino was waiting for them. Shino, Naruto called out happily, "How's it going?" "It is going well," Shino answered in his normal monotone. "I am ready to start another day of training with your team." He paused for a moment and then asked Naruto hesitantly, "Could you make a few of your clones? I have an idea I wish to test out." Seeing Sakura and Hinata begin to frown, he hurriedly added, "You will not be harmed. Only your clones." "Sure," Naruto instantly replied, happy to help Shino. The young Aburame was quickly becoming someone Naruto would consider a friend. Naruto quickly looked back at his sensei for permission to go with Shino. Seeing her nod, the two boys made their way to the far side of the field. As they walked, Naruto inquired how Shino's team was doing. "If we were a hive, it would have torn itself apart by now, or starved to death," came Shino's blunt reply. Naruto grimaced. "That bad, huh?" "Yes, if it was allowed to have 4 genins on a team, I would request to join Team 8. Your team seems to be a productive hive," Shino replied, his monotone voice sounding slightly frustrated. "Well," Naruto scratched his head as he thought, "is there any reason why we can't have one more person on our team? It has always been 3 genins and a jounin instructor." Shino's voice sounded thoughtful. "But I can't see any reason why one more person couldn't be added to a team. It's not like we are attempting to add a second queen to the hive." "I'll ask Sakura-chan when we get back," Naruto promised. "She'll know if there is a reason why you can't have 4 genins in a team." Shino nodded as they both stopped on the far side of the training grounds. At Shino's gesture, Naruto created 5 clones. As Shino formed an insect clone, he explained the new technique he was trying to create. "You are aware of the insect clone technique, correct?" At Naruto's nod, he continued, his monotone voice becoming slightly animated. "Since our talk about creating our own new jutsus, I realized that I could make the Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu much more effective in combat." He paused as he motioned for Naruto's clone to strike his insect clone. "I realized that if I could have the insects attack the person that stuck it, the insects could instantly begin their assault." Naruto's clone punched the Mushi Bunshin directly in the chest. Immediately after the clone's fist hit, Shino's clone seemed to collapse onto Naruto's shocked clone. Naruto's clone dispelled a moment later when the several hundred bugs that had previously made up Shino's clone bit down. "Nice!" Naruto congratulated. "Good job. It's an awesome technique." Shino nodded his thanks. "And what of your new ninjutsu you are creating?" Naruto glanced around quickly. "Well, I'm working on controlling the newest one. I only lost 50 clones last time I lost control of it." Shino nodded. It wasn't easy creating new techniques, especially if you wanted it to be a surprise from your teammates, one of which could see the walls. After they finished testing Shino's new technique several more times, they spied Kakashi entering the field. They headed back towards the gathering group. As they grew nearer, Naruto heard Sakura angrily say something to either Kiba or Sasuke. A determined look crossed Naruto's face. He would find out today why Sasuke didn't like him. As soon as Naruto and Shino entered the group, Sasuke spoke up, his voice angry and determined. "I'll fight the Uzumaki today for today's individual sparring session." Before anyone could protest, Naruto spoke up. "I accept." Naruto's voice was filled with determination. Shino quickly looked between the 2 remaining members of Team 8. While he didn't really like having his chakra points blocked off, it was much better than simply being beaten into unconsciousness by Sakura. "I would like to spar Hinata-san," Shino professed, his monotone voice not giving any hints to his reasoning why he wanted to fight Hinata. "I accept Shino-san's offer." Kiba gulped and muttered quietly, "Well shit." He knew what was going to happen. He and Sakura would fight, she would catch him off guard, and then she would beat him into the ground until he surrendered. Kiba sighed. Life wasn't fair sometimes. He really couldn't go all out against Sakura, or Hinata for that matter. He liked living, thank you very much. Kiba was certain that if he somehow seriously hurt Hinata or Sakura, even if by accident Naruto would kill him, and he wanted to avoid dying. The fight order was randomly chosen. It would be Hinata versus Shino, Sakura versus Kiba, and finally Naruto versus Sasuke. Hinata and Shino moved to opposite ends of the sparring field. They waited for the signal to start. "Hajime!" Hinata immediately charged her opponent, her hands forming the seals for the fire jutsu called Blaze Spark. Shino, realizing the danger, sprinted across the field at a diagonal, outpacing the small fiery blasts from Hinata. Dodging another fire blast, he continued to sprint to the right. Suddenly, with a small pop, Hinata appeared in front of him with her hand already coated in chakra. Shino had no time to react before 2 of his chakra points were abruptly cut off. "I surrender," he called, still slightly confused at how Hinata had suddenly appeared in front of him. Hinata smiled apologetically and poked him twice more, reopening the closed chakra points. After she opened the second point, Shino inquired, "How did you move so fast, Hinata-san?" Hinata blushed slightly and shook her head. "I didn't move fast at all, Shino-san. I simply swapped places with the kunai Naruto had dropped earlier." "Ah!" Shino nodded in understanding. He had wondered why Naruto hadn't picked up the kunai when he had dropped it, but he had simply dismissed it. He would not make the same mistake again. As Hinata and Shino exited the sparring area, Sakura and a reluctant Kiba entered the field. Kiba had left his ninja dog partner, Akamaru, on the sidelines, for he didn't know any techniques that didn't do serious damage, and doing serious damage to his sparring partner was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. After they reached their sides of the sparring area, the match started in earnest. "Hajime!" Kiba charged Sakura, attempting to catch her off guard and hopefully force a submit. As he charged, he could see Sakura quickly forming hand seals. A wall of water shot into the air between Kiba and Sakura. Kiba grinned to himself and forced more chakra into his limbs. He couldn't wait to see Sakura's face when he burst through her water wall. With a mighty grunt, Kiba hurled himself through the water wall. As soon as he landed, he readied himself to attack. But Sakura was nowhere in sight. Kiba stopped and looked around in confusion. Where had she gone? Kiba sniffed the air. Suddenly, he caught Sakura's scent. It was directly behind him. As Kiba tensed to spin around, the cold steel of a kunai was pressed against his neck. He froze. "I surrender," came Kiba's voice, still terribly confused. As soon as he surrendered, he felt the kunai retract. He turned around, a quizzical look on his face. Sakura, seeing Kiba's confused look, explained how she had one. "After I formed the water wall, your line of sight on me disappeared. At that point, I simply used a genjutsu to blend in with the area so you missed me when you burst through the water. It was simple to maneuver behind you at that point." Kiba nodded. While his pride was stung, he realized that his own tactics had been turned against him. He resolved to fight Naruto next time, since neither boy used weak tactics such as genjutsu to win. As he and Sakura left the field, his mind was whirling with ideas of how to prevent this from happening again. Sasuke and Naruto entered the field, each with determination blazing in their eyes, although for vastly different reasons. After making sure both fighters were ready, Kakashi started the match. "Hajime!" Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan and hurled several kunai simultaneously at Naruto. As Naruto moved to dodge the kunai, the last Uchiha's hands blazed through the hand signs for the great fireball technique. He shot the jutsu directly towards where Naruto was headed. Naruto barely dodged out of the oncoming fireball, using a handspring to gain extra distance. Naruto skidded to the side and formed a few hand signs. A gust of wind shot towards Sasuke. The black-haired Uchiha dove out of the way of the attack, but he lost sight of Naruto during his dodge. As he vaulted to his feet, he barely managed to bring his arm up to block Naruto's fist. As he spun to gain the advantage, Naruto's words almost made him stumble. "Why do you not like me?" Naruto asked with a curious tone. "I can't think of really anything I did to make you hate me, other than beating you in a spar." Sasuke leapt back a few feet to put distance between them. Naruto's question had badly shaken him. For all this time he had assumed that Naruto disliked him as much as he disliked Naruto, but that didn't seem to be the case. For a moment, Sasuke wished he could tell Naruto how he felt sometimes. How the crushing weight of his responsibility to his clan sometimes seemed like a burden too great to bear. How he would awaken at night screaming as the scenes of the night his clan had died once again plagued him. How the village had started treating him like a prince right after his parents' death. How he had been brought up knowing that the Uchiha clan was the strongest, but that strength hadn't helped them against one of their own. But he couldn't tell Naruto these things, for he wasn't weak. "It's the fact that you are a clanless loser," Sasuke snarled, his voice rising as he continued. "You don't even have a clan. You're a nobody, and yet you still win against me. An Uchiha. Sasuke charged Naruto, determined to beat him. For if he couldn't beat a clanless loser like the Uzumaki, how was he supposed to ever kill his brother? As he grew near to Naruto, the blonde knocked his hand out of the way, slammed his hand into Sasuke's chest at an upwards angle, and then swept the Uchiha's legs out from under him in one smooth flow of motions. Sasuke hit the ground hard on his backside, a pained grunt escaping him. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. Naruto stood 2 feet away from him with an understanding expression. I don't know what it's like to have a family. I never had one, so I don't know what it's like for them to be taken away, Naruto confessed, his voice having some quality that grabbed all of Sasuke's attention. But what I do know is this: having friends is the best feeling in the world. They give you strength to defend them, and in return they are there for you. Naruto extended his hand. Would you like a friend? Sasuke stared at the offered hand. A vast part of him desperately wanted a friend, but something held him back. Suddenly the words of his hated brother, Itachi, replayed in his mind. You don't hate enough. Sasuke stood up slowly, ignoring Naruto's offered hand. As he started leaving the field, a confused Naruto called after him, wondering why he hadn't taken Naruto's offer of friendship. You don't hate enough, came the reply from the black-haired boy. Sasuke headed off towards the empty Uchiha clan compound. Naruto's words had shaken him deeply, and he needed to be alone. The rest of the group watched the last Uchiha leave with confused expressions. What did you say to him, Naruto? Kakashi questioned, wondering what had possibly gotten under the black-haired genin's skin. All I asked is if he wanted to a friend, Naruto replied, still confused by Sasuke's last words. What did you don't hate enough even mean? The team training quickly broke up after Sasuke left, the other members of Team 7 citing various reasons to leave. Within a few minutes, the only ones left in Training Ground 3 was Team 8. Kurenai pondered what could have caused such a reaction in Sasuke. She felt the expectant stares of her students. She mentally shrugged. She could think on the Uchiha's strange behavior later. Right now, she had students to teach. The next day, Team 8 filed into the Hokage's office. The Hokage looked up with a warming smile. What can I do for you today? Hiruzen asked kindly. I would like to request a C-rank mission for my team, Kurenai requested in a formal tone, her voice cold and professional. Hiruzen sighed. He had been afraid of this. The Hokage looked Kurenai directly in the eye. Do you think that they are ready? The Hokage questioned the jounin. Kurenai nodded. They are ready for a C-rank mission. She firmly held the Hokage gaze until he nodded. He turned and began to look through a stack of mission requests. Ah, here we are. The Hokage said in a satisfied tone. I found a good mission for your team. It's a simple bandit removal mission. Kurenai blinked in shock. While she knew that her students would have to kill eventually, she hadn't expected their first mission to be a kill mission. She sighed heavily. Kurenai paged through the mission briefing. A small village was being plagued by a small band of bandits. It was rumored that the leader of the bandits was a missing ninja, a ninja who had left his village and was declared a traitor. Overall, it seemed like an easier mission for her team. We accept. As Team 8 left the Hokage's office, Kurenai instructed her genins to meet her at the western gate in 2 hours with enough supplies to last them a week and a half. The 3 genins quickly ran off, intent on gathering everything they needed within the time allotted. 2 hours later, Kurenai walked up to the western gate. As she approached, she spied her genins sprinting in her direction. While Hinata and Sakura were sprinting, Kurenai suspected that Naruto had gotten sidetracked again with his sealing scrolls. Ever since she had bought a sealing scroll for Naruto, he had been attempting to alter the sealing scroll, claiming that he could make it better. While she suspected that such a feat wasn't really possible, she had learned better then to simply discount Naruto's ideas. Kurenai shrugged. Naruto would be here shortly. As Kurenai, Sakura, and Hinata waited for Naruto, Kurenai asked the girls what they had brought for the trip. Hinata had brought a small camping tent, 2 weeks of rations, 2 changes of clothing, and various supplies for camping. She had brought along a normal set of kunai and shuriken. All in all, Hinata only carried with her 3 small sealing scrolls. Sakura, by contrast, had a large spacious tent, 2 weeks of home-cooked meals for the group, 2 sets of kunai and shuriken, several changes of clothing, and large amounts of rope. When asked about the rope, Sakura had launched into a lecture about the various uses for rope. As her speech was wrapping up several minutes later, Naruto arrived. Naruto, unlike the other members of his group, had taken to bringing everything he owned along with him, minus his furniture. It was much easier to simply use sealing scrolls and bring it all along than have it misplaced by the time he returned to his apartment. To that end, he had brought 2 weeks of ramen for the group, his changes of clothing, the 3 pictures he had of his friends, and several dozen kunai and shuriken. All in all, Naruto had 2 sealing scrolls with him. Kurenai, concerned that Naruto was carrying most of his weaponry loosely in a sealing scroll instead of in a proper sealing holster, asked Naruto what he had done with the holster the kunai came with. "What do you mean?" Naruto questioned, confused at what Kurenai was referring to. "Kunai come with holsters? You didn't get one when you bought them?" Kurenai questioned, concerned that her genin had gotten taken advantage of by some unscrupulous merchant. "Huh," Naruto replied, still confused for a moment. Then he understood in a flash of insight. "I've never bought kunai or shurikens. I've just found them on the ground, taken them home, and cleaned them up. Sometimes I've even gotten the high-quality ones," he explained. "Naruto," Kurenai said hesitantly, "why don't you buy kunai at the store?" Naruto said with a dismissive wave. "They don't like to sell me things. The prices seem to change a lot when I'm in the store. And eating at least once every day is more important anyway," he added silently. The shocked silence that followed was almost deafening. Each other member of the group was occupied with how they were reacting to the news. Kurenai almost couldn't believe that any store owner would do such a thing to a child. But that knowledge was secondary to her observation of Naruto-san as he recounted the unfair treatment. It hadn't seemed to bother him. Kurenai's eyes narrowed. This meant that this wasn't a new occurrence. Well, when she got back, she would have a little talk with the store owner. Hinata felt confused. In all her life, she had never experienced a store clerk ever give anyone a hard time. Often they would even give discounts to her father. The idea that someone would deliberately raise prices in their store for someone like Naruto-kun was almost foreign. She resolved to talk to her father when she got back. Sakura was angry. If she had been able to think logically about the situation, she would have realized that she shouldn't have been surprised by the store's treatment of her Naruto-kun. But she was surprised. As Sakura thought about the issue more, she wondered if all of the village, not just a few stupid ninja as she had previously thought, hated Naruto. So, Sakura wondered what she could do about it, because no one hurt Naruto-kun. Kurenai shook herself from her dark thoughts. There would be time for those later. She turned and called out to her students, breaking them from their thoughts. "It's time to go," she urged them. "It's your first mission outside of the village. I'll explain the mission as we head towards the mission's area of operation." With a shout of happiness from Naruto, Team 8 set off towards the mission. After a day of travel, Team 8 stopped to camp for the evening. After the group had set up camp and gotten a fire going, they naturally gravitated towards the fire to talk. As Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata conversed amongst themselves, they noticed that Kurenai, their sensei, wasn't talking much. In fact, she was staring into the fire with a troubled look on her face. Kurenai sighed as she stared into the campfire. She was confused, angry, and saddened. As she brooded about all of the information she had gotten today, Naruto's voice broke her out of her ruminations. "Kurenai-sensei, are you all right?" Naruto's tone had undisguised worry laced in it. Kurenai turned to her worried genins. She sighed again. She wished that they didn't have to take this mission, that they wouldn't have to lose their innocence this early, that they could remain young and happy children. Alas, it would not be the case. "Do you know what mission we have been assigned?" Kurenai began carefully. "It is a bandit removal mission." She glanced at her genins. They seemed to be slightly confused. She sighed and looked away from her students to the fire once again. "What a bandit retrieval mission means is that you track down the bandits that are causing trouble. And then you kill them." Her words hung over the group. "Okay," Naruto said simply, breaking the silence after a few moments. Kurenai snapped her head to look over at him. He didn't seem to be taking the news poorly. In fact, he didn't even seem very surprised. Kurenai wondered, and not for the first time, who really was Naruto Uzumaki. Was the real Naruto a smiling child who met each day with unlimited enthusiasm? Was the real Naruto the unpredictable ninja who fought a shinobi who was his better in every way, only for the blonde to win a decisive victory? Or was it a young man who clung to his friends and would do whatever it takes to keep them safe? I should have expected this, Sakura began hesitantly, her face pale. After all ninja eventually have to kill. It's usually a genin's first or second C-rank mission that they make their first kill. She finished, seemingly taking some comfort in her knowledge. Hinata was frozen, Kurenai's words echoing in her head. She was going to have to kill. She was going to have to destroy someone else's life. They would die. As the words echoed louder and louder her skull, she began to feel lightheaded. Then a sudden thought stopped the echoes. Those ninja tried to kill Naruto-kun, didn't they? What if they tried again? Would I hesitate to stop them? Hinata shook her head at her thoughts, determination flooding her. She wouldn't be the cause of Naruto-kun getting hurt, ever. Naruto looked at his sensei after glancing at his teammates. Kurenai-sensei, we're ready for this. This is what we trained for. His voice conveyed such conviction that it bolstered the rest of the team. Looking at their determined faces, Kurenai's heart eased to a certain extent. She smiled proudly at her students. They were the models of the perfect students. She knew that she wasn't so mature when she was their age. As they prepared to turn in for the evening, Sakura realized something important. Naruto, where is your tent? She questioned, a suspicion growing in her mind. I don't have one, Naruto dismissed. Seeing the dark look on Sakura's face, he hastened to add, but I've slept in worse conditions than this. Sakura now looked angry. Naruto's eyes widened. What did I say? He wondered frantically. But then Sakura stormed up to him and grabbed his arm, making him flinch slightly. You're sleeping in my tent. There's plenty of room for two. Sakura hadn't made 2 steps towards her tent when she replayed her words in her head, her face flushing a bright red. What I meant was we are just going to sleep, in separate sleeping bags. She hurriedly clarified, not looking at Naruto. Huh? Naruto said confused, reaching up to scratch his head. What else would we do but sleep? And nothing, Sakura quickly replied, suddenly remembering to let go of Naruto's arm. Naruto got a quick glance at Sakura's face before she turned away again. Why was her face flushed? Naruto wondered. Maybe she had gotten too much heat by being close to the fire? Naruto resolved to make sure that Sakura didn't burn herself by being too close to the fire. Hinata watched Naruto-kun disappear into Sakura-chan's tent. She felt conflicted. While part of her knew that all they would do is sleep, another part of her wanted to turn on her Byakugan and watch the tent all night. Still another part wished that she had brought a bigger tent herself. Kurenai shook her head in amusement at another instance of her team's strange relationship dynamic. She then settled in for a long night of watching over her genins. Morning seemed to come too quickly for Hinata. It seemed that she had just now fallen to sleep. She was sure it had nothing to do with the fact that Naruto was sleeping in Sakura-chan's tent, and she most certainly didn't watch the tent off and on for several hours with her Byakugan. Although, she admitted silently, Naruto did have the nicest expression when he slept. Naruto stretched as he exited Sakura-chan's tent. Sakura-chan was still sleeping at the moment. Naruto figured that he would grab a quick bite to eat before seeking out Kurenai-sensei. A serious expression crossed his face. He really needed to talk to sensei before they set out for the day. Hinata froze at the door flap of her tent. Naruto was sitting eating food in front of the fire. But more importantly, he didn't have a shirt on. Hinata slowly backed into her tent, letting the flap fall. She concentrated, her Byakugan activating. Breakfast could wait. She had something more important to watch. Kurenai yawned. It had been a boring night. A sudden rustle of leaves to her left side had her reaching for her kunai. When Naruto emerged a second later, she relaxed, casually returning the kunai to her holster. She turned to Naruto and stopped short, seeing his serious expression. Given that this was the first time she had seen a serious expression on the blonde's face, She hopped down from the tree she had been resting in to give Naruto her full attention. "Kurenai-sensei," Naruto began. "When Hinata-chan and Sakura-chan make their first kill, you need to help them though getting over it after the battle." Seeing Kurenai open her mouth, Naruto guessed her question. "I can't help them with getting over their first kill." Kurenai opened and closed her mouth several times. This wasn't what she had been expecting. "Why can't you help them though their first kill?" she questioned, remembering the Naruto had made his first kill less than a month ago. "Because I didn't need to kill Mizuki," Naruto revealed. "I could have just knocked him out, but he threatened my precious people." Naruto's monotone voice would have made Shino proud. Kurenai mentally reeled. Mizuki hadn't been killed in self-defense? Naruto, of all people, had chosen to take a life? Suddenly, Irika's words to her made sense. It was just before she entered the classroom to meet her students for the first time. Irika stopped her and told her something that would leave her very confused. "Kurenai-san, you are to be Naruto-san's jounin instructor, correct?" Seeing Kurenai's nod, he continued. "Then let me give you one piece of advice. Never threaten his precious people." He had then left to go back into the classroom, leaving a confused jounin standing in the halls. Kurenai looked over at Naruto. She smiled warmly. "Of course I'll be there for them," she reassured her student. Naruto sent her a grateful smile before he headed back towards the camp. "Naruto-kun," Kurenai called out after a sudden terrible thought crossed her mind. "Was there anyone for you after you made your first kill?" Naruto's bitter smile as he shook his head almost broke her heart. The team made good time, making it to the village shortly after midday 4 days later. They had been quickly shown to the village's leader. He had given them directions to the last place the bandit group had been seen in. Team 8 headed out. 3 hours later, Team 8 was crouched on a hill overlooking the bandit camp. Hinata's Byakugan had quickly found the bandit camp from a distance once they had moved into the correct area. After they had reached the location that the bandits had been last seen in, Hinata had activated her bloodline. After several minutes of concentrating, she located the bandit camp several miles away. Kurenai carefully observed the camp. Since it was nearing evening, the bandits were starting to settle in for the day. 2 guards were posted at each corner of the camp, facing away from its center. Most of the bandits were either by the fire in the center or clustered around the several tents that were scattered around the camp. "All right," Kurenai addressed her team in a low, quiet voice. "Here's the plan. Each of us will be taking out 2 guards. After you finish that, we will use our most powerful area of effect techniques simultaneously. Then we will head in to finish off the survivors. The signal to use the jutsu will be the cry of a hawk." She paused, giving her students time to process the plan. "If," she continued with a firm tone, "you are in danger of being overwhelmed, spike your chakra. At that point, any team members nearby will come to assist you." She paused again. "Any questions?" Naruto looked over at her. "Wouldn't it be better if I sent one of my clones with each person?" Kurenai shook her head. "While that normally would be a fine idea, the leader of the camp is a missing nin. We don't know his capabilities, so we can't risk him feeling your chakra spike as you create the clones." Naruto nodded, disappointed. He understood why he couldn't use his clones, but he still wanted to be there to assist his team if they needed it. He resolved to be on the lookout for any chakra spikes. Kurenai motioned for her team to meet her at the edge of the hilltop. After they assembled, she pointed out what set of guards each of the team was going to take out. After everyone indicated that they understood their orders, the ninja melted into the shadows. Kurenai moved silently towards her 2 targets. With a whispered phrase, her genjutsu took hold. She watched as the 2 bandits walked closer to her location, unaware that they were moving. After they passed her location, she swiftly moved up behind them. 2 quick slashes of her kunai later left them swiftly bleeding out. She quickly put the guards out of their misery. Hinata crouched near the 2 bandit guards she was supposed to take out. She swallowed before steeling her resolve. She closed her eyes, concentrating. A moment later she opened them, her Byakugan now activated. She peered closer at the 2 bandits, mentally planning out how to take them out without noise and how to minimize the pain they would feel. After a few moments, Hinata moved closer. When she got within range, she rushed the guards. Before they could mutter a surprised curse, Hinata struck with precise, pinpoint accuracy. Both guards collapsed at her feet, temporarily stunned. Hinata eyed their vital pressure points. She steeled herself, and she struck. Sakura peeked out at the guards she was ordered to kill. They seemed to have been there for several hours, and periodically shuffled from side to side. A plan was slowly coming together in her mind. She carefully made the hand signs for her most powerful genjutsu, taking care that her movements wouldn't be seen. If the bandits had looked behind them, they would have seen something terribly confusing. Two more bandits, looking exactly like themselves, stood behind them. Sakura took a deep, shuddering breath. She drew her kunai. As soon as the guards looked away from her position, she charged. Her sudden movement drew the guards' attention towards her, but they didn't have time to react before she was next to them. Her kunai flashed, cutting deep into the first guard's side. As he crumpled over with a surprised curse, Sakura flung her kunai into the second guard's throat. She then frantically grabbed another kunai out of her holster as she spied the first guard about to cry out. Her panicked thrust with the kunai hit the guard in the throat, and she watched with a morbid curiosity as he gurgled wetly around the metal. Bile bubbled up in her throat as he slowly died. She purposefully avoided looking down at her blood-soaked hands, knowing that if she did, she wouldn't be able to complete the second part of the plan. And that was something she wouldn't allow. She wouldn't let down her team. Naruto watched the two guards, not impressed with their abilities. Had they been shinobi, he might have been slightly cautious. But he had hid from entire mobs of enraged ninja before, so hiding from two non-ninja bandits was ridiculously easy. Naruto flexed his hands. He slowly pulled two kunai from the holster, one for each hand. He flipped them to a reverse grip. Then he surged towards the guards. Before they could react, he sprang onto the surprised guards. Two wet thuds sounded quietly as Naruto thrust the kunai into each of the two bandits' throats. Naruto twisted the kunais, ending the bandit's life. He carefully wiped the kunais on the bandit's clothing. He then settled back and waited for the signal, staying alert for any chakra spikes. Kurenai waited, adding an extra 5 minutes to how long she figured it would take until her students killed the guards. She had initially worried that her students would become paralyzed after their first kill, but then she had realized something. She trusted her students, trusted them to get the job done. After the 5 minutes elapsed, she raised her hands and gave the cry of a hawk. As the last notes of the bird cry faded into the air, her hands flashed the hand signs for her most powerful fire jutsu. A large fireball, about 4 feet wide, rocketed towards the center of the camp. A second after it exploded in the center, a large wave of water rushed through the camp. The bandits barely had time to react before several blades of wind ripped through the camp. Kurenai heard the crackle of a lightning jutsu off in the distance. She smiled. Her team was going to be all right. The jounin drew another kunai and headed into the camp, intent on finding the leader of the bandits. Naruto charged into the bandit camp, intent on finding Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, and Kurenai-sensei. He hadn't made it more than 20 steps before a slight flash of red and orange speeding in his direction forced him to dive out of the way. As he rolled back to his feet, he spotted the bandit leader charging in his direction. The leader flashed those several hand signs and brought his hand up to his mouth. Suddenly, a half-dozen fire bullets rocketed towards Naruto. Naruto hurled himself up into the air, his hands automatically coming up in a cross sign. Seconds later, a giant white smoke cloud engulfed Naruto. When it dissipated, the missing nin's mouth dropped open. 100 copies of the blonde ninja fell towards him. Desperate, he fired a veritable volley of fire bullets at the falling crowd. The sky was soon filled with white smoke and explosions of fire. As he fired the final bullet towards the last falling clone, a flash of movement in the corner, his eye had him dodging back by instinct. It was the only thing that saved his life. Naruto's hand swept past the leader's face by a scant inch, the blonde's hand glowing ominously. The leader skidded to a halt 5 feet from Naruto, his hands already on the last seal for his jutsu. A wall of fire bullets screamed out the missing ninja's mouth. The missing ninja could only watch in stunned disbelief as the genin charged the wall of fire. Naruto blurred. Instinct once again saved the leader as he instinctively blocked Naruto's fist as the blonde dodged the final fire bullet. The leader suddenly grinned. He grabbed the shocked Genin's arm and wrenched it upwards, jerking the arm out of Naruto's socket as the blonde was thrown into the air. As Naruto flew over the missing nin's head, Naruto snarled and his hand once again glowed ominously. He slammed the glowing hand on top the leader's head. Naruto was blasted back by the sudden explosion that followed the instant his hand made contact with the leader's head. Naruto landed in a crouch, not taking his eyes off the missing ninja. When he had first conceived of his new technique, had never imagined it would be that messy. Naruto watched the ninja's lower half slump to the ground, the blonde's technique having blasted the leader's head and upper torso apart. Naruto grunted to himself in pain as he snapped his dislocated arm back into place. Then, he created another army of clones. Most of the clones charged off to take out the bandits, but several of them started looting any of the bodies they could find, the leader included. Naruto's sensitive ears caught the sound of combat farther inside the camp. He headed off in that direction. It had only taken 15 minutes for 4 ninja to turn a camp of over 50 bandits into a graveyard. Kurenai watched each of her students closely, looking for the signs of post-combat stress. She was relieved when she could only find traces of it in her students. Although, she admitted to herself, a large lack of combat stress might have been because 2 of her newly blooded students were very distracted by her 3rd student. Naruto had given them all a shock when he had shown up covered in blood. After reassuring a frantic Sakura and Hinata several times, he had simply pulled off his shirt to show he wasn't hurt. They had both promptly stopped talking, an obvious flush appearing on their faces. Naruto grunted unhappily to himself. His shirt was probably ruined. Now what was he supposed to wear until he washed himself off? He didn't own enough clothes that he could afford to dirty and possibly ruin 2 shirts. He sighed, resigning himself to walking around shirtless until he could find a place to wash off. He then perked up, remembering all of the weapons that he clones had gathered. He made a mental note to inventory them later. As Team 8 entered Konoha 5 days later, it was obvious that they had changed. While they were in part the same team as the one that had left the Leaf Village 10 days prior, they were also different. For they had made their first kills, marking them as true ninja. Every ninja's hands are stained with blood. During the trip, team had grown much closer as the events of the mission had set in on the way back. It was obvious to everyone that Team 8 had been into the preverbal fire and had been forged into a cohesive unit. The members of Team 8 looked forward to the future together, secure in the knowledge that each member of their team was there for them. Chapter 6. The Crashing Wave. Naruto awoke with a start. After he wildly looked around his surroundings, he slowly realized that he was in his own apartment, safe from the villagers that plagued his nightmarish memories. He grunted to himself, shoving the rush of memories back into the vault. Naruto grinned happily as he remembered what today was. Today was the day they got another C-rank mission. As Naruto started his morning routine, he reflected on the changes that had occurred in the last month since Team 8's first C-rank mission. Kurenai-sensei had stepped up training, teaching them new moves, combat tactics, and jutsus. Naruto could safely say he considered Kurenai-sensei his friend. Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan had also changed to a certain extent. He wasn't sure why, but they often seemed to sit a lot closer to him now, especially if the other girl was nearby. Naruto shrugged. Perhaps they were getting cold? It was, after all, getting colder as October approached. But that was not the only thing that changed. Naruto had, quite accidentally, discovered the secret behind the shadow clone technique. His clones remembered whatever their creator knew. And since a shadow clone could create more shadow clones, Naruto smirked. His clones had been spying on the ninja of the village, attempting to learn more close combat moves and techniques. When a clone discovered something new, it would create more clones to go practice the move elsewhere. And all Naruto needed was the final clone to report back to him to teach Naruto what they learned. And best of all, technically it wasn't training, so he could do that after team training days without breaking his promise to Kurenai-sensei. Speaking of Kurenai-sensei, her friend, Asuma Sarutobi, had brought the team that he had been training over for a team versus team spar once. Naruto chuckled as he heated his breakfast ramen. Team 10, Asuma's team, had lost easily to Team 8. Kurenai's tactics training had turned Team 8's nearly perfect teamwork into a lethal machine. Team 10 had some decent tactics and formations, Unfortunately, none of their formations could hope to match a close combat expert, a lightning-using Hyuga, and a subtle Genjutsu user. Naruto's mirth faded into a frown as he remembered a moment where he almost killed Shikamaru Nara, one of the genins of Team 10. The match had been going well for Team 8 when Shikamaru had snagged the blonde Uzumaki with his Kage Main no Jutsu. Naruto, suddenly having flashbacks to the last time that exact jutsu was used against him, had blasted the shadow technique's control off of him with a massive blast of chakra. His hand had automatically started glowing with an ominous glow without Naruto even realizing it. He had made it within 5 steps of the Nara before the blonde managed to calm himself down. The other members of Team 8, perhaps understanding Naruto's flashback, redoubled their efforts to take down the opposing team. Team 10 lost shortly thereafter. The ding of the microwave broke Naruto from his remembrance. It was ramen time. Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk casually smoking his pipe as Team 8 entered his office. He quietly sighed to himself as he saw Naruto's expression harden into an expressionless mask. He schooled his expression into a professional look as Kurenai approached. "Ah, Kurenai-san," the Hokage greeted. "What can I do for you and your team today?" "We request a C-rank mission." Kurenai's voice was cold, professional. Took all she had to not scream at the Hokage, to ask him why he let the villagers overcharge and whisper at her student. The Hokage nodded. He should have expected this. It had been exactly a month since Team 8 had their first kill mission. Eyeing the genins for a moment, he leaned back and smiled. It seemed that there was no lingering issues with killing. "Well," the Hokage began, "let me see what missions I have available." As he started to leaf through the mission requests, suddenly the door banged open. "Hokage-sama," the ninja who had burst and panted. "You have an urgent message from Kakashi Hatake." He held out a small rolled-up scroll to the Hokage with a bow. "Thank you, Natori-san," the Hokage said, before dismissing the message hawk handler. Hiruzen turned to Team 8. "If you will excuse me for a moment." As Hiruzen read the message on the scroll, his countenance gradually grew grim. Once he had finished reading, he set the scroll down and steepled his fingers, deep in thought. After a few minutes went by, he spoke. "It seems that Team 7 has gotten in over their heads. They received their first C-rank mission early yesterday morning. It was a simple escort mission. However, it appears that the mission was incorrectly labeled. It is now an A-rank mission." He paused for a moment, then he ordered, "Since you are Team 7's official backup team, you are going to be backing them up. You leave in 1 hour." He quickly wrote out a brief summary of the important information about the mission before handing it over to Kurenai. "Here is the new overview of the mission. I expect you to make all haste to the mission area." 1 hour later, Team 8 assembled at the East Gate. They had brought their traditional mission gear with one exception. The 2 female genins had made sure to bring a large luxury tent with them, as well as a few cups of ramen. Naruto had brought his sleeping bag. As Team 8 sped off towards the Land of Waves, Kurenai relayed the information from the scroll she had been given. The mission states that Team 7 was attacked by a pair of C-rank missing nins. After they dealt with the ninja, they discovered that the client, Tazuna, had lied about the mission level. Ignoring standard protocol, Team 7 continued on with the mission. "We are to assist Team 7 in their mission. It will count as a A-ranked mission for us in both pay and in our mission log." Kurenai glanced at her team. Their determined expressions relieved her to a certain extent. Team 8 would be fine. Team 8 made good time on reaching the mission area. When it was nightfall, they stopped to rest for the evening. As Naruto was starting the fire, Hinata spoke up. "Naruto-kun, did you bring a tent with you?" Her voice was a strange mixture of shyness, determination, and hopefulness. "Huh," Naruto answered, slightly confused. He hadn't thought about where he was sleeping yet. "Nope, I don't have a tent," he answered Hinata's strange question. In that case." Hinata's face grew steadily more and more flushed as she continued. Would you like to sleep in my tent?" Hinata's face seemed rival the campfire in sheer heat. "Sure." Naruto grinned happily. "I'd be glad to sleep in your tent, Hinata-chan." Hinata fought off the urge to faint when she heard Naruto's words. Sakura frowned. She was going to ask Naruto to sleep in her tent. "Naruto, Sakura asked with a forced casualness. Would you like to sleep in my tent tomorrow night? When the oblivious Naruto had agreed, she threw a smug look over to Hinata. Hinata, not to be outdone, quickly asked if Naruto would want to her tent the following night. Sakura, seeing her chance, suggested that Naruto alternate between the girls' tents. Naruto had agreed, figuring that the girls would get cold. He made a mental note to see about buying a 3-person tent so neither Sakura-chan or Hinata-chan would get cold. As Sakura watched her Naruto-kun go into Hinata-chan's tent, she suppressed the urge to run over to the tent and drag Naruto to her tent. While she knew that all Naruto-kun would be doing was sleeping, she also remembered how nice it was to sleep in the same tent as him. During Team 8's last mission, she had finally realized 2 important truths. She liked Naruto-kun, and Hinata-chan liked him too. Sakura had confronted the shy Hyuga soon after they had returned to the village. They had both agreed that while they were rivals for Naruto's affection, making sure they never made their blonde shoes between them was paramount. Team 8 made the 7-day trip in 5. They arrived at the client's house and Kurenai knocked on the door, using one of Konoha's secret knock patterns. After a few moments, Shino opened the door. Kurenai-san. Shino's monotone tone somehow portrayed his extreme relief. We were expecting you. Kakashi-sensei is on the 2nd story, 3rd room from the stairs. Kurenai thanked him and headed for the stairs, intent on finding out exactly what was going on from Team 7's sensei. Shino turned to Naruto and asked, with a hint of curiosity, "And how is your hive doing, Naruto-san?" Naruto grinned as he entered Tezuna's home. "It's doing awesome. I've been sleeping in a tent each night." Shino tilted his head in confusion, no doubt wondering why such an event was worth mentioning. Sakura, wanting to divert Boy from thinking further into it, quickly spoke up. "And how is your team, Shino-san?" Shino sighed. "My team is a terrible hive. The other members of the hive tend to fight constantly for dominance. Kakashi-sensei views this as team bonding." Shino shook his head. "It is not. The hive is slowly fracturing." He turned to look at Naruto, his voice taking on a hopeful tone. "Have you spoken with Sakura-san about a 4-genin team?" Naruto grimaced, before nodding. "Yeah, but in order to get a 4th member, it has to be specifically cleared by the Hokage." Shino's shoulders drooped for a moment. "Then I guess I shall have to stay with my current hive." His tone took on a trace of bitter pessimism as he continued. "With the Hokage receiving all of Kakashi-sensei's reports, I have no doubt that he is aware of the situation. So if chooses to do nothing, then I am stuck within this hive." Shino seemed to have completed his statement on his team status and changed the subject. "You are aware of our current mission?" Seeing Team 8 nod, he continued, "In that case, I shall introduce you to Tezuna's family. He has a daughter and grandson. Tezuna is working on the bridge, being guarded by Kiba-san and Sasuke-san." Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata followed Shino into the house's kitchen. Upon entering it, a pretty black-haired woman looked up from the stove. "This is Tsunami-san. She is the daughter of Tezuna," he introduced. He turned to Tsunami. "This is the team that I was telling you about. This is Naruto-san, Hinata-san, and Sakura-san," he said, pointing at each of the genins as he introduced them. Sakura and Hinata bowed in greeting. Hinata's bow was much more graceful than her counterpart. Naruto grinned and waved, his honest and cheerful demeanor disarming any fears Tsunami would have had. She quickly set the pan back on the stove and bowed back. "It is nice to finally meet the team Shino-kun was talking about. Welcome." She bowed again. "Would you like something to eat? I don't have much, but you must be starving from your journey." Hinata shook her head as she graciously replied, "We cannot accept your offer, Tsunami-san. We have eaten already today and do not wish to trouble you. We will gladly join you for the evening meal, however." Hinata's training in politics and social graces paid off once again as Tsunami nodded, content with Hinata's answer. Naruto grinned and said happily, "Kurenai-sensei's back." He frowned slightly as he continued to listen. "But she doesn't seem happy." His brow scrunched slightly as he attempted to further decipher Kurenai's mood from her footsteps. "She seems slightly mad and worried, but I don't think she is mad at us." "Team 8, Shino-san, Kurenai called from the living room. Could you come in here? We have some things to talk about. Shino turned to Naruto as they headed for the living room. Your talent with your sensory organs rival that of an bug. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. I've just trained them. Gotta be able to figure out what is going on before I see it. He explained, not exactly comfortable with Shino's honest evaluation of his skill. As they entered the living room, all of Naruto's embarrassment was wiped from his mind as he spied the serious expression on Kurenai's face. What's wrong, Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked, wondering how he could help her. Nothing is wrong per se, Kurenai began, being careful to not give the blonde any indication that she was hurt or in danger. Naruto had the tendency to hurl himself between his team and whatever danger was threatening his team. Even in training, it had gotten so bad that she had stopped using thrown weapons when she was sparring with her team. After Naruto had hurled himself into a kunai that was headed for Hinata, she had realized that Naruto would happily take any attack for his team. She didn't know why he was so intent on doing so, but it was a puzzle she would figure out. I was just discussing the events that happened in this mission. A worried look crossed her face as she continued. Apparently, just one day ago, an A-rank missing ninja by the name of Zabuza Momochi attacked Team 7 just before they arrived in Wave. He was intent on killing Tazuna-san. Kakashi-san was able to drive him off temporarily with the help of the rest of Team 7, but Zabuza's partner, a person masquerading as a hunter-nin of Kiri, was able to rescue Momochi. Seeing that Team 8 didn't understand the threat that Zabuza represented, she elaborated. Zabuza Momochi is known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. He was a member of Kirigakure's legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He killed over 100 of his classmates before he made Genin. He has a well-earned reputation for ruthlessness, cruelty, and violence. Kurenai's explanation left a cold silence in the air. After a few moments, Naruto spoke with a thoughtful yet serious tone. Shino, you saw Zabuza fight. What was his fighting style? Shino turned to the blonde, surprised at his serious tone. He had never heard such a tone from the normally exuberant Uzumaki. Well, he began slowly, shutting his eyes as he attempted to remember every detail. Zabuza likes to fight while hidden in his mist. He used a jutsu water release to cloak the area in a dense mist. He then was able to sneak up on us, bypassing even Kiba-san's hearing. Luckily, Kakashi-sensei was able to stop him. We quickly learned that in spite of the massive blade Zabuza wields, he is able to fight dexterously with it. After a few moments of fighting, he was able to trap Kakashi-sensei with the advanced water release technique. It functioned as a cage made of water. Shino took a deep breath, his monotone voice never changing. Sasuke-san and I were able to come up with a plan to distract Zabuza. Kiba-san and Sasuke-san would split his attention, while my bug clone would attack him directly. A slight inflection of pride entered Shino's tone. The plan worked. Zabuza was utterly surprised when my insect clone collapsed on him. He was too fast for my insects to incapacitate him, but it did allow for Kakashi-sensei to escape from the water prison technique. Shino's voice dropped back to his normal monotone. Kakashi-sensei was able to fight Zabuza to a standstill. However, before Kakashi-sensei could make the kill, Zabuza's partner knocked him out with several senbon. The senbon were so accurately aimed that Zabuza was put into a death-like state. However, my insects were able to detect that Zabuza was still alive. Kakashi-sensei fell unconscious from chakra exhaustion. We could not pursue the fake hunter-nin and also protect Tazuna-san. We regrouped at this house. Kakashi-sensei awoke briefly to inform us that Zabuza would not be able to try again to kill Tazuna-san for a week. Shino finished, his monotone never changing as he wrapped up his recounting succinctly. Naruto verbalized, his mind racing to come up with an effective strategy against Zabuza and his partner. The rest of Team 8 watched Naruto, knowing that he was the best one to come up with combat strategies. After several minutes passed, Naruto stopped scratching his chin in thought. I've got a few ideas, but they will have to be tested before we use them, Naruto said, before rising to start his testing. Naruto-kun, Kurenai's voice froze him. You aren't going out for training until tomorrow. You and your team have just finished a hard journey. But I'm not tired. You can't train until after dinner. Kurenai's voice booked no argument. Naruto suddenly grinned. Okay. Kurenai's eyes narrowed in suspicion at his easy acceptance of her order. What was she missing? Right after the Genins had left the room, her eyes widened as she realized it. Naruto wasn't planning on training. He was planning on having his clones train. Then he'd just copy them after dinner. She was about halfway out of the chair before she stopped. Honestly, this was probably the best she was going to get. At least this way, Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan wouldn't feel the need to train with Naruto-kun. Soon Tsunami called for the Genin. It was dinner time. Soon after Team 8 and Shino were seated, Tazuna, Sasuke, and Kiba entered the house. When Sasuke entered the dining room, he froze for the briefest of seconds before continuing to the seat he had picked out, the one away from everyone else. Kiba sat down in his seat and barely suppressed his annoyance at having to wait for his sensei. 2 minutes later, Kakashi slowly limped into the room. He settled into the closest seat to the door that had been thoughtfully left open. As the ninja started to eat, Sakura watched Naruto as he ate. She remembered how Naruto didn't really have any table manners when she had met him. But over time, she had shown him how to eat with manners. He still ate quite fast, but she figured that was mostly because he wanted to get out training. Nothing got Naruto more fired up for training than if he had a clear goal to surpass. Sakura frowned to herself. Speaking of training, she needed to talk to Ino when she got back. Sakura had looked extensively at the library for books to figure out why Naruto felt his obsessive need to block every attack that was thrown at them with his body. But she had come up with nothing. So Sakura figured she needed to ask someone who was trained in human psychology. As Naruto finished off his plate, another Naruto burst into the room. "Boss, I've got something that you'll want to hear." Naruto took the late bite of the food, finished the glass of water, and excused himself. As he entered the living room, his clone launched into its explanation. "So I got bored watching the other clones train and I decided to walk around." The clone's face turned grim. "And guess what? This town is super poor. They can't even buy a lot of food and clothes. I gave them all of our extra ramen, but it didn't really help that much." The clone's face screwed up in confusion. "But they thanked me." The clone's confusion was mirrored on Naruto's face. "But all you did was give them the ramen, right?" he questioned. "Yeah," the clone confirmed. "Ha!" Naruto scratched his head in befuddlement, his clone unconsciously mimicking him. After they couldn't figure it out, the clone moved on with his explanation. "As we were finishing up with giving out the ramen, some thugs came up and tried to take it from us. We beat them up and took them to the forest for interrogation." The clone's face grew angry. "Turns out, there's this rich guy named Gato who's trying to take over the land of waves. He's basically starving them. He's trying to stop the bridge from being completed. If the bridge is completed, his hold on this area will be broken." Naruto now looked very angry. "He's starving them?" he asked quietly, wanting to make sure he heard the clone correctly. "He is," the clone confirmed. Naruto was quiet for a few moments. Then he spoke, his voice having a note of finality to it. "Take a group of clones to the bridge. See if it would benefit from our help tomorrow. If not, see if we can figure out a way so we can help." "And once we complete the bridge?" the clone asked, its mind already figuring out the fastest way to the bridge. "We kill Gato," Naruto answered coldly. The clone nodded in approval of the plan before it headed out to fulfill its orders. Naruto turned around and headed back into the dining room. As he entered, he addressed Tazuna, ignoring the curious looks from the rest of the people seated at the table. "Tazuna-san, if I told you could have more workers tomorrow to help complete the bridge, would you use them?" Tazuna looked decidedly confused. Where was this young ninja going to get more workers? He knew that these ninja had seemingly otherworldly powers, but he was fairly certain they couldn't conjure more people. "Well, yes, I could use another few men. Why do you ask? Do you know how to get 10 more workers?" "How about 400? Came the shocking reply. Tazuna choked on his drink. As he looked up to congratulate the young ninja on his joke, he saw the blonde's deadly serious face. How could you get more workers?" he questioned, utterly astonished by Naruto's claim. You'll find out in the morning. What time do you leave for the bridge? Naruto questioned, still maintaining his professional tone. About 6 in the morning. The still confused Tazuna answered. I'll make sure you get the extra workers before then, Naruto promised. Naruto abruptly turned around and headed out to train. He only had a few hours before he had to sleep, and he wanted to make the most of them. The next morning, all of Tazuna's household was waiting for Naruto. At exactly 6, Naruto walked out of the house, yawning slightly. Tazuna's shoulders drooped. He didn't know what he had expected. Ninja weren't miracle workers. As he started head towards the bridge, Naruto's confident voice stopped him in his tracks. Hey, don't you want the extra workers? Tazuna turned around, preparing to yell at the young ninja for his cruel joke, the words dying in his throat as he watched Naruto bring his hands up in a cross sign. White smoke blanketed the area. There was a shocked silence as the smoke drifted away, revealing 400 clones of the blonde. As Tazuna gazed speechless at the army of workers, he felt something stirring that he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. As the next few days passed, it became increasingly obvious about the gap between Team 7 and Team 8. While Team 7 had powerful clan techniques to draw upon, that was all they had. By contrast, Team 8 had little to no clan jutsus, but they had some training in all of the various types of techniques. They had elemental techniques, a solid foundation in the shinobi basics, and perhaps the most solid teamwork seen in at least several generations. With Kakashi incapacitated, Kurenai took it upon herself to train both teams. Unfortunately, it turned less into training and more into a crash course on shinobi basics for Team 7. They didn't even know tree climbing. Speaking of tree climbing, Naruto had explained to his team privately one of his new techniques. He had gotten the idea when he was first being taught tree climbing with chakra. He had originally supercharged his chakra, as per his normal response to any new technique that required chakra. The moment his foot had touched the tree base, it had blasted a massive hole in the tree, catapulting the young ninja back several feet. As Naruto gazed in stunned awe at the demolished tree, a sudden idea blossomed in his mind. The technique had been born from that idea. Sadly, it took far too much chakra to be useful in combat for the rest of the team. But Naruto was determined. He would find a way for Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan to get powerful jutsus like him. Sasuke seethed. While he had initially been all right with Team 8 on this mission, that had all changed when he had heard that they had already taken a C-rank mission and completed it successfully. To the last Uchiha, it was yet another thing the clanless Uzumaki had beaten him in. Needless to say, Sasuke spent his days training until he could barely move. It had gotten better for him, however, once Kakashi was able to move. Kakashi, for some unknown reason, started training Sasuke alone as Kurenai trained the remaining members of Team 7, as well as her own team. On the 5th evening, during dinner, Inari, Tazuna's grandson, couldn't take Naruto's cheerful optimism anymore. Why are you so happy? He burst out. You all are just going to die. No one goes against Gato and lives. He then looked at Naruto, his eyes angry and his face spiteful. I bet you've had it easy. I bet you don't know what suffering is like. Naruto froze, countless emotions awakened within him by Inari's words. As he felt anger slowly winning, he abruptly stood and left the house, not wanting to be around anyone. As he ran, he felt his anger build. When he felt he had gotten a good distance from the house, he skidded to a stop. As he punched the nearest tree, he spat, with each word punctuated by an increasingly stronger punch. So I don't know suffering, huh? I guess starving wasn't suffering. I guess being gutted wasn't suffering. I guess being impaled wasn't suffering. I guessing fearing for your life every day wasn't suffering. I guess never knowing your parents wasn't suffering. I guess not knowing if they hated you wasn't suffering. Naruto finished with a roar, the tree crashing into the ground in front of him. Naruto's shoulders heaved as he took aggravated breaths. With a snarl, he brought his hands up in his signature cross hand sign. As all of his clones gazed at him with similar expressions on their faces, Naruto's hands started to glow ominously. On some unseen signal, all of the clones charged Naruto. He charged to meet them with an aggravated shout. Back at the house, Inari was quickly silenced by the 2 remaining members of Team 8. Sakura had risen halfway out of her chair before she caught herself. Hinata's eyes narrowed. Doesn't know suffering? The Hyuga spat out before calming herself. Tell me, Inari, do you have loving family? She continued calmly, but somehow her calm tone was 10 times worse than when she had raised her voice. Do you have to buy only the cheapest things because prices were raised for you? Do you have to bring all of your supplies with you so they don't get stolen or destroyed? The relentless questions caused Inari to tear up. Hinata drove the knife home as she practically snarled. Then you have it better than Naruto-kun ever did. Her final words drove Inari to run from the table, sobbing quietly. Is everything you said true? Tsunami tearfully asked, fearing the answer. Yes, it's probably worse than we know. Sakura answered, still having to remind herself that beating the client's family into the ground was frowned upon. Tsunami began to cry silently as her heart broke for the cheerful young man that had entered her life only a few days ago. Sasuke didn't know what to think. On the one hand, part of him was happy something broke though Naruto's cheerful demeanor. Another portion simply didn't care. Sasuke ignored the smaller part of him that wanted to find Inari and show him what real suffering was like. Hinata sighed. She wished Naruto was here. Her heart ached for him, imagining the pain he must feel, knowing that Naruto never even knew his family. She sighed again. If she didn't know Naruto wanted to be alone right now, she would be searching for him, mission or not. Sakura grunted unhappily to herself. While she knew that Naruto most likely wanted to be alone to hit something, or many somethings as the case may be, she still wanted to find him. She was sure that this was another of the strange Naruto problems, things she hadn't figured out. Sakura suddenly brightened. That was it. She could document everything she knew about Naruto so Ino could help. Sakura grabbed a piece of paper from her sealing scroll. She smiled smugly to herself. Never going to use a random piece of paper. Huh? Well, looks like I needed it. It was early morning when a black-haired girl in a pink sleeveless kimono entered the clearing in the forest. She let out a surprised gasp as she took in all of the devastation. Trees had been blasted apart. The ground ruptured. Tens of kunai and shurikens littered the area. And in the center of it, a blonde-haired boy, roughly about the age of 12 or 13, slept soundly, seemingly ignorant of the destruction all around him. As she got closer, she noticed several alarming details about the boy. Numerous kunai surrounded him, most of them still covered in blood. He was laying in a dried pool of blood, presumably his own. She noticed, with just only the faintest of blushes dusting her cheeks, that his shirt and pants were torn, giving glimpse of the well-muscled flesh underneath. Something silver glinted beside him. She moved closer to see if she could help the hurt boy. Naruto groaned as he slowly awoke. Everything hurt. He sat up quickly, only to let out a drawn-out "whoa," as all of the blood seemed to rush to his head. He scrunched his eyes shut as he furiously rubbed his temples, attempting to relive the pounding headache that had just appeared. As the pounding ceased, he yawned, stretching out his sore muscles that protested sleeping on the uneven ground. A shadow fell over him. He froze for the briefest of moments before he slowly looked up, flashes of distant, terrible memories threatening to break free of their confinement. Pretty girl stood 10 feet from him. She didn't look angry. She looked concerned? Haku was concerned, and more than slightly confused. She knew, from the ample evidence, that this blonde had been very injured recently, most likely last night. But here he was wound free. He even seemed to get over the blood loss headache very quickly. She wondered if he was like her, a bloodline user. As he turned his confused, beautiful blue eyes towards her, she detected a faint sense of fear in his eyes. Such a look seemed very wrong on his face, and she quickly greeted the boy, hoping to find out what caused his look of fear. "Hello," the black-haired woman spoke, her tone warm and welcoming. It soothed Naruto's flickering visions of old memories and brought him firmly back into the present. Naruto tilted his head as he looked at her. She had long black hair, a pretty face, and light brown eyes. Naruto, not feeling any ill intent from her, returned the greeting with his typical gusto. "Hello," Naruto grinned. "My name is Naruto. What's yours?" The black-haired girl was taken aback, surprised at his enthusiastic greeting. A moment later she found her voice, successfully suppressing the faint flush that threatened to appear at his handsome smile. My name is Haku. She bowed. Nice to meet you, Naruto-san. She paused, remembering her initial worry. Are you hurt? Huh? Naruto looked confused at her question. Why would I be hurt? You were laying in a pool of your own blood. She pointed out, now concerned that he had forgotten the attack entirely. She quickly tried to remember if she had any herbs that could help restore temporary memory loss. Oh, that, Naruto remarked, now knowing what Haku was referring to. He rubbed the back of his head in slight embarrassment. I just got carried away training last night, he explained. Haku blinked. She eyed the glinting piece of metal on the ground next to Naruto-san. Now that she was closer, she realized that it was a ninja headband. She cut her eyes back to the blonde. He wasn't making any threatening gestures or movements. In fact, he seemed quite relaxed. A sudden thought occurred to her. Naruto-san, is this not the first time you have awoken up in a pool of your own blood? Well, the first time from training, yeah. Naruto answered, slightly confused as to why Haku-san was concerned about this. But you are a ninja, correct? She persisted. Yep, I'm a ninja from Konoha, along with Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, and Kurenai-sensei, he answered proudly. Haku tilted her head, her face gone carefully blank. She knew that some ninja villages treated those with bloodlines poorly, but she had no idea that they would deliberately hurt a young vibrant boy like Naruto-san. Her eyes narrowed. If his village was doing such a thing, there was no way the blonde's team didn't know, which meant they were in on it. She flashed back to the terrible time when she was nearly killed, her mother's dead body beside her. They were going to kill her because of her bloodline. Naruto noticed his new companion slowly grow angry. As she did, the temperature seemed to slowly start to drop. Not knowing what was wrong, Naruto asked earnestly, "What's wrong? Can I help you?" Naruto's slightly deep voice broke through Haku's angry thoughts. She quickly realized that she had nearly lost control over her bloodline, if the decreased temperature was any indication. Haku quickly regained control of her bloodline, and ambient heat began to slowly affect the area again. Attempting to distract the blonde from the details of what just happened, she quickly asked, "Would you like to help me gather herbs?" Naruto nodded vigorously. Maybe he could learn something new. As the two gathered the herbs, Haku casually asked Naruto a few questions in between explanations of the many purposes of each herb they gathered. Naruto's answers were painting a very ugly picture. It seemed that he was not treated well in Konoha, perhaps even beaten. She, having experienced such hate directed to herself a long time ago, vowed silently to make sure that he wasn't abused by his team again. Then she asked the question that had burned within her for a while now. Naruto-san, why do you train? What makes you strong? She asked, her tone serious. I train to become strong to protect my precious people, so they'll never get hurt. Ever. Naruto's impassioned voice resonated deep within the brown-eyed girl, for she existed for the same reason. She sent a quick glance over at Naruto. A faint blush stained her cheeks as she watched his face scrunch up in concentration as he carefully unearthed the next herb. As he stood back up, she quickly turned away, lest he see her blush. She glanced down at her herb basket. It was very full, almost overflowing. She turned to Naruto once her blush was under control. Naruto-san, we have gathered all of the herbs that I needed. She bowed. I want to thank you again for helping me. It's no trouble, Naruto replied, happy to help out. He hesitated for a moment before asking, will I see you again? I hope so, Naruto-kun. And with those parting words, Haku quickly disappeared into the forest. Naruto glanced at the sun, attempting to estimate the time he had left before dinner. He had several hours to train still. Naruto grinned to himself as he brought his hands up a familiar hand sign. Sakura worriedly glanced at the surrounding area of the bridge. She was watching Tazuna-san today along with Hinata-chan. Hinata had gone to use the restroom and would be back shortly. Sakura, not for the first time today, silently cursed Inari. Why did he have to go and say those horrible things to Naruto-kun? She hadn't seen Naruto-kun in over 17 hours. Hinata was hurrying back to Sakura-chan when she noticed a mist rolling in from the water. She reflexively closed her eyes and concentrated. A moment later, she opened them, revealing her active Byakugan. As she looked towards the approaching mist, intending on seeing if there was any enemies hidden inside, she saw something infinitely more alarming instead. The entire mist was laced with chakra. Sakura-chan, the approaching mist is filled with chakra. Hinata cried out as she neared Sakura at a dead sprint. Spike your chakra. Right. Sakura quickly spiked her chakra several times in the prearranged pattern to indicate immediate distress. She hoped that the rest of the Konoha ninjas would reach them in time. Kurenai's legs burned slightly as she skidded to a stop in front of her two students. She hadn't pushed that much chakra into her legs in a long time. She slid a kunai out in front of her, keeping an eye on the mist that had almost reached the bridge. Beside her, she spied Kakashi do the same, his team also dropping into combat stances. She heard the two girls behind her ready themselves. Where are you, Naruto? She wondered worriedly, determinedly ignoring the part of her that was informing her off all of the terrible things that could have happened to the sunny blonde. The mist reached the bridge. The Konoha shinobi readied themselves for the coming fight. The white mist swept soundlessly onto the bridge, cloaking everything in its embrace. After a few tense moments, the Konoha ninja were able to pick up movement in their direction. Slowly, several figures walked out of the mist to stand opposite the Konoha nin. Kakashi recognized Zabuza, the fake hunter nin, and the two C-rank missing nin that they had faced several days ago. He did not, however, recognize the two other ninjas standing alongside Zabuza. Zabuza's rough, mocking voice rang out. I saw that you invited some friends to the fight, Sharingan no Kakashi, so I invited a few of my own. We wouldn't want them to get in the way of our rematch now, would we? Kakashi slowly brought his hand up to his slanted headband, sliding it up to reveal his active Sharingan. Everyone, leave Zabuza to me. Team up to defeat your enemies if you can. Haku gazed with relief at the Konoha ninja. She didn't see Naruto-kun with them. With any luck, she could take care of them before he ever got here. She stepped forward, moving towards the two kunoichi behind the female jounin. One of the large ninja Zabuza had brought with him charged towards the female jounin with a cackle, his face mirroring his glee at getting the chance to fight a Konoha ninja. The two demon brothers charged at Kiba, Shino, and Sasuke, intent on getting a revenge for their defeat from before. The last two missing ninja slowly followed the demon brothers. The bridge soon dissolved into chaos. The ninja attacking Kurenai swung his sword at her forcefully, forcing her to leap out of the way of the attack. He followed her, laughing the entire time. Haku stopped 15 paces away from Sakura and Hinata. I am sorry, but Zabuza-sama has ordered your death. She apologized, before bringing a hand up in front of her. As Sakura and Hinata watched with unbelieving eyes, Haku drew upon her bloodline, crafting Senbon out of pure ice in an instant. A second later, the Senbon flashed towards the two kunoichi. Hinata and Sakura dodged out of the way, once again thankful for the extra training they did with Naruto. Sakura quickly grabbed a kunai and charged her masked opponent, Hinata following a step behind. The battle between the three kunoichi raged fiercely for several minutes, the balance of power shifting from one side to another. Haku was more skilled than the other two, but their exceptional teamwork lent them a surprising lethality. Eventually, Sakura was able to get in a lucky cut with her kunai, and Haku knew she couldn't afford to not go all out. She leapt several feet back from Sakura and Hinata, warning them, "This is my strongest technique. Please prepare yourselves." Haku's chakra spiked. The temperature plummeted. Snow began to fall. Then, with a sound similar to rushing water, 21 mirrors made of ice surrounded the two genins from Team 8. A moment later, all of them reflected Haku, seemingly housing the kunoichi in each mirror. As Hinata and Sakura watched in shock, Haku formed more Senbon. And then all of the reflections drew their arms back. And they threw. As this was all happening, Naruto felt the chakra spike in the distance. Sakura-chan, she's in trouble. He snapped his head in the direction that he had felt the chakra spike come from, and raced off. Within a few minutes of frantic running, he spotted Tezuna's house in the distance. His eyes widened as he saw two men with swords slowly advancing on Tsunami. Naruto's eyes hardened. Not today. Not on my watch. Waraji advanced on the black-haired woman. Gato had ordered him and his partner Zori to take out Tezuna's family. But nothing said they couldn't take their time and enjoy the family's hospitality first. He let out a cruel chuckle, relishing the woman's flinch. A sudden wet gurgle behind him caused him to freeze. He spun around, starting to draw his sword as he turned. He didn't have time to react before there was a blur and then pain erupted in his chest. He slowly looked down and stared with stunned shock at the kunai buried in his chest. As he watched the kunai with stunned fascination, a flicker of moment caught his eye. He looked up just in time to see a kunai flash towards his head. Naruto ignored the wet thud as the second thug hit the ground. A kunai buried in the thug's skull. He summoned 2 clones. Take Tsunami and Inari to someplace safe. Take the thug's swords with you, he ordered before rushing off. The clone turned to his fellow clone and nodded towards the dead thugs. While his fellow clone was gathering up the swords, he approached the pale Tsunami. Tsunami-san, do you have someplace to go that is safe? He questioned, seemingly laid back despite the situation. Why yes, to their we can go to a friend's H-house nearby. Tsunami stuttered, badly rattled by the traumatic events that had just occurred. Naruto rushed towards the battle, pushing more and more chakra into his legs. He ignored the dull burning sensation as he sped his way towards the bridge. In what seemed to him like a lifetime, he reached the bridge. In the distance, he spotted a massive dome of mirrors, made of ice. He sprinted towards it when he caught a glimpse of pink. Haku looked sadly down at the 2 Kunoichi below her. They were good, she freely admitted, but they never stood a chance when she had activated her demonic mirroring ice crystal technique. Haku was simply too fast for them to dodge her attacks, and the ice mirrors were too strong to break. Seeing that the Kunoichi were fighting to remain standing, she readied another barrage of senbon. She threw. Sakura flinched, bringing up her arm in a fruitless gesture to protect her face as the fake Hunter Nin threw a dozen senbon her direction. The sound of the senbon hitting flesh sounded out. Surprisingly, Sakura realized she didn't feel any pain. She slowly lowered her arm. She immediately spotted the Hunter Nin looking over at something to her right in shock. She glanced over, her hand coming up to her mouth with a horrified gasp. Haku stared at Naruto's unmoving form in stunned shock. She had aimed for the 2 Kunoichi's non-vital areas, seeking to put them in a death-like state. But, in a blur of orange, Naruto-kun had suddenly appeared in front of the 2 Konoha ninja, shielding them from the senbon. He had skidded lifelessly to the side after the dozen razor-sharp needles pierced his body. With mounting panic, she quickly snapped several senbon into each of the opposing Kunoichi's necks, placing them in a death-like state. She rushed to the mirror closest to Naruto, praying that she wasn't too late. A massive blast of red chakra knocked her back. She quickly flashed to a mirror on the upper section of the dome, hoping to get an idea of what was going on. Fear began to trickle down her spine as she watched Naruto slowly stand up, the sunbon popping out of his wounds with soft pings as they healed rapidly. She watched as the whiskers on the blonde's face thickened, and his posture began to hunch, becoming vaguely reminiscent of some great predator. The dark red chakra swirled around Naruto as his nails grew into wickedly sharp claws. His muscles seemed to increase in size, and Naruto's beautiful blue eyes turned a baleful red. Then, with a terrible hissing sound, the red chakra flowed back into Naruto. You killed Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. I'm gonna kill you. Naruto's snarled threat made the icy fingers of utter fear wrap around Haku's spine. The killing intent of the enraged blonde practically crushed the Kunoichi into the ground. A cold sweat broke out on her brow. What is he? She wondered in panic. Suddenly, the feral blonde's head snapped in her direction. With a sudden jolt of terror, Haku realized that Naruto could see what mirror she was actually in. She barely reacted in time to flash to another mirror, as Naruto streaked towards the ice mirror. A shocked gasp of terror and surprise escaped her as she watched her unbreakable mirror shatter like glass as Naruto's fist smashed into it. She desperately dived at him from above, hoping to knock him out, hoping to fix this terrible mess she had made. She was suddenly jerked to a stop, Naruto's crushing grip on her hand preventing her from touching him. A second later, a heavy fist smashed into her mask, driving her through the empty spot in her ice mirrors. Haku slowly stood up, feeling her cracked mask slowly slide off her face. She heard all of her remaining ice mirrors shatter. She closed her eyes as the feral blonde charged towards her. She really was a useless tool after all, she reflected sadly. Why? Naruto's heartbreaking voice asked, his red eyes reflecting rage and hurt confusion. Haku's eyes flew open. She could still fix this. Naruto-kun, listen to me. They aren't dead, she shouted desperately. I put them in a death-like state. You mean they are alive? Naruto's voice fluctuated between the dark tone and his hopeful one. Yes, if you take me to them, I'll heal them. Naruto rushed over to Haku, not noticing her broken arm or bruised face. He quickly rushed the black-haired kunoichi over to his downed friends. Haku moved swiftly, quickly taking the senbon out of the two kunoichi she had hurt. As soon as she had finished with Sakura, Naruto pulled the pink-haired girl into his lap, needing to reassure himself that she was alive. As Haku finished pulling the last senbon out of Hinata, the sounds of clapping echoed over the suddenly silent bridge. Well, well, the short businessman known as Gato began. Looks like you ninja are all tired out, he chuckled to himself. Luckily, I wasn't planning on paying any of you anyway. Seeing that there was several ninjas still up, he turned to the small army of thugs behind him. All right, you know the drill. You kill the ninja, and you get paid. Spotting the fallen kunoichi in the distance, he sweetened the deal. In fact, the people that land a killing blow get a first go at the ninja girls. Gato's satisfied laughter was abruptly stifled as he watched the blonde ninja slowly turn his head in Gato's direction. The blonde slowly looked down at Sakura. He placed her gently on the ground. And for the first time in his life, Naruto hated. Chapter 7. A Predator Among Men. The crushing, choking presence of the terrible killing intent was what brought everything to a screeching halt. All eyes were on the Uzumaki, as a shroud of dark, blood-red chakra slowly engulfed him. It slowly bubbled from his skin, forming the recognizable shape of a fox outside of his own. The blonde's hair grew spikier, his nails grew into sharp claws, his eyes began to glow a baleful red. Naruto's gums bled briefly as his teeth grew into small fangs. He hunched over onto all fours, reminding all those present of some great animal. The dark red chakra cloak fully enveloped the blonde. The air went still, and suddenly, a tail, made of pure red chakra, burst from the cloak. Malicious killing intent crushed the army of thugs. And everyone knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that a predator had awakened. As the Jinchuriki slowly looked up to glare at the army of thugs, they took several steps back. Many of them lost control of their bodily functions. Several of the thugs died instantly as their weakened hearts failed them. They were the lucky ones. It seemed like a moment that stretched on forever, the predator gazing at his prey. Kill, 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 mame, kill, kill, kill. These thoughts echoed in Naruto's skull, whispers of death and annihilation. Naruto obeyed. There was a red blur and then the first thug died. Naruto ripped his clawed hand out of the thug's chest, blood fountaining as the human fell. Then the Uzumaki blurred. What happened next could only be described as a slaughter, a massacre. The thugs died as Naruto smashed, tore, pierced, and slashed his way through the mob. Blood began to flow like water, painting the scene in horrifying red. Naruto would blur from one target to the next, never making the same attack in a row. He slashed one target, opening them up from hip bone to shoulder, only to snap the next one's neck. From there, he tore off a screaming thug's arm, only to hurl the next person into several of his friends, only to savagely pounce on the entire group. The tail of the cloak was not idle. It smashed, pierced, and tore its way through the thugs that tried to kill the monster in their midst. Screams echoed across the expanse of the bridge. Several of the thugs got in a lucky strike, but their elation at hitting the demon soon faded into pure terror as they watched the wounds they inflicted heal within seconds. Then, they died as the enraged blonde tore them apart, sometimes with their own weapons. Some thugs tried to escape, but there was no running from their crimes. The glowing red tail would lash out, grab the fleeing criminal, and drag them screaming back into the massacre. Soon the remaining thugs formed a back-to-back circle. They wouldn't let the monster get them. As the blonde stalked towards them, Terror rose in their hearts. Horror turned their blood to ice. And then one of them broke. He charged the Jinchuriki, screaming incoherently. His headless body tumbled to the ground a moment later. Then the blonde charged. The last thug slammed into the ground with a sloshing thud. Gato stared at the demon that was slowly approaching him with undisguised terror. Each footfall seemed to echo across the water, bringing new waves of fear with every step. Gato was paralyzed, horror chaining him to the ground. Naruto approached. Die! The blonde growled, his voice a predatory snarl. Gato had no chance to react before Naruto slammed his hand into the businessman's abdomen. Gato screamed as the caustic red chakra began to slowly eat away inside. As Gato's screams fell into whimpers, the Jinchuriki brutally ripped his hand out. Gato fell to his knees, staring numbly at the smoking hole in his stomach. Naruto grabbed the top of Gato's head, his claws slightly digging in. Gato's eyes watered as he felt the warm blood trickle down his face. The Uzumaki's hand began to glow. His hand twitched. Gato's head exploded. A moment after the businessman's headless body slumped over, the chakra cloak slowly receded, pulling back inside Naruto's skin. Naruto slowly became aware of the world around him. The red mist that had covered his mind faded. As the blackness swallowed him, he managed to catch one glimpse of the utter carnage surrounding him. Kakashi let out a pained gasp of relief. His students had been knocked out by the sudden blast of killing intent from Naruto. He hoped they had been rendered unconscious before they could get more than a glimpse of Naruto's Jinchuriki status. He clutched the bleeding wound in his stomach as he watched all of the carnage committed by the blonde with grim expression. Has the seal broke? He wondered frantically, mentally preparing himself to fight the seemingly crazed blonde. His eyes widened as he saw the eternally cheerful blonde coldly execute the businessman Gato. As he watched the chakra cloak fade from Naruto, he could only watch helplessly as the blonde fell backwards, towards the blood-soaked bridge. Suddenly, at the last second, Kurenai was there, saving Naruto from splashing into the defiled ground. Kakashi let out a slightly wheezing sigh of relief. He knew that he would have been no match for Naruto with his wounds. Zabuza had been good, very good. The jounin doubted he would have won, or even survived, without his implanted Sharingan. Kurenai clutched her student to her chest, ignoring the stench of blood and gore around her. She cursed herself for taking so long in fighting her opponent. Had she been faster, Naruto wouldn't have been driven to take such drastic measures to keep his friends safe. She stood up, carrying the blonde in her arms. He was surprisingly light for his size. She headed towards the rest of her team. Haku watched the red-eyed woman holding Naruto approach. The woman seemed to be holding the blonde tenderly, so Haku let her approach without a fight. Haku went back to her previous job of caring for the two girls that Naruto-kun cared so much about in an effort to expunge some of the tremendous guilt building inside. It was all her fault they were hurt like this, and if she hadn't hurt them, Naruto wouldn't have had to use that terrible chakra. Kurenai wirily approached the black-haired girl. She recognized her as the fake Hunter Nin from before, but the girl seemed to be remorseful of her actions. After Kurenai carefully laid Naruto on the ground next to the rest of his team, making sure to keep a watchful eye on the black-haired girl, the red-eyed jounin spoke. I don't know what your intentions are, but thank you for healing my team. Haku nodded. It was the least I could do after I caused this mess. She shook her head sadly. A tool shouldn't make such terrible mistakes. The ice user suddenly gave a start. Zabuza-sama. She looked around wildly, attempting to find her beloved master. Spying a familiar body in the distance, she gave a cry of worry and rushed to investigate. Zabuza chuckled to himself as he looked up at the blue sky above him. It was ironic, he mused, that he was going to die here, alone, because he ordered his tool, Haku, away from his side. He chuckled again. It seemed like the old adage that you only realized what something meant to you after it was gone was true after all. He sighed. Hatake good, he admitted, very good. A bit dull around the edges, but strong enough it seemed. He silently cursed Hatake's eye. That damn Sharingan made it so hard to get a good shot in. But the Uzumaki was a surprise. He had thought they had all died out years ago. Granted, the young ninja was a blonde instead of a redhead, but there could be no mistaking that chakra signature. Plus, that instinct to protect at all costs was classic Uzumaki behavior. A gasp of horrified shock brought him out of his musings. "Zabuza-sama, you're hurt," Haku's scared and horrified voice cried. Let me heal you. I can make you better." The black-haired girl tried to frantically stop the flow of blood from the gaping hole in his chest. Tears spilled down her cheeks as her hands glowed a bright green, attempting to halt the inevitable. "Stop!" Zabuza's voice halted Haku's panicked ministrations. "You can't stop the inevitable. I'm dying. Nothing can change that now. Instead, listen." "Oh, of CC course? Zabuza-sama," Haku cried, attempting to stifle the flow of the tears pouring down her face. Zabuza brought a slightly shaking hand up to her tear-streaked face. "Haku," he began, his dark voice softer than she had ever heard it. "I want you to listen to me. I was a hypocrite. All these years I spoke of the flaws of the ninja system, how they just used and abused you until you're all used up. But here I am doing the same thing. I treated you like a tool, not a person." He paused to giving a hacking cough, Haku flinching with every heave. "So what I want you to do is live your life. Live it how you want to." "But I want to serve you," Haku cried, her tears renewing their course down her pretty face. She looked so distraught and lost that Zabuza's heart, the one he believed he killed off years ago, broke. "Look," he said awkwardly, "if you really want someone to serve, then serve the Uzumaki." He struggled to lift his broken blade to his chest. Eventually succeeding, he gave another hacking cough, his eyes watering. "It's just the dust," he told himself. "Now go," Zabuza ordered roughly, blood beginning to fill his throat. "And don't look back." Haku heaved herself up and slowly staggered away from Zabuza, her beloved Zabuza-sama. When she heard Zabuza gasp one last time before going silent, knees buckled. Her keening sobs of anguish echoed across the water. Kakashi kept an eye on the sobbing girl as his hands blurred in the recognizable hand signs for the mystic palm healing technique. He withheld a groan of exhaustion as he felt his already significantly exhausted chakra supplies take another drain as he healed himself. While the large cuts he had taken weren't instantly life-threatening, they decreased his level of combat readiness significantly enough that it was worth the extra risk of using chakra to heal it. Once he finished healing himself, he risked a quick glance back at his team of students. They all seemed to be fine, but he's sure that they, or at least Shino, would have some very difficult questions for him soon enough. He quietly bemoaned the fact that he hadn't gotten a genin that would just accept everything on good faith. A quick look to him that Kurenai's female ninja, Hanuro-san and Hyuga-san, had awoken up. It appeared that the female jounin was having quite a bit of trouble with convincing them that Naruto was fine. He felt his mouth twitch into a bittersweet smile as he was reminded of his genin team. A long time ago. He felt his mood take a downturn as he remembered what happened to his genin team. He sighed and resumed his vigil on the ice user. He knew firsthand how lethal a situation could be if someone panicked. Naruto slowly became aware of water. He was laying it. His eyes snapped open as he bolted awake. He looked around, carefully listening for any dangerous sounds. It appeared that he was in some kind of sewer. Pipes ran along the walls, pumping some pulsing liquid around the sewer. "How did I get here?" he wondered. Naruto slowly stood and wandered over to the pipes to investigate them. There were 2 pipes on the wall. One blue, the other red. The blue pipe glowed with a welcoming glow, somehow feeling like a well-worn pair of shoes. It was comfortable, feeling like a calm day after training. By contrast, the red pipe felt like raw power, like nothing was impossible. No feat too great, but beneath that lurked danger. It contained the deepest malice he had ever felt. If the blue pipe felt like a pair of shoes, then the red felt like the sharpest knife. It was simultaneously alluring and terrifying. Naruto slowly backed away from the pipes and continued to look around. The massive sewer seemed to stretch on infinitely in both directions. With nothing better to do, Naruto picked a direction with a shrug and headed off. After traveling for what seemed like a lifetime, he spied an opening in the distance. Having grown tired of the endless sewers, Naruto headed towards the opening. It suddenly opened up into a massive cavern. Craning his head after he entered, He could barely see the ceiling way above him. He became aware of a massive cage on the far end of the cavern. So massive, in fact, that Naruto had no idea how he had missed it when he had first arrived. He slowly approached the cage door. As Naruto grew closer, he quickly realized that the cage didn't have a lock on it. Instead, the two massive doors seemed to be held by some large paper with seals on it. Naruto took another step forward to look closer at the seal. A giant eye opened inside the cage. A rumbling deep chuckle echoed throughout the chamber, as if the largest lungs Naruto could ever conceive of had found something amusing. Naruto took a step back as the eye moved upwards, as if the massive creature that was the eye's owner was slowly standing up. Then the creature walked forward, and Naruto Uzumaki was the first person to behold the Kyuubi no Yoko in 12 years. So my container finally manages to find his way to me, the Kyuubi stated, its voice booming throughout the chamber. Naruto stood his ground. So you're the Kyuubi, huh? He said, craning his head upwards to look at the fox's face. Well, what do you want? Why am I here? Naruto called up at the giant fox. The Kyuubi chuckled. Ah, so curious as always. But to answer your question, you are here because you fell unconscious after you experienced a massive surge of my chakra. You called upon my chakra when you wanted to kill all of those humans. The Kyuubi made no effort to hide its disgust for the thugs. So I killed them all? Naruto questioned. The fight was slightly blurry, and he wasn't sure he had gotten them all. Yes, you destroyed them all. The fox confirmed. Do you feel bad about killing them? The Kyuubi half asked, half stated. Naruto looked down, slowly shifting though his feelings on the matter. No, he finally answered. They wanted to hurt my friends. My precious people. He looked back up at the Kyuubi. And I'll kill anyone who tries to hurt them. Hehehe. The Kyuubi chuckled, Naruto's declaration reminding it of something else. Someone else. The memory was just out of reach. The fox shrugged. Could figure it out later. While you are in here, I am making some modifications to you. Naruto's eyes widened. Don't worry. It's nothing bad or too noticeable. I'm just slightly increasing your healing rate and your senses. And also, it paused, letting the tension build. You now have night vision. Wow! Naruto breathed, thinking of all of the new ways he could train now. A sudden thought occurred to him. Why are you doing this? It's quite simple. One day, when your little ninja village goes one step too far, you'll need the extra power to kill them all. The Kyuubi chuckled darkly. And I'll have a front row seat to watch it all. It let out another dark chuckle before turning serious. And you can use it to train and protect your friends, especially the Hinata girl and the Sakura girl. Seeing Naruto's nod, it continued. However, since all I have to work with is the leftover chakra from when you drew on it, so I have to keep it low-key to avoid that gray-haired ninja from finding the changes I'm making. If I am interrupted, it could end badly for you and him, but I don't care about him. So I just wait? Naruto questioned, not being happy at being stuck inside his own mind when he could be doing better things. The Kyuubi nodded. Naruto, for a lack of anything better to do, started training. He carefully ignored the face that training in here really wouldn't actually benefit him. Sakura turned over again in her bed. She gave an annoyed huff. Falling to sleep wasn't easy tonight. Not with her best friend laying unconscious in the next room. And especially since Haku had declared herself a servant of Naruto's, Sakura remembered the conversation that had taken place only a few hours ago. Haku eventually stopped crying, her sobs petering out into choked gasps. She took a few deep breaths. She slowly stood up, being careful to not look back. It was Zabuza-sama's last request. Haku fought back the fresh wave of tears that threatened to erupt. She wiped her face. It was time to find her new master. Sakura hovered over Kurenai's shoulder as she examined Naruto. Part of her was curious about the technique Kurenai had used to check on the blonde, but that part was suppressed by her overwhelming worry for Naruto. He's going to be fine, Kurenai finally decided. He's just exhausted. He just needs rest. Sakura and Hinata made no effort to hide their sighs of immense relief. As the jounin took the unconscious blonde up to his room, the sound of the front door opening piqued their attention. Sakura and Hinata turned around, only to instantly drop into combat stances. It was the ice girl who had hurt Naruto. Please, the black-haired girl spoke, raising her hands, looking both lost and determined. I mean you no harm. Yeah, right. Sakura shot back, determined to not let Naruto-kun be hurt again. Why should I believe you? You attacked us and hurt Naruto-kun. I am very sorry for attacking you, the girl replied, looking very remorseful. And I never meant to hurt Naruto-sama. He dove in the way of the attack meant to disable you. Naruto-sama? Sakura questioned, a funny feeling boiling in her stomach. Why do you call him Naruto-sama? Because he is my new master, came the girl's reply, her tone indicating her complete acceptance of her role. Sakura's mouth dropped open in shock at the girl's words. What is your name? Hinata spoke up, keeping her tone professional. Hinata, unlike Sakura, was well aware of what the black-haired girl had just declared. My name is Haku, she replied. After a moment, she implored, please, just let me see Naruto-sama. I need to know he is all right. Hinata and Sakura shared a glance. All right, you can see Naruto-kun. As Haku's face lit up, Sakura quickly added, but you have to disarm yourself first, and it's only a quick look. Then you have to stay down here, under watch, until Naruto-kun wakes up. Haku nodded. She would agree to do almost anything to see Naruto-sama. She quickly disarmed herself of the few senbon and supplies she had. Sakura marched her up the stairs, being careful to watch for any sudden movements. When Haku passed a confused Kurenai, she looked over to Hinata, who mouthed, I'll explain later. Kurenai nodded and continued down the stairs. Sakura led Haku to Naruto's room. As Haku carefully opened the door, she spotted Naruto laying in the bed. Naruto-sama, she whispered in an almost reverent tone. Sakura's and Hinata's eyes narrowed at her tone. Even if Haku didn't want to hurt their Naruto-kun, her tone was far too familiar for their liking. Haku analyzed her Naruto-sama. He was all right. She let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Naruto-sama's precious people. Thank you for letting me see Naruto-sama. She bowed in thanks. Where would you like me to stay until Naruto-sama wakes? Sakura abruptly sat up. I'll just check on him real quick. Then I'll go back to bed and sleep, she reasoned to herself. Sneaking over to the door's entrance with all of the fabled ninja stealth she had been trained in, Sakura cracked the door open and peeked out. The way seemed clear. She carefully opened the door, being mindful to do it with exaggerated slowness, and slipped out. She quickly moved to Naruto's door, keeping an eye on the handle. It wouldn't do for him to wake up and open it. As she drew up next to the door, she suddenly became aware of the presence of someone else moving closer to her. Sakura, with her heart suddenly thundering, snapped her head in the direction of the person in question. Hinata-chan stood few feet away, seemingly surprised to see Sakura as she was to see her. What are you doing? Sakura hissed quietly, taking extra care to keep her voice down. I'm here to check on Naruto-kun. Hinata shot back, also taking care to keep her voice down. Why are you here? I'm here to check on Naruto-kun too, Sakura said defensively. She paused, then forcefully decided, well, I'm still going to check on Naruto-kun. And with that, she quickly, but quietly, turned the door handle. It turned with an almost soundless rasping noise. Sakura eased the door open and stepped into the room. She was vaguely aware of Hinata moving into the room behind her, as she moved to Naruto's bedside. It would have seemed that Naruto was sleeping peacefully, had it not been for the slight paleness of his skin. As Sakura looked down at the boy she felt great affection for, she honestly couldn't remember why she had to go back into her room to sleep. There was 2 chairs in the room and the both seemed quite comfortable. Even more so, Sakura decided, when you placed the chair next to the bedside. The slight scraping sounds told her that Hinata had the same idea. As Sakura watched Naruto shift slightly in his unconscious state, she felt the overwhelming urge to lay her head down. It'll be only a minute, Sakura assured herself as she laid her head onto the side of the bed. She became instantly aware of the comforting heat produced by the blonde. Her eyelids grew impossibly heavy. Kakashi ghosted into Naruto's room. He paused as he observed the 2 girls latched onto the blonde's legs. He successfully suppressed the perverted giggle that threatened to erupt when he spied how close they were clutching Naruto's leg. He shook his head. Now was not the time to wonder if the blonde Uzumaki would be recreating any scenes in Aika Aika. He resumed his silent movement over to the bed. He quickly lifted Naruto's shirt, hyper-aware of how exactly this would look to anyone who looked in the room. He quickly glanced down at the seal on Naruto's stomach. While he freely admitted that he wasn't a seal master by any means, he did know enough about seals to know that the fourth seal was intact. He started to lower the shirt once again when a scar located on very bottom of Naruto's stomach caught his eye. He leaned closer to examine it. Kunai wound. Looks to be a few years old. It's a straight cut, so it couldn't have been gained while training. So then how did he get it? Kakashi dropped the shirt out of shock when he suddenly remembered the report of when Naruto had been hospitalized because of a training accident. All of the pieces fell into place with horrifying clarity. Naruto hadn't had a training accident. He had been tortured. In the village, Kakashi felt rage start to bubble up inside. He ruthlessly suppressed it. He resolved to talk to Kurenai in the morning. Kakashi owed Naruto's parents far too much to let their son be hurt without reprisal. Kakashi ghosted back out of the room, only to pause at the threshold. He glanced back at the two girls. They had forgotten to bring any sort of blanket with them. He felt a slight smile twitch at his lips. Naruto gradually awoke. As he slowly became aware of his surroundings, he felt something soft wrapped around each leg. He slowly opened his eyes to avoid startling whatever was holding on to him. He glanced down only to pause in befuddlement. Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan were sleeping in chairs beside the bed. Each had chosen a side of the bed. They had wrapped their arms around his leg in their sleep. Naruto considered why they were here. Perhaps their blankets weren't warm enough? He wondered, spying a blanket wrapped around them. Naruto glanced out the window, only to suppress a gasp of surprise. It was still dark outside, but he could see just fine. "Thanks, Kyubi." He grinned. He could do so much more training now. Naruto's grin faded as he realized his predicament. He couldn't go train with Sakura and Hinata wrapped around him. But he couldn't dream of awakening them from their sleep. He scrunched his forehead up in thought, discarding several ideas before finding one that he deemed the most likely to succeed. Naruto carefully brought his hands up in the cross sign, concentrating with all his might in creating just one clone. An almost silent poof noise heralded the arrival of the clone. Sakura shifted in her sleep, tightening her grip on Naruto's leg. Naruto and his clone held their breath, not daring to move. After what seemed like hours, Sakura's breath evened out in sleep once again. Naruto nodded to his clone. His clone nodded back. Naruto quickly replaced himself with his clone using the replacement technique. Both the clone and Naruto carefully watched the girls for signs of awakening. But they slept on, oblivious, to both Naruto's and his clone's relief. Naruto snuck over to the window and stealthily opened it. He slipped out to train. The clone Naruto carefully leaned back and settled into sleep. He was, after all, supposed to be sleeping anyway. Naruto later that morning strolled into Tezuna's house. He estimated it was about 8 or 9 in the morning. As he walked into the living room, he suddenly stopped when he spotted someone familiar. "Haku-chan," he happily greeted. "I didn't expect to see you after the bridge." "Naruto-sama." Haku quickly moved over to the happy blonde. "I, Sakura-san, and Hinata-san were worried when your clone said you were out training. What if you weren't fully recovered?" Her eyes filled with worried tears. "I couldn't bear it something happened to you too, Naruto-sama." Naruto blinked. "Naruto-sama. Haku-chan, what do you mean when you say Naruto-sama?" The completely confused blonde asked. "I have chosen you as my new master, Naruto-sama." Haku sounded slightly desperate, as if this moment was one of the most important moments in her life. Naruto was still befuddled. He voiced his confusion. "But why me? There are a lot stronger people than me, and more skilled." He just didn't understand. Why him? Haku's bottom lip trembled as she desperately tried to convince the blonde why he was the one she had chosen. "Naruto-sama, I chose you because you believe in getting strong for your precious people. And you protect them." Tears spilled down her face as she begged Naruto. "Please, Just let me serve you. That's what tools do. Please. Naruto, not knowing how to deal with a crying girl in the slightest, agreed. All right. I'll be your master if you will stop crying. He awkwardly patted Haku's shoulder, attempting to comfort her as she slowly stopped crying. A sudden thought occurred to him. Haku-chan, where are you going to stay when we get back to Konoha? With Naruto-sama, of course, came the matter-of-fact reply. What? Sakura shouted, as she came into the room, having just heard Haku's reply. You're a girl. You can't stay with him. It was practically unthinkable to her that this girl, Haku, would stay with Naruto-kun before her. I am Naruto-sama's servant. Where else would I stay? Haku turned to question the pink-haired girl. I am not part of your shinobi. I haven't ever been a ninja of a village before, so I'm a civilian. Sakura made a scoffing sound, putting her hands on her hips. Yeah, right. You can't have been that good without some training from a ninja village. Haku mirrored Sakura's stance. On the contrary, Sakura-san, my former master, Zabuza-sama, was an excellent teacher. Her eyes hardened. Were it not for the fact that you are on Naruto-sama's team, I wouldn't even be considering giving you Zabuza-sama's water technique scrolls. Naruto glanced between the two girls. They had originally been talking about Haku-chan staying in his apartment, but now they were talking about training. Or that's what he guessed what they were talking about. The conversation was a little bit hard to understand. Naruto-kun, Sakura turned to the blonde. How many bedrooms do you have in your apartment? Just one, the still confused blonde replied. Sakura sent a triumphant look at Haku. See, you can't stay there. There's only one bed. Sakura's triumph only lasted for a moment before she realized the potential implications of having only one bed for two people. What I mean, she stammered, her cheeks flaring up with heat at the thought of being alone with Naruto in the same bed. I mean it's just not proper. Perhaps Naruto-kun could get a bigger apartment? Kurenai's voice interjected, having been drawn into the room by all the noise. She had an amused smile on her face as she had watched the drama unfold. Naruto-kun, she spoke, gaining the blonde's attention. Would it be possible for you to get a bigger apartment? Naruto thought out loud. Maybe. It would depend on how much my rent would be, and if it changes depending on what missions I take. Kurenai blinked, puzzled. What do you mean by your rent changes depending on what missions you take? Well, Naruto explained, ever since I took that C-ranked mission last month, my rent raised by a lot, so I don't really have any extra money. His tone indicated that he didn't see why it was so odd that his rent amount fluctuated. Kurenai's eyes widened as she realized the implications of Naruto's statement. She quickly grew angry, not noticing that Sakura, Hinata, and Haku were also growing angry as they too realized what Naruto's statement meant. Naruto-kun, Kurenai's voice not betraying any of her outrage. When we get back to Konoha, I'll personally help you find a better place to live. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata spoke up. Her voice was a cold, controlled tone. There is a place on the Hyuga grounds that would work suitably for Naruto-kun's needs. I believe that it has several bedrooms among other rooms. Kurenai sent a sly, teasing smirk at the Hyuga. Perhaps 4 bedrooms? Perhaps. Hinata allowed, the faintest of blushes dusting her cheeks. But I shall have to talk to my father about it. Her demeanor visibly shrank as she considered talking to her father. Naruto's eyes narrowed as a ghost of a thought occurred to him. Hinata-chan. He began carefully, not wanting to make Hinata-chan cry. Is your father the one who told you that you were weak? Hinata froze. She didn't want to answer the question, but she could never deny her Naruto-kun anything. Why yes, she whispered out, ashamed. Then I'm going to have a talk with your father. Naruto's voice was eerily calm. Naruto-kun, Kurenai began carefully. Are you sure that's wise? Hinata-chan's father is the head of the Hyuga clan. Oh, I know, Naruto replied, his tone still calm. And that's what I'm counting on. You see, a smirk slowly began to play on his lips. They can see chakra, and I have a particularly special chakra. Kurenai shook her head helplessly. She couldn't stop Naruto from this course, nor did he seem to be dissuadable. Naruto's smirk slowly vanished as his happy, carefree nature slowly came back. "So don't worry, I'll take care of it," Naruto grinned. It was just over a week later when the two teams from Konoha prepared to leave the village. Naruto had used his shadow clone technique to create a veritable army of clones to speed the bridge process along. Without having to worry about keeping chakra in reserve, Naruto had been able to create over 1,000 clones to aid in the effort. With so many workers, the bridge was completed within 6 days. On the 7th day, the ninja prepared to head out. As the Konoha Nin left the area, the citizens of Wave lined the streets to wish them thankful goodbyes. Never had Sakura and Hinata been so thankful for Naruto's obliviousness as several girls and women made suggestive offers to the blonde as he passed. Thankfully, they soon left the village and headed back the way they came. Kakashi, perhaps sensing his team's mood, suggested that the two teams go their separate ways back towards Konoha. Kurenai had almost instantly accepted. 6 days later, Team 8 arrived back in Konoha. The team quickly split up. Kurenai headed to the Hokage's tower to give her report. Sakura headed to see her parents. Naruto and Hinata headed towards the Hyuga compound. Haku had informed the group that she was going to buy supplies and food for Naruto's new apartment. When Naruto had protested, she had calmly informed him that she would do her part for the new place. Naruto, not seeing a fault in her logic, had eventually relented. The large gates of the Hyuga compound loomed over the pair of genins. The two gate guards bowed to Hinata as she passed. They had attempted to stop Naruto from entering the compound, but a few strong words from Hinata had stayed their hands. As Naruto and Hinata searched for Hinata's father, Hayashi, they were told that he was in a meeting with the Hyuga Elder Council. "Good," Naruto replied, the calm slipping back into his voice. He turned to Hinata and requested, "Hinata-chan, please stay here. I have to talk to the Hyuga elders alone." Hinata opened her mouth to protest, before she closed it and nodded, choosing to believe in her Naruto-kun. Hayashi Hyuga resisted the urge to rub his temples as the Hyuga elders debated on some trivial issue. He withheld a sigh. Hinata, his daughter, was supposed to arrive today. While he had dismissed her as weak and unworthy of becoming the future head of the clan, he was starting to wonder if he shouldn't have dismissed her so quickly. She had grown considerably in the last 2 months. He grimaced to himself as he imagined the elders' reactions if they knew that his daughter used non-Hyuga techniques. The sudden crash as the door to the meeting room slammed open startled him. He looked up to see the Uzumaki boy standing in the doorway with an expressionless face. "Who are you, boy?" one of the elders questioned, his tone conveying his thought of Naruto's clanless status. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto stated in an eerily calm tone. "And you are all going to listen to me." The flabbergasted silence allowed Naruto to stalk into the center of the room. "Now," his voice gaining their attention once more, "turn on your Byakugan." "Who are you to tell us anything?" one of the elders spat. He started to rise to call a guard when Naruto's killing intent froze the occupants of the room. "I won't ask again." Something in Naruto's voice made disobeying his order seem impossible. "Turn on your Byakugan." Seeing the council close their eyes to activate their bloodline, Naruto closed his eyes and focused on bringing that other chakra to the surface. He idly wondered what the seal looked like to the all-seeing eye of the Hyuga. A startled gasp from the head elder told him that they had seen the Kyuubi's chakra. "You're using the demon fox's chakra, but you didn't have it before." The elder paled as he realized. "To then that must mean you are..." Naruto's cold smirk confirmed their fears. "Now listen to me." Naruto's cold voice took on a slightly deadly edge. "I don't care what you think about me, but Hinata-chan is my friend, and I will not allow anyone to hurt her." The stunned silence Naruto left in his wake as he exited the meeting room was almost stifling. After what seemed like a lifetime, one of the elders broke the silence. "So the Uzumaki is a Jinchuriki. I would have never guessed this." He paused, looking over at the other elders. "What should we do?" A Jinchuriki is said to be a powerful ally or a terrifying enemy. He didn't need to say that the Hyuga could ill afford provoking such an opponent. "Perhaps," one of the other elders started slowly, "we could use this to our advantage. No other clan seems to know of the Uzumaki's status. If we could somehow tie the Jinchuriki to the clan. The other elders looked thoughtful before the head elder spoke to a concerned Hayashi. Hayashi, it seems that your daughter, Hinata, is close to the Uzumaki. I believe she should be encouraged to spend more time with him. Hayashi nodded. It seems that we were misled by the village. I will do my part in making amends with the Uzumaki. I will speak to my daughter. Hayashi rose to find his daughter. Hayashi, one of the elders reminded. Remember the Jinchuriki's words. Do not allow yourself to be harsh towards Hinata. We cannot afford to anger the Uzumaki. Hayashi bowed to the elder council and headed off to find his oldest daughter. They had much to talk about. As he neared the location he had been informed Hinata was waiting at, he soon heard two raised voices. One he recognized was Kohyuga, Hinata's guard. The other, Hayashi realized with surprise, was Hinata. As he neared the two, he made out Hinata's outraged words. And you dare to stand here and say that I should stay away from Naruto-kun? Just because of rumors you heard from the foolish villagers? You know nothing. Hinata's raised tone was simultaneously angry and condescending. That's enough, Hinata. Hayashi spoke firmly as he walked up to the pair. He turned to address the stunned guard opposite Hinata. Go see the elders. Tell them I sent you to learn the Uzumaki's secret. Ko quickly bowed and left, not wanting to be near the still angered Hinata. Hinata, Hayashi began, skillfully keeping any emotion out of his tone. It has come to the attention of the Elder Council and I that we were misled when it comes to the Uzumaki. We now know the truth. Seeing he had his daughter's undivided attention, he continued. We now know that Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and as such we wish to help him however we can. Hinata's eyes narrowed. How dare they try to manipulate Naruto-kun? As she opened her mouth to lambaste her father, a sudden thought occurred to her. What if she used this to help Naruto-kun? Father, Hinata spoke after a few moments. I have a request. Naruto-kun has recently obtained a servant, and since he does not have enough room for two people to live at his current apartment, I formally request that he be allowed to use the abandoned house outside of the compound. Seeing Hayashi agree, she forged on. Naruto-kun requested that his rates do not change depending on what mission he completes. What do you mean? Hayashi questioned, not understanding what his daughter meant. Naruto-kun said that his rates fluctuate depending on what mission he goes on. Hinata hid a satisfied smirk as she watched Hayashi's eyes widen as he realized what her statement implied. Daughter, Hayashi began, his tone having traces of eagerness. I shall get the keys to the house. Wait here for me. Hayashi moved to get the keys with as much speed as his station allowed. Had he looked back, he would have seen Hinata's the calculating look as she considered how to further use her clan to help her Naruto-kun. Mom! Sakura shouted as she opened the door. I'm home. Sakura, Mabuki called back. I'm in the kitchen. Come in and tell me how your mission went. Sakura quickly moved to the kitchen. After Sakura was seated at the small kitchen table, Mabuki set a freshly baked dumpling in front of her daughter. As Sakura finished with the delicious treat, Mabuki requested, Now, tell me all about your mission. Taking a deep breath, Sakura began the recounting of the mission. It was well into the evening before she finished. Mabuki wrapped Sakura in a warm hug. I'm so proud of you. You fought someone more powerful than you, but you didn't leave your teammate. You stayed and fought alongside your team, she exclaimed proudly. But Mom, Sakura sadly refuted, I lost. That doesn't matter, dear, Mabuki replied firmly. What matters is that you tried your absolute best, and that you came home safe. After watching Sakura carefully to make sure she understood, she stood up and casually asked, So Naruto-kun, huh? She spied Sakura's cheeks light up in a fierce blush. Mom, Sakura stammered. It's nothing like that. Mabuki raised her eyebrow. Oh really? Then why are you blushing? Sakura muttered something inaudible. I'm sorry, dear. You need to speak up. I can't hear you, Mabuki said in a sing-song voice, clearly enjoying her daughter's discomfort. Fine, Sakura burst out. I said I like Naruto-kun. Like or like? Mabuki questioned. Sakura blushed again. Like, Mabuki grinned. I was wondering when you would figure it out, dear. You knew? A shocked Sakura asked. Dear, everyone except Naruto-kun knows. Mabuki giggled slightly as she watched her daughter cover her face with a groan. Now that you know, what are you going to do about it? Sakura lifted her head hesitantly. Well, since you asked, I was thinking maybe I could move in with Naruto-kun Saffron's thing? She finished in a rush. Mabuki blinked. I'm sorry, could you repeat that slower? Sakura's cheeks flared again. Could I move in with Naruto-kun as a friend's thing? Seeing her mother open her mouth, she quickly added, We'll have separate rooms. Naruto is moving to a bigger house. I'll have to talk to your father about this. Mabuki answered after a few minutes of thought. Really? Sakura questioned, surprised that her mother was even open to the idea. Mabuki nodded. This is important to your dear, so it is important to us too. Sakura felt a hopeful smile cross her face. She might be able to be closer to Naruto-kun soon. Is your report correct? The Hokage of Konoha questioned Kakashi. The gray-haired ninja nodded. The Hokage leaned his chair back in thought. After a few moments of silence, he asked Kakashi, Do you believe this Haku is a threat to the village? Kakashi shook his head. Haku-san isn't a threat to anyone who follows the village's code. Kakashi answered carefully, before adding, She expressed interest in staying a civilian. All she wants to do is serve Naruto. He added, his calculated words successfully distracting Hiruzen. Hiruzen giggled slightly to himself in a perverted manner as he imagined how pretty black-haired girl might serve Naruto. The Hokage shook his head, clearing his thoughts. When Naruto succumbed to the demon fox's chakra, he only attacked the thugs, correct? Kakashi nodded. And would you say that he stopped using the demon fox's cloak after he ran out of enemies? Or would you say it was because he couldn't handle the strain? Inside Kakashi, there was a war going on. The jounin Hitaki wanted to reply that the Jinchuriki couldn't handle the strain, while Kakashi, the man with so many regrets, wanted to reply that Naruto had run out of enemies. After a moment of quiet, Kakashi spoke. Naruto ran out of threats. He stopped using the Kyuubi's chakra at that point without issue. The Hokage nodded. That will be all, Jounin Kakashi. Please send in Jounin Kurenai. Kakashi bowed before heading to the door. As he indicated to Kurenai that she was requested, he reflected that his heart was a little lighter, as if the heavy burden on it was lessened with his careful lie. Not a lie. He mentally corrected himself. It was just the truth worded differently. Naruto never was in danger of releasing the Kyuubi. Kakashi nodded to himself before his eyes hardened. He had several shop workers he needed to speak to about their treatment of Naruto. As Hiruzen listened to Kurenai's report, he wondered if he somehow had went wrong all those years ago. Naruto grew up into a fine ninja, he justified to himself. After Kurenai finished, he asked, So do you believe Naruto is a danger to our village? Permission to speak freely? Kurenai requested. Granted. Naruto isn't a danger to anyone who doesn't attack his friends. Kurenai began, her voice becoming more passionate as she continued. But not for the village's lack of trying. The village has tried to starve him. They raised prices so he couldn't buy the supplies he needed. They overcharge him for everything. They even changed the rates of his rent so he can't save money. And I'll bet that they have done even worse. Kurenai angrily reported. Hiruzen was startled. Surely it isn't that bad. He attempted to deny Kurenai's claims, but the female jounin would have none of it. If you don't see what's happening in your village, perhaps you don't want to look? With those sobering words, Kurenai left, leaving the stunned Hokage behind her. After a few timeless moments, Hiruzen sighed. He wondered if he was wrong to leave Naruto to fend for himself. No, the village couldn't have been as bad as Kurenai-san thinks. Hiruzen decided. But still, it wouldn't hurt to have her claims looked into, would it? Chapter 8. The Unraveling. Naruto awoke from his nightmares with a stifled shout. He congratulated himself on being much quieter when he awoke now. He didn't, after all, want to wake anyone else up. As awareness came to him, A massive grin crossed his face. Today was the day he was moving into the new apartment/house. Naruto grinned as he thought about how Hinata's father had personally signed the documents for his new place, and the rent was so much cheaper. He idly wondered what he would do with all of the extra money he was bound to have. He shrugged. Perhaps one of his friends would know. As Naruto walked into the bathroom to start his morning, he idly wondered yet again about Haku's strange attitude. They had arrived back yesterday from the mission to Wave. After he had met with Hinata-chan's father to sign the paperwork, Naruto and Haku had headed back to the blonde's apartment. After they had packed the few items that were not already in sealing scrolls, they had run into their first issue. Haku had insisted that Naruto take the bed while he took the couch. Naruto, however, insisted that Haku take the bed since she was his guest. Naruto hadn't ever had someone stay over at his apartment before, but he recalled Sakura-chan's mother saying something about letting a guest stay in your bed. Eventually, Haku relented after a long argument. A little while later, Naruto exited the bathroom into an aroma of delicious smells. Naruto sniffed, quickly determining that the origin of the wonderful-smelling ramen was coming from his kitchen. Naruto grabbed a shirt and headed out to investigate. As he entered the small kitchen, he spotted Haku stirring a pot of savory ramen. "Haku-chan," Naruto happily asked, "is that ramen for the both of us?" Haku gave one final stir before answering. "Naruto-sama, this ramen is for you. I haven't made ramen in a long time, but I did my best." She turned around. "Naruto-sama, please go out and wait at the table. I will bring the food out in a few minutes." Naruto shrugged, confused, and headed out to the table. To his slight surprise, the table was already set. As Naruto waited for his meal, he wondered if this was what people did when they stayed at someone else's house. Were you supposed to make food for them? Naruto, after pondering the idea for a minute or two, decided to ask Sakura-chan to find out for certain. He was distracted from his thoughts by Haku bringing a bowl of delicious ramen to his spot. "Do you like it, Naruto-sama?" Haku asked hesitantly, unsure if she had made the ramen correctly. "It's great, Haku-chan," Naruto praised between bites. "It's some of the best ramen I've ever had." Haku flushed slightly from the blonde's exuberant praise as she sat down with her own bowl of ramen. A half hour and more than several bowls of ramen later, Naruto leaned back with a satisfied stretch. "That was some of the best ramen ever." He congratulated Haku. "You made it great." "Thank you, Naruto-sama." Haku bowed, feeling uncomfortable with all of the blonde's praise. She quickly gathered up the used dinnerware, planning on using her bloodline to quickly wash them. As she started to wash the dishes, she called back into the eating area. "Naruto-sama, when are you planning on filling out the paperwork for this apartment? While you are doing that, I will take all of your things to the new house." She paused for a moment as she concentrated on her bloodline. "I will also be picking up a few things at the store. I will meet you at the house in a few hours." "I'm going to head out now, Haku-chan," Naruto called back, standing up and heading towards the door. He idly wondered as he opened it what the landlord would say when he was informed that Naruto was moving out. The blonde shrugged. It didn't really matter. The paperwork Naruto had signed a few years ago had stated that he could have his apartment taken away if someone else wanted it, and if he talked about his rent, he would be evicted. Junpei Telegan grunted to himself. He was bored. He was currently sitting in his office waiting for something to happen. Junpei was the lucky one who was voted to be the landlord of the demon. Part of him was proud of the fact that he was considered smart and subtle enough to warrant such an important position. Junpei had been able to, though carefully worded paperwork, take practically all of the little demon fox's money. The council had hoped that this would drive the demon to buy cheap food, thus allowing them to poison the fox. Sadly, this had not happened yet. The sound of the office door opening broke the plain-faced man from his musings. Naruto entered the landlord's office. The bell above the door rang out as the door opened. Junpei, the landlord, seemed quite shocked to see him. Naruto noted. Naruto walked up to the desk and greeted the friendly landlord. "Hello, Junpei-san. How are you today?" I am doing fine," the badly rattled civilian stuttered. "Did I summon the demon with my errant thoughts?" Junpei thought, horrified by the thought. It was a testament to his excellent acting skills that none of his internal horror appeared on his face. After taking a few moments to compose himself, Junpei asked his tenant why he was in his office. "Well, Junpei-san, I'm here to tell you that I'm moving out," Naruto informed him, much to the landlord's utter shock. Junpei barely kept his eyes from widening. He turned away quickly, pretending that he needed to get the paperwork, as he quickly went into the back of the office. "I'll be just a minute, Naruto," he called out as he was searching for a certain piece of paperwork that would require the demon to stay under his watchful eye. As he searched, he called out to Naruto, hoping to glean more information. "So where are you moving to?" "It's the house right outside of the Hyuga clan compound," Naruto answered, unable to hide his excitement at the thought of moving to a bigger apartment. His sensitive ears picked up a thud and a stifled curse from his landlord. A moment later, Junpei-san came out of the back room with a small stack of papers in hand. "All right, Naruto," he began, his acting skills coming into play once again. "Just sign these few documents and you'll be free to go." Junpei watched the demon fox shut the door with welcoming smile. As soon as the door clicked close, his smile melted off his face. An alarmed expression broke onto his face as he worried about this new terrible development. The demon wasn't going to be constantly watched now. What would horrible thing it do while unsupervised? And it wasn't like they could just switch locations and continue watching the fox. He was next to the Hyuga compound. Junpei had heard stories of the powerful eyes of the Hyuga. It was said that they could see the walls. If that was the case, how could they stop the demon now? Junpei quickly determined that he needed to speak to his contact on the council. They had to know this troubling development. The landlord quickly moved to the office door, locked it, flipped the open sign to closed, and left the office. He hurried through town, fear granting him haste. After he traveled for exactly 20 minutes, he ducked into an abandoned alley to continue. He normally stayed away from alleys, but this called for all due speed. As he waved into another alley, he suddenly felt a slight pinprick of pain in the right side of his neck. His hand flew up to his neck with a muttered curse. Suddenly, his arms felt heavy, as if they suddenly gained 50 pounds. A second later, his legs grew numb. Junpei staggered forward, terribly confused as to what was going on. 3 weaving steps later, his knees gave out and he tumbled to the ground. His vision swam, darkness encroaching in. His last terrified, coherent thought was that he just didn't understand what was happening. Haku quietly hummed as she entered the house. It was easy, as she expected, to buy items when the foolish villagers didn't know she was Naruto-sama's tool. Normally she would have informed everyone of her new role, but getting quality items for Naruto-sama was more important. She allowed herself a small smirk as she thought of Naruto-sama's reaction to his new bed. She had only slept on his old one night, but she could safely say that sleeping on the ground in a bedroll was probably just as comfortable, if not more so. The bed salesman had been very helpful in getting her the perfect product for Naruto-sama. She wondered, with an amused smile, what the salesman would have done had he known who the bed was really for. She hummed to herself as she started unpacking the bed from the ceiling scroll. After finishing putting together both her and Naruto's beds, she started unpacking the rest of Naruto-sama's items. It was sad. She realized that Naruto-sama had so few things. She frowned unhappily, her pretty face scrunching. She just didn't understand. Why did this village hate Naruto-sama's bloodline when they loved all the other ones? She heard the door open as Naruto entered the house. "Haku-chan," he called. "I got all of the paperwork done. This place is ours now." "That's great, Naruto-sama," Haku exclaimed happily as she entered the room, genuinely happy that her master finally had a place that was protected from the villagers as well as a place he could feel at home. She vowed, in that instant as she looked at Naruto's happy sky-blue eyes, that she would make this a home. It wasn't until some time later that she realized one very massive issue with her vow. She herself had no idea of what a home was. This, she silently decided, is an unforgivable breach of knowledge on my part. How can I be a useful tool to Naruto-sama if I cannot even give him a home? I must find someone who has a home to learn what techniques they use. As the 2 teenagers unpacked the few items that they had on the second floor, the doorbell sounded out. Momentarily startled by the sound, Both teens quickly moved to the ground floor to see who was at the door. About halfway down the steps, Naruto broke out in a happy grin. "It's Sakura-chan." A moment later he added, "Hinata-chan and Kurenai-sensei are also with her." Naruto vaulted down the remaining steps eager to let his friends in. He rushed up to the door and threw it open. "Naruto-kun." Hinata gasped in surprise, having not expected him to throw the door open. "Hello." "Hi, Hinata-chan." Naruto greeted happily, gesturing to the group on the front step to enter. "We're still unpacking, but come in. Haku-chan made some of the best ramen this morning." "Haku-san made ramen for you?" Sakura spoke up, her voice fluctuating between shock and anger. "I'm sure she wouldn't mind if we have some, right?" she asked, her voice innocent. Naruto shrugged. "I don't see why she would mind." "Naruto-kun," Kurenai began, gaining the blonde's attention. "Here is a house-warming gift." She presented the surprised teen with a wrapped box. Seeing him start to open his mouth to protest, she quickly explained, "People give gifts to those they care about. It is tradition to give gifts when they move to a new house. When I move to a different place someday, you can give me a gift." "Naruto-kun." Hinata handed him a gift shyly. "Here is one from me." Naruto accepted the medium-sized box with a slightly strange expression on his face. Sakura also handed the blonde her gift. Naruto still felt slightly overwhelmed by the idea that someone would care so much about him that they would take the time to get him a gift. He quickly sank into the couch. After staring at the gifts with some indefinable emotion, he shunted the strange feeling to the side. He quickly opened the top gift, the one from Hinata. In the medium-sized box was a new black shirt. It was a long-sleeved shirt with an orange spiral on the one side. Naruto just stared at the shirt, unsure if he should wear it. It was a very nice shirt after all. "Well," Sakura asked impatiently, "aren't you going to try it on?" Naruto blinked. "Right here." Sakura and Hinata instantly flushed red. Kurenai, seeing that both of her students were temporarily unable to respond, replied, "No, you should go into the bathroom to change. You're not supposed to change in front of others." Naruto nodded. It made sense. He had never seen someone change in front of him before. As soon as Naruto left the room to change, Sakura and Hinata turned around to berate their teacher. Unhappy that she had informed Naruto that he couldn't change in front of them, Kurenai pointed out, "You do realize that had I not informed him, he would end up changing in front of other girls, right?" Sakura's and Hinata's mouths snapped shut. Hinata looked grateful to her sensei while Sakura looked angry at the thought of some other girl getting a glimpse of Naruto. The sound of Haku entering the room broke the awkward air that had started to develop. "Hello, Kurenai-san, Hinata-san, and Sakura-san," she softly greeted with a bow. "Where is Naruto-sama?" "Naruto-kun is changing into the shirt Hinata-chan bought him," Sakura answered, still evidently not liking Haku. Haku inclined her head. "Then I shall wait for Naruto-sama here." A minute later Naruto re-entered the room. All three of the girls flushed slightly as they took in his new shirt. Its button-down design led a more formal air to him, while the shirt was filled out with his growing muscle. Naruto scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment at all of the attention. "That bad, huh?" he asked half-jokingly. "And no," Sakura burst out. "You look great." She flushed a deeper red at her bold words. But you should only wear that on special occasions, like going out to dinner or something." Naruto nodded. He wasn't sure why Haku-chan's, Hinata-chan's, and Sakura-chan's faces were red, but Kurenai-sensei was there to help them. He headed back to change back into his normal t-shirt. As Sakura attempted to get her blush under control, a sudden thought occurred to her. "Hinata-chan, how did you know what size to get Naruto-kun?" Hinata flushed a deeper red and began to poke her two index fingers together. "And no reason, Sakura-chan," she replied, looking down at the floor. "Really?" Sakura pressed. "I find it hard to believe that you just guessed." "I may have looked at Naruto-kun's clothes once," Hinata quietly confessed, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What?" Sakura half-shouted, looking scandalized. "When did you do that?" Hinata refused to look her in the eye. "A little while ago." Any further discussion was halted by Naruto's re-entry into the room. He quickly headed over to Hinata and gave her a massive hug. Hinata let out a squeak of surprised shock and almost fainted. "Thank you, Hinata-chan. I love your gift," Naruto exclaimed. He quickly moved to open the next gift, oblivious to Hinata's brightly glowing face. Naruto started opening the smallest box next. Sakura leaned forward as her Naruto-kun opened the gift that she had given him. Naruto opened the box and gave out a gasp of awed shock. He slowly lifted the pristine kunai out of the padded box. He grinned as he spun the kunai around in his hand. He had never found such a good kunai as this one laying around. After marveling at the perfect balance and weight of the razor-sharp weapon, he slid it into his kunai holster. Sakura was able to successfully suppress a Hinata-like squeak of surprise when Naruto engulfed her in a warm hug as he thanked her. Sakura was certain that she was rivaling Hinata with her blush. Naruto opened the last gift. After he opened the box, he stared down at the items, confused. Kurenai, seeing his confusion, explained her gift. "It's a beginner set of training weights. You infuse them with chakra and they will get heavier." Naruto grinned happily. He could just imagine how strong he would get with weights. He quickly strapped on his new training gear, excited to train. After bouncing on his feet, his grin never fading, he gave a massive hug to Kurenai before rushing off to change into his training clothes, eager to test out the training weights. The other occupants in the room couldn't help but giggle at his enthusiasm. A few minutes later, Naruto raced back into the room. "Let's go train." He cheered as he skidded to a stop, nearly slamming into the couch as he entered the living room. Kurenai chuckled at Naruto's near crash for a moment before asking, "How much chakra did you put into the weights?" "I dunno." The blonde shrugged. "I just kept pushing chakra into them until they wouldn't take anymore." Kurenai sighed. She really should have seen this coming. "Naruto, you are supposed to increase the weight a little at a time, so you build muscle and power without sacrificing anything else." "Oh," Naruto verbalized. He had thought it kind of odd that they hindered his movement, but he had never worn weights either. He plopped down and poked the release seal on the weights. The almost deafening boom that issued as all of the chakra rushed out at once made Kurenai glad that the beginner training weights only allowed a small amount of chakra. Naruto carefully pushed a bit of chakra back into the weights. The Uzumaki stood up. This was much easier than before. He didn't have to struggle to stand up. "Let's go training." He cheered once again. After a moment, he turned to face Haku. "Haku-chan, you don't have to come with us if you don't want to. It's just a training session." Haku bowed with relief. "Thank you, Naruto-sama. The house will be completely clean by the time you return." As Team 8 walked toward their training ground, Naruto turned to Kurenai and asked, "Kurenai-sensei, you never told us how you defeated that missing nin in Wave." Kurenai looked over at her team. "Do you really want to know?" Seeing the eager nods, she started to recount her fight. Kurenai dodged out of the way of the wild swing. The instantaneous follow-up swing caused her to leap back from her opponent. The missing nin let out another chuckle as he heedlessly charged in her direction. She brought up her kunai to block another sword swing, and instantly regretted it. The power behind the sword swing almost tore the kunai from her hands. Her hands stung from the force of the blow. She dodged the second and third attack. As she leapt back, she got her first good look at the missing ninja. He was tall and extremely muscled, but not to the point of grotesque. Scars, both small and large, crisscrossed every inch of exposed skin. He, unlike many missing nin, did not have the forehead protector of his former village. Instead, he had a long red piece of cloth tied around his head. His black hair was cut short almost to the scalp. His dark eyes showed a strange mixture of bloodlust, cunning, and madness that was more than slightly unsettling. "What is your name?" she questioned the missing nin, seeking to buy a little time and space. "Ha! My name is Inaguma-kuma," the missing nin laughed. "Hold still so I can gut ya." Inaguma charged the Konoha jounin once again, letting out another deep chuckle. Kurenai dodged, her hands rapidly forming the signs for the firewall technique. She took a deep breath as she landed. The moment both her feet touched the ground, she hand sprung backward away from the missing nin. As soon as she gained the proper distance, She unleashed the fire technique. A small 10-foot wall of fire separated her from Anaguma. Knowing she had only a few seconds before the battle-thirsty missing ninja caught up to her, she quickly wove the hand signs for the hell viewing technique. It wasn't even a second after she reached the final hand seal when Anaguma charged directly through the wall of fire. She hastily cast the genjutsu on the sword-wielding Anaguma. To her utter shock and horror, he simply continued charging her, despite the technique. Ha ha ha, he laughed. You think your fancy illusions will stop me? Kurina's eyes widened further as the missing ninja seemed to be immune to the technique's illusion. She desperately leapt back once again. Don't you want to know my name? She desperately asked as she dodged away from the blindingly fast swings. She needed more time to set up her genjutsu. She was fairly confident that she could take care of him once her genjutsu took hold, but she needed him to not be next to her. Sure, Anaguma allowed with an amused chuckle. It's always good for someone to remember you when you die. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, jounin of Konoha, the black-haired woman introduced, carefully easing back several steps. As soon as she reached 10 steps back, her hands blurred into action, weaving the seals for one of her area of effect genjutsus. As Anaguma charged forward with a cackle, he charged directly into the genjutsu. The Konoha ninja, knowing that the genjutsu wouldn't hold him for long, leapt away and began her strongest genjutsu combo. She layered 3 genjutsus on the missing nin, each one more subtle than the last. The idea was that the enemy would quickly dispel the first genjutsu. If they were clever or paranoid, they would dispel the second one, but still be under the effects of the third. Anaguma looked around wildly. Where had the black-haired lady gone? She had quite literally disappeared 10 feet in front of him. It must be genjutsu, he quickly realized. He spiked his chakra, dispelling the illusion. He frowned. She still hadn't reappeared. You're a tricky one. The missing nin suddenly laughed. Double layering that illusion shit. He dispelled the genjutsu once again. Kurenai readied her kunai, preparing to throw them at the missing ninja. Before she did, she quickly took the extra precaution of placing another area of effect illusion. This one lengthened the bridge edge by 5 feet, making it seem that the bridge extended for that much more distance. She threw the kunai. Anaguma, being unable to see or hear the speeding kunai due to the genjutsu still affecting him, was stuck in the center of his torso by the 4 kunai. He glanced down. Not seeing any kunai, he quickly realized what had happened. You're good, he laughed. Real good. Had you been facing any other ninja, that combo would have worked. But you're not facing just any ninja. You're facing Anaguma Kuma, and I don't give a fuck about your little illusions. He wildly spiked his chakra, dispelling the last remaining illusion on him. Kurenai's eyes widened. The missing nin had several kunai buried in his chest, and not only was he not dead, but he also didn't seem to care in the slightest. She paled slightly as he spied her again. He readied his sword and charged. Kurenai, not seeing any alternatives, decided to take a page from Naruto's book and spent the next several minutes carefully leading the missing nin over to the side of the bridge. When she almost reached the real edge of the bridge, with only the illusion stretching behind her, she stumbled over a discarded piece of wood, tumbling backwards to fall directly onto her back. Ha ha, you're in trouble now, Anaguma chuckled as he charged. Kurenai, at the last possible second, rolled out of the way of the missing ninja's headlong charge. Anaguma, being unable to stop, shot past her and over the illusionary bridge. Kurenai swore that she heard the crazy sword wielder continue to laugh as he fell the 50 feet to the water. She quickly looked over the edge. Anaguma was nowhere to be seen. A truly massive spike of malicious chakra caused her to leave her vigil. She quickly headed toward her student's last location, furiously chastising herself for taking so much time in defeating that missing ninja. Wow, you're amazing, sensei, Naruto exclaimed. You were able to think of several plans to stop the ninja. Kurenai smiled to herself as her students congratulated her. A sudden thought occurred to her. Team, we are going to do something different with training going forward. We are going to teach each other what jutsu we know, she decided. Even if the jutsu isn't your element, it's still useful to know. I am certain that if I had known more jutsus, I would have ended the fight a lot sooner. It went unspoken that she still blamed herself for causing Naruto to use the Kyuubi's chakra. As Team 8 neared the training grounds, they spotted Team 10 nearing the training grounds as well. Spotting Team 8, Team 10 jogged over to them. While Asuma and Kurenai discussed the reasons for their teams going to the training ground, the genin members of the two teams broke off into two groups. Sakura, Hinata, and Ino moved into one group, while Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji grouped together. So forehead, Ino began. I heard that you went on another mission. She raised one of her perfectly sculpted eyebrows. I also heard that you got knocked out of the fight, requiring Naruto to save you. Sakura scowled at her former friend's almost taunting tone. Still uselessly throwing yourself at Sasuke? She shot back. Ino's eyes narrowed as she fired back. Still trying to get a clanless baka? Sakura barely kept her composure Ino's insult. Ino, spotting Sakura's facial expression, gave a victorious smirk at having won this round of verbal sparring. Sakura sent a sideways glance at the two talking jounin, an idea forming. Say, Ino pig, I've got a bet for you. She casually spoke, holding up her hand as if inspecting her fingernails. Oh yeah. Ino shot back skeptically. What are you offering? If you win, I'll tell you the best gossip in the village. Seeing Ino's eyes light up at the thought of learning such news, she continued. But if I win, you're going to have to show your father some notes I took about someone regarding their behavior. And you'll have to tell me what he says after he reads them. Ino thought about the deal for a moment. She didn't see any harm with Sakura's request, in the unlikely event that the Pinkette somehow won. I accept. The blonde girl shook her hand with her former friend. Meanwhile, the three boys were conversing about Naruto's last mission. So what you're saying is that Kakashi took down Zabuza, an A-ranked missing ninja, single-handedly? Shikamaru questioned. Yep, Naruto confirmed. I know that all he seems to do is read those orange books, but he is really strong. Naruto paused for a second, trying to remember an important detail. Oh, Zabuza called him Sharingan no Kakashi. Does that mean that he is secretly an Uchiha? Naruto reported. I don't think so, Choji stated between munches of his chips. Choji was a member of the Akimichi clan. The Akimichi clan possessing secret family techniques that allowed them to convert calories into chakra. This led the members of the clan to eat almost constantly, allowing them to build up a large reserve of stored calories so they could replenish their chakra. Indeed, Shikamaru nodded. If Kakashi was a secret member of the Uchiha clan, then he wouldn't be known as Kakashi of the Sharingan. Given that he is known by that name, it stands to reason that people know of his eyes. Also considering that Sasuke is known as the last Uchiha, it means that Kakashi can't be a member of the Uchiha. He paused for the briefest of seconds, thinking. It is much more likely that he had his Sharingan implanted. It would also explain why he has to keep the eye with the Sharingan covered. Implanted Sharingan are always active and thus consume chakra if they are picking up any details. He extrapolated. Seeing the other two boys' odd expressions at his analysis, he shrugged. The Sharingan is a troublesome eye. It is even more troublesome when it could be used by anyone. We learned all we could about the eye to form strategies to fight it. The laid-back Nara let out a long-suffering sigh. Such a drag. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Choji turned to Naruto and asked, So Naruto, how's your team doing? Naruto tilted his head at the large boy. The Akimichi seemed genuinely interested in Naruto's life. Naruto grinned and began his tale. Well, since we last talked, we went on this mission. The two boys listened intently, their imaginations captured by Naruto's tale of a village under siege by a greedy man. Combat that was almost too fantastic to believe, and terrifyingly powerful enemy ninja. As Naruto reached the climax of the final fight, he carefully edited the story to avoid spilling his secret about his Jinchuriki status. As the tale reached its end, he glanced over at the other two genin standing next to him. Shikamaru looked intrigued, as if he had some new, exciting information to think about. Choji, by contrast, looked slightly shaken. Did you really kill all of those thugs? The brown-haired boy shakily asked, his face slightly pale at the thought of having to kill another person. Yeah, Naruto nodded. They wanted to hurt Sakura-chan. Hinata-chan, Kurenai-sensei, and Haku-chan. Naruto's eyes hardened. So I killed them. An awkward silence settled over the small group following Naruto's cold words. Having to yet take a life, it was almost unfathomable to think that one of their number, the happy-go-lucky dead last at that, had taken so many lives simply because they threatened his team. The air was eventually broken by Asuma, who came over to inform the boys of the plan he and Kurenai had decided upon. So, he began, oblivious to the awkward air hovering over the genins. Kurenai-san and I have decided to have a team training session together. First, we are going to have a friendly spar, and then exchange training methods and ideas. If you want, you guys can decide who you want to fight on the opposite team. He turned away, missing both Choji and Shikamaru pale slightly as they realized their conundrum. On the one hand, one of them would have to spar with one of the kunoichi from Team 8. Naruto had just gotten done telling a story of how he killed when they were threatened. On the other hand, one of them would have to fight Naruto himself. It was a potential lose-lose situation. Choji hesitantly extended his hand toward Shikamaru. Rock, paper, scissors? Winner gets to spar with Naruto. Shikamaru nodded, his mind still attempting to figure out the purpose behind this sparring match. A moment later, it was decided. Shikamaru Nara would be facing Naruto Uzumaki. So very troublesome. He groaned. Just thinking of all of the work and effort he would have to put into the spar made him feel tired. Despite his tiredness, he immediately began creating strategies, counter-strategies, backup strategies, and backup counter-strategies using every scrap of information he knew about his opponent. Choji, by contrast, was attempting not to worry about which one of the Team 8 kunoichi he would be facing. If it was Hinata, it wouldn't be that bad. She would attempt to disable him, and as long as he stayed away, he should be relatively safe. Sakura, on the other hand, slightly scared him. He remembered back in the academy when she would simply beat her opponent into the ground. Choji very much wanted to come out of this with minimal bruising. Thank you very much. He quickly looked at the group of genin females a short distance away. Spotting Ino and Sakura glaring at each other, he felt fairly confident that he would be facing Hinata. He let out an audible sigh of relief. Gather around, students. Asuma called a few minutes later. It's time for a sparring match. Keep in mind that this is just a friendly sparring match. He paused for a brief moment. Ino will be sparring with Sakura. Shikamaru has decided to spar Naruto. Choji will be facing Hinata. Seeing the apprehensive expressions on the male members of his team, he grinned around his cigarette and continued. We will start with Shikamaru versus Naruto, then Choji versus Hinata, and lastly Ino versus Sakura. Naruto and Shikamaru walked into the center of the training field, the latter walking slowly when compared to the former. Asuma looked at Shikamaru and hid his grin. He idly wondered if the intelligent genin had already figured out the reason behind this sparring match. While it was good to make plans and strategies, sometimes you just had to go with your instincts and just react. Up until this point, Shikamaru had been able to plan his way through training and each D-rank mission. Given that they would be having their first C-rank mission in 2 days, Asuma realized that he needed to show his students that sometimes the plan never survived contact with the enemy. He would train his students into the ground if that's what it took for them to survive the dangerous world ahead of them. Shikamaru eyed his opponent across the training field. Naruto was perhaps 70 or 75 feet away. The young Nara had several plans in place that should work with marginal success, but he knew that the blonde wouldn't make it so easy. Troublesome blondes. He sighed to himself. He quickly prepared several plans for when Naruto inevitably closed to start hand-to-hand combat. Shikamaru knew that he was no match for the Uzumaki in a heated combat, but he had several ideas that should do more than even the odds against the energetic blonde. He indicated his readiness to his equally troublesome sensei. Naruto readied himself for the fight ahead. He knew that even though all he had seen from Shikamaru was his shadow techniques, he couldn't assume that was all that the Nara knew. Naruto had the tentative plan of creating clones to push the Nara into a trap where Naruto could force a win. It was, after all, Naruto reminded himself, a friendly sparring match. He indicated his readiness to Asuma with a confident thumbs up. Hajime. The second the match started, Naruto snapped his hands up into his signature cross symbol. White smoke blanketed the area. Shikamaru tensed. What happened in a moment would decide the victor of the match. As the smoke began to dissipate, 10 blondes hurled themselves towards the shadow user. His eyes widened. Shikamaru hurriedly threw a dozen kunai at the clones, seeking to thin their ranks, knowing that it would be disastrous if he allowed them to get within touching distance. His eyes widened in alarm as he watched all but one of the clones dodge his kunai. He dodged a kunai being thrown back as he leapt back towards the trees, his hands already forming the hand signs for the shadow imitation technique. The clones closed in on the Nara as he landed on the ground. The leading clone's hand froze a mere 6 inches from Shikamaru's face. Cage main no jutsu success, he intoned. Suddenly an arm wrapped around neck, twisting it upwards. Shikamaru froze as he felt cold steel touch his throat. I win. Naruto's low voice ghosted in his ear. Shikamaru carefully nodded, being hyper-aware of the undoubtedly razor-sharp kunai at his throat. He gave a sigh of relief as Naruto let go of his neck and retracted the kunai. After massaging his sore neck for a moment, Shikamaru turned to Naruto. How did you maneuver around me? He asked, having already gone over the fight twice in his mind. Well, Naruto began, his voice becoming slightly embarrassed. I figured you would think I would just charge you with a frontal assault since I'm good at close combat. So I gave you an assault. When I first created my clones at the start of the spar, I hedged into a kunai while the smoke blocked your view. As Naruto continued to explain, a note of pride and accomplishment entered his tone. So when you threw the kunai at my clones, one of them let themselves be hit. The clone next to him threw the transformed kunai at you from the smoke. Since you expected me to retaliate as I got closer to you, you ignored it. It was simple to transform back into myself at that point and sneak up behind you as my clones distracted you. Shikamaru stared at the blonde in shock as Naruto finished. The young Nara had no idea that Naruto could come up with such efficient plans. He eyed Naruto with renewed interest. Perhaps he was too hasty when he considered not befriending the energetic blonde. Shikamaru resolved to befriend Naruto, realizing that he was nothing like the clan rumors had said. So, boss, one of the 9 clones hesitantly asked, what do you want us to do? I dunno. Naruto shrugged. Go train, I guess? The leading clone saluted his creator, and then the group of shadow clones headed off, intent on working out the kinks in one of their combat moves. As Naruto and Shikamaru headed back to the group, they spied an unhappy Asuma handing money to a familiar figure. Kakashi! Naruto exclaimed. What are you doing here? During the downtime on the last mission, Kakashi had befriended the blonde to a certain extent. While Naruto didn't consider them friends, he did know that Kakashi didn't want to harm him. In addition, Kakashi had taught him water walking during an impromptu training session. Naruto was thankful to the gray-hair ninja for his help, considering that the jounin took the time to sit down and explain how the training worked. Well, Kakashi's eye scrunched up slightly as he smiled down at the happy blonde. I got lost on the road to life and I found myself here, my fellow jounin. He indicated the still unhappy Asuma, with a slight nod of his head, saw fit to tell me that his genin would barely loose against you. I challenged him to put his money where his mouth was, so to speak. Kakashi chuckled slightly in satisfaction. Easiest money I ever made. Why would you bet on me? A bewildered Naruto asked, not understanding why someone would risk money on him. After all, the blonde knew that he wasn't anything special. Because I believe in you. Kakashi's simple reply shocked the blonde. Never before had someone simply believed in him. Naruto still didn't understand why Kakashi believed in him, but knowing that he did was one of the most heady feelings he had ever had. Well, I suppose I must be off. I think the road to life is taking me towards my genin. Kakashi idly commented, seeing the true smile slowly spread unconsciously across Naruto's face. The gray-haired ninja headed off, his heart lighter, having accomplished what he set out to do today. He had made countless mistakes, Kakashi admitted privately to himself, but after seeing what Naruto had gone through, he was determined to not make any more. Kakashi's words echoed pleasantly in Naruto's mind. He basked in the strange warm feeling that they evoked. He was startled out of his pleasant thoughts by Sakura's voice. Naruto-kun, I'm about to start my match. Naruto blinked. Apparently he had missed Hinata-chan's match. Before he could scold himself for being such a terrible friend as to miss her fight, Hinata herself spoke up next to him. Naruto-kun, don't feel bad for missing my match. It was even shorter than yours, Hinata urged, determined to not let her Naruto-kun feel guilty over not paying attention to a simple match. Seeing his uncertain expression, she earnestly continued. It's fine, Naruto-kun. It really is. If you're sure, Naruto replied, still feeling slightly guilty for missing her match. He resolved to watch Sakura's match carefully, so to avoid missing 2 matches. Sakura, seeing that her Naruto-kun was now paying attention to the impending fight, indicated to Asuma that she was ready for the match to start. Hajime. So forehead. Ino started conversationally. What are you planning on doing? You precious Naruto-kun isn't here to help you. It's just you, Sakura Haruno, and me, Ino Yamanaka. The blonde-haired girl smirked. So what you gonna do? She was startled by Sakura's sudden giggle. Why, you think that's going to demoralize me? Sakura giggled for another moment before quieting her chuckles. She shook her head at the blonde kunoichi in amusement. You just don't get it, do you? Get what? Ino replied, an uneasy feeling slowly building within her. Let me show you. Sakura smirked before her hands quickly began forming hand signs. Ino, seeing the fight had commenced, leapt back and prepared to dodge whatever jutsu her former friend would throw at her. After all, Sakura was only good because of her team, right? Sakura suddenly spat several large basketball-sized water globes at Ino. While the globes didn't move with blinding speed, they did move more quickly than their size seemed to allow. Ino, seeing the danger, gracefully dodged the dangerous projectiles. Her natural flexibility was put to the test as she dodged the barrage of large water bullets. Eventually the shots petered out and Sakura panted lightly, temporarily fatigued from rapid chakra expenditure. Ino, seeing her chance, began her clan's signature technique, the Shintenshin no Jutsu. Sakura breathed out slowly as she straightened, shooting out so many large water bullets while taking care to slow them down enough so that Ino could dodge them was quite tiring. Her eyes widened as she saw Ino's technique bearing down on her. She quickly dodged out of the way, using a handspring to quickly reposition herself. Seeing that Ino was temporarily vulnerable, she quickly charged the blonde. Ino, seeing the danger bearing down on her, hurriedly ended her technique. She only had time to blink before she had to defend herself from Sakura's surprisingly strong kick. Ino wasn't even given time to react before she had to frantically block the next 2 punches from Sakura, each blow leaving the blonde's arms aching. Ino replied with a flurry of attacks herself. Ino was good. She was in the top 5 genin kunoichi for a reason. If she was facing a different genin, they would have been hard-pressed to defeat her. She utilized her natural flexibility and her clan's fighting techniques to great effect. But she wasn't fighting someone else. She was fighting Sakura Haruno, a kunoichi from Team 8, a ninja who had trained with one of the greatest close combat specialists of their generation. She sparred frequently with a lightning using Hyuga. She had seen the fire of life and death combat, and had been forged into the beginning of a legend. Ino never stood a chance. Sakura quickly drove Ino into the muddy ground where all of the Pinket's water bullets had hit the ground. Seeing Sakura reel her fist back for another powerful punch, Ino took the risk and leapt back, dodging the attack. She could only watch in horrified shock as she saw Sakura switch seamlessly from a punch into several hand seals. Ino was only a scant few inches from the ground when Sakura slammed her hands into the soaked ground. A 15-foot-high wall of water rose in response, towering over the stunned Yamanaka. A second later, it crashed down onto the terrified blonde. As Ino felt the water crash over her, she suddenly felt the water grow heavy. She struggled weakly, not understanding why she couldn't move. A few seconds later, she almost gasped. She was trapped in a perfect sphere of water. Sakura stood in front of the sphere with a neutral expression on her face. Yelled. Sakura's tone booked no argument. Ino, being in no position to disagree, nodded. The water prison collapsed and Ino fell to her knees, greedily sucking in the precious air. Sakura kneeled next to her. When you are dry, I'll give you my notes. All I need you to do is give them to your father to read. Stay there until he finishes, and tell me what he says. She ordered. All the red-faced Yamanaka could do was nod in acceptance. Sakura walked over to her team to the cheers of congratulations. She blushed faintly as Naruto enthusiastically congratulated her on her complete domination of the fight. After congratulating Sakura herself, Kurenai pulled her student to the side. "You're running low on chakra, aren't you?" she half-asked, half-commented to Sakura quietly. Sakura nodded, not seeing any point in hiding her state from her teacher. When Sakura told her sensei that she could continue training even with her reduced chakra, Kurenai shook her head and laughed quietly. "That's quite a Naruto-like answer, don't you think?" She shot a mischievous glance at the now blushing girl. What?" Sakura stammered, feeling her face light up in a pretty flush. Kurenai giggled. "It's all right, Sakura." She leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry. I won't tell him." She pulled back and said in a more louder tone, "Since all of my wonderful students easily won their battles, why don't we all go for some celebratory ramen?" "Ramen!" Naruto happily cried out, completely forgetting the whispered words he had just heard. "Report!" The Hokage ordered ANBU commando as the ninja entered the Hokage's office. The ANBU kneeled in front of the village leader and began his report. "Sir, I investigated the shops in the area I was assigned. As it turns out, every shop either bars entry to Naruto Uzumaki or raises the prices so high he will not be able to buy anything there." The bare-masked ANBU didn't allow any emotion to cloud his voice or tone as he completed his report. "By the end of my investigation, I firmly believe that the shop owners feel justified in how they treat Naruto Uzumaki. I saw no signs that they are under duress or are being forced to act the way they do towards him." Hiruzen let out a non-committal hum as he sat in his chair following the bear's report. He had been afraid of this. "At least," he mused out loud to himself, "it's only in one small area. All of the other ANBU reported no issues." He remembered the still kneeling ANBU. "Bear, you may go." The ANBU stood, bowed, and left the room. Once the door closed, Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. Why did a few villagers hate Naruto so much? At least I can tell Naruto where to not shop now. Perhaps this will bring me back into his good graces. Hiruzen thought hopefully. He had missed the bright ball of sunshine these last years. Naruto reminded him of all of the reasons he was protecting the village. The Hokage turned to start a new letter to Naruto. The ANBU known as Bear was never more thankful for his mask than he was now. Had he not been wearing the mask, his fierce, angry scowl would have instantly put everyone on edge. "I guess Dog-sama was right about the ANBU," he brooded. "I didn't want to believe it, but damn, it is true." His scowl deepened as he remembered Dog-sama's words to him on the previous day. "Long time no see, Bear," Kakashi commented idly to the air while he walked into a seemingly abandoned training field. After a few moments, a large man in a bear mask dropped out of the tree in front of him. "Long time no see, Dog-sama," the man greeted. "What brings you to our training field?" "You know I'm not your commander anymore, Bear," Kakashi reminded the man. The ANBU known as Bear shook his head. "You will always be our commander, Dog-sama, even if you don't wear the mask anymore." Kakashi bowed his head. While he didn't crave Bear's allegiance, he couldn't deny that it was incredibly useful. He hated to ask the big ANBU this, but he needed someone he could unequivocally trust. "Bear, I have a mission for you," Kakashi spoke, his tone unconsciously slipping into the commanding tone he used while commanding ANBU. Bear straightened, awaiting orders. "What I am about to tell you cannot be told to anyone. Not even the Hokage." Bear shifted, slightly confused. "Before I tell you, I will give you the opportunity to leave now. I will not blame you if you do not want to continue this mission." Bear stood silently for a few moments, considering the situation at hand. While he was technically sworn to the Hokage, his true allegiance was to his commander and the village. And at the root of it all, he trusted Dog-sama. "I will continue this mission," he finally decided, his voice carrying a note of finality. "Good." Kakashi nodded, his face shifting into a serious expression. "You have heard of Naruto Uzumaki, have you not?" Bear nodded, his face shifting into an unseen grin as he remembered watching the little blonde ball of energy all those years ago. He was still confused how he was pulled off of the protection detail for the Naruto shortly after he started. What you don't know was that Naruto isn't the QB reborn. Bear snorted, finding the very idea that the bright-eyed young boy could be the massive demon fox ridiculous. Naruto isn't the Kyuubi. He is its Jinchuriki. Even Bear's training couldn't prevent a small gasp of shock from escaping. So knowing this, here is your mission. When you are given a mission by the Hokage regarding Naruto, watch the other ANBU. I believe many of them have perpetrated crimes or allowed crimes against Naruto. Surely you're wrong. Bear burst out, unwilling to believe that any of his brothers and sisters in arms would commit such atrocities. Just watch and report to me, Kakashi reiterated. Seeing Bear clasp his arm to his chest in acceptance of his mission, Kakashi pulled out a kunai and swiftly stabbed himself. A moment later, he burst into white smoke. Heh. Bear chuckled. Still using the basics, dog-sama? He chuckled again before schooling his expression. He had a mission to complete. Bear headed out towards the training fields. He had some steam to burn off before he met with Dog-sama this evening. Junpei slowly awoke, his head pounding. He groggily wondered how much he drank the previous night to cause such a massive hangover. He attempted to sit up, only to be brought short almost instantly. He glanced over to his wrist, confused. Junpei gave a start of shock and fear as he saw that he was chained down to a metal gurney. Adrenaline raced through his veins and chased away all of his grogginess. He frantically pulled on the chains as he recalled, with mounting horror, how he had been rendered unconscious. As his overactive imagination played various scenarios, each more horrible than the last, the overwhelmed civilian began to hyperventilate. As he slumped back in the bed on the verge of blacking out, a previously hidden door suddenly opened. Junpei looked over at the door with trembling fear. All he saw was a silhouette outlined by the door's light. Where am I? He cried, fear constricting his heart. Who are you? What do you want? What do I want? The silhouette echoed. It's not what I want. It's what you're going to tell me. What? Junpei stammered, completely overwhelmed. You are going to tell me everything about Naruto Uzumaki and the council. Chapter 9, Technicalities. Kakashi slowly ambled towards the shinobi shopping district. Naruto had moved into his apartment early this morning. Originally, the gray-haired ninja had planned on simply buying Naruto new kunai or shurikens, but after seeing Naruto's odd expression when told that someone believed in him, Kakashi knew that he needed to give Naruto something more than just a few simple weapons. Kakashi had talked with Kurinai, teammate sensei, and was pleasantly surprised to learn that Naruto was attempting to figure out how a sealing scroll worked on his own. Kakashi casually strolled into an alleyway. A moment later, a nondescript man with brown hair and brown eyes strolled back out of the alley. Kakashi chuckled to himself as he walked towards the biggest shinobi book supplier. Who knew that overcharging the henge gave it better results? The disguised ninja headed inside the bookstore, intent on finding the item he was looking for. Several minutes later, he located his prize. Will this be all? The store clerk asked, her tone bright and cheery. At the brown-haired ninja's nod of confirmation, she asked, Do you have our membership card? No. Kakashi shook his head, wanting to keep his interactions to a minimum. It wouldn't do, after all, if someone figured out that the brown-haired ninja and Kakashi Hatake were indeed the same person, especially considering the book that the normally gray-haired ninja was purchasing. Would you like to sign up for the membership club today? Seeing the brown-haired ninja shake his head in the negative, she persisted. Are you sure? It's free and signing up only takes a minute, and once you are part of our membership club, you save 10%. No, I do not want to sign up. Another time perhaps. Kakashi silently prayed that his answer would satisfy the bubbly associate. Oh, the associate's demeanor drooped slightly. Okay. She returned to her normal bright self a moment later. In that case, your total is 3,623 yen. Kakashi quickly paid the woman, wanting to leave the place as soon as possible. He felt exposed here, bereft of weapons or gear. Putting the book into the bag, that associate handed the brown-haired ninja the bag with a cheery farewell. Have a nice day. Kakashi nodded and returned the gesture. After heading deeper into the district for about 10 minutes, the brown-haired ninja walked into the alleyway. A few moments later, Kakashi exited the alley, his purchase safely sealed into his pouch. The gray-haired ninja pulled out his beloved orange book and began to slowly amble his way towards the Hyuga compound. Naruto couldn't contain his happy smile as he headed back to his apartment. Today was one of the best days ever. He had gotten presents, had a great spar, Kakashi had bet on him for some reason, then had said he trusted him, and then he started learning a bunch of new techniques. It truly was a good day. Naruto was still smiling when he entered the house. He sniffed the air and was rewarded with the tantalizing smell of something delicious cooking. "I'm home," he announced, still getting used to having someone to come home to. It was a pleasant feeling, he decided. After changing and grabbing a quick shower, he wandered down to the kitchen, figuring that Haku-chan was the one who was cooking such mouth-watering delights. As he entered the kitchen, he spied Haku stirring some delicious-looking ramen on the stove. As he took another step into the kitchen, he noticed that the oven was on and was the source of the tasty smells. Beside the oven on the counter was a rather thick cookbook, open to something called garlic chicken. "Naruto-sama," Haku greeted, bowing once she had finishing stirring the pot. "How was your day?" she inquired, interested in her master's day. While she was already interested in finding out how his day went, she had picked up a magazine that had been full of techniques on how to turn a house into a home. She was already employing several of the techniques, including making her master food and finding out how his day went. "It was great," Naruto began happily. "After we left the house, we met up with Team 10. As Haku listened to Naruto's exuberant recounting of his day, she privately filed away the information given about those he fought. She wasn't sure of Team 10's feelings towards her Naruto-sama, so she figured it would be better to be safe than sorry. After all, their teacher could have been one of the people who hurt Naruto-sama. After Naruto finished his tale, Haku sent him to the dining room to wait for the food to finish. After he left the room, Haku's tenuous hold on her facial expression broke, and her face reflected her feelings. Her emotions swirled within her in an almost painful, chaotic froth. The main issue of her conflicted feelings was Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi had killed her beloved former master, Zabuza. On the other hand, she could see how much Kakashi's words had helped her Naruto-sama. The warring feelings of anger, hate, and gratefulness towards Hatake almost made the young ice user feel sick. The sound of the oven timer startled her out of her emotional turmoil. She was halfway to creating a senbon before she realized that it was just the oven and not an enemy. Haku took several deep breaths and stuffed the chaotic feelings deep inside. She had to serve her master now. Tools weren't allowed to be compromised by emotion. "Here you are, Naruto-sama. Freshly cooked ramen and garlic chicken." Haku set the delicious-looking food in front of Naruto. As Naruto dug into the food with a grin of happiness, Haku focused on the warm feeling she got from serving her master. That feeling, she decided, was the best feeling in the world. She wouldn't trade that feeling for anything. "I'm home," Sakura called as she threw open the door to her home. "We're in the living room," Mabuki called to her daughter. Sakura slowly walked into the living room, curiosity written plainly across her face. Confusion and concern bled onto her face as she spotted the serious looks on her parents' faces as they sat on the couch. "Sakura-chan, sit down. We have much to talk about," Mabuki urged, her normally kind face drawn into a serious expression. Sakura hesitantly walked over to the chair and sat down, open concern now visible on her face. "What is it?" she questioned her parents, feeling a vague sense of dread. "Is something wrong?" Mabuki glanced at her husband, Kizashi. Kizashi sighed. "Sakura-chan, nothing is wrong with us." He paused as Sakura relaxed slightly. "But that doesn't mean there isn't anything wrong. When your mother told me about you wanting to stay with Naruto-san, I was hesitant to agree." Seeing hurt begin to flare in his daughter's eyes, he hastened to explain more. "It's not that I don't trust you or Naruto-san, but I don't think you are fully aware of the situation surrounding your blonde friend." Mabuki took her turn to explain, her voice containing a trace of both indignation and sadness in equal measures. "Do you remember little over a year ago when Naruto-san first came over our house?" Seeing Sakura's confused nod, Mabuki continued, her sadness now undisguised in her tone. "And after dinner, do you remember when I gave him a small hug?" Sakura nodded again, frowning. What was her mother getting at? But what you don't know is what Naruto-san said to me after I finished the hug. Mabuki said in a watery voice, tears forming in her eyes as she remembered the young blonde's heartbreaking words. Naruto said that he didn't know what I did. Naruto didn't know what a hug was? Sakura questioned unbelievingly. How could anyone go for more than a few days without being hugged? Seeing the truth in her mother's watery eyes, the pinkette looked to the ground as she thought, considering all of the facts that she knew. Fact: Naruto was an orphan given a random clan name. Fact: most of the village didn't like Naruto. Fact: two ninja had tried to kill Naruto. Fact: Naruto didn't seem to have any friends besides her and Hinata. And perhaps Haku. Sakura admitted to herself grudgingly. As Sakura slowly considered the facts, she slowly came to a horrifying conclusion. Naruto didn't have anyone, did he? She whispered out, tears silently making their way unnoticed down her face. No one to hold him when he had nightmares, no one to make him food in the morning, no one to make him soup when he got sick, and no one to hug him. No, he didn't. Mabuki's saddened words weighed heavily on the occupants of the room. It was one thing to simply think that Naruto had a terrible life, but somehow saying the words out loud made the situation concrete, real in all of its heartbreaking tragedy. But, Mabuki said, her words containing the slightest traces of hope, while we can't change the past, we can change how we help Naruto. If you move in with Naruto as a friend, Kazashi began, his voice even more serious. Realize that Naruto might not understand some of the things your other friends might. I'll bet that he didn't even understand why Mabuki-chan gave him a hug. His voice then gained a note of finality. Moving in with him will not be easy. You'll be pushed to be his friend each and every moment you are with him. Seeing Sakura's now conflicted expression, he gently added, take your time and think about it. There's no rush. I know Naruto will understand either way. Mabuki tilted her head at her pink-haired husband, seemingly having an entire conversation with him with a mere glance. Kazashi nodded and gave his wife a quick kiss before heading into the kitchen to start making dumplings. He knew that this was one of those important mother-daughter moments, and he was perfectly content to make his two beautiful girls some comfort food following such a heavy conversation. Sakura was like her mother in that regard, given that both of them tended to consume vast quantities of food after a very serious conversation. Mom! Sakura's voice was small and hesitant. What should I do? Mabuki's heart broke as she looked over at her daughter. Instead of the confident and strong ninja Mabuki knew her daughter was, all she saw was her little girl hugging her knees with a lost and sad expression on her face. Mabuki was at a loss for a few minutes. How could she help her little girl? Sakura? Mabuki began gently, remembering the words her mother spoke to her long ago. What does your heart tell you? A look of disheartened frustration crossed Sakura's face. I've been thinking, and I just don't know what to do. A few frustrated tears slid down her cheeks. I can see logical reasons for both sides. Sakura. Mabuki shook her head. We really are alike. She mused silently. You're not listening. You are thinking with your head. What does your heart say? Mabuki watched Sakura retreat inside herself, attempting to listen to her heart. After what seemed like a lifetime, Mabuki watched resolve slowly gather within her daughter. Sakura raised her head and looked over at her mother. I'm moving in with Naruto-kun. I know that the road won't be easy, but he's worth it. How could I call myself his friend if I can't, or won't, stand beside him? Sakura's resolve hardened. And if anyone tries to hurt him, I'll stop them, just as I know he'll do the same for me. Sakura stood up. I'm going to train for a bit. I'll be back later tonight. Mabuki nodded, knowing that hitting something to relieve emotional stress seemed to be Sakura's solution. And with that, Sakura Haruno, a proud member of Team 8, headed towards the training field. Kazashi hurried out of the kitchen as the door closed. So, his voice was a forced casualness. What did she decide? She has decided to move in with Naruto-san, his wife answered. A sly grin slid onto Kazashi's face. Oh, well then, it looks like you will have to be the one to give her the talk. He smirked at his wife's expression of denial. Come on, dear. You really don't want someone else teaching her? Aren't you supposed to be chasing away all of the boys? Mabuki questioned weakly, not looking forward to the extremely awkward question Sakura would undoubtedly ask. Maybe, Kazashi shrugged. Seeing his wife's stern expression, his face turned serious. If it was any other boy, I would have chased him off by now. But I know that there isn't a better person than Naruto for Sakura. He'll never let her down. He'll love her with everything he has, and he'll protect her above all else. Kazashi shrugged again. So no, I'm not worried, but I still applaud your efforts on trying to skimp out of giving our Sakura the birds and the bees talk. But she's going to ask so many questions. Mabuki pouted, her tone becoming equally teasing. Unless, her tone took on a breathy quality. I get a refresher course. She slowly stood and grabbed her husband's hand. Work, work, work. Kazashi sighed as he let himself be dragged upstairs to their bedroom by his now giggling wife. Kakashi raised his hand to knock on the door to Naruto's new house. A moment later, Naruto threw open the door. Kakashi. Hello. Naruto greeted, slightly confused to why the gray-haired ninja was standing on his doorstep. Come in. The blonde invited, knowing it was rude to leave someone stand outside. So, Naruto asked as the two ninjas walked into the living room, why are you here? Can't I just come over to see Kurenai's little ninjas? Kakashi asked, making no real attempt to fake an innocent tone. Seeing Naruto's unbelieving face, his lone visible crinkled up slightly as he smiled. I just brought over a housewarming gift, he explained as he pulled a bagged book out of his pouch. Oh, Naruto exclaimed, again surprised that he was getting another gift. He quickly accepted the offered bag and looked inside. The blonde pulled the book out of the bag, reading the title out loud. The Beginner's Guide to Seals and Seal Making. Naruto's eyes widened. How did you know I needed a book like this? Well, Kurenai mentioned something about you attempting to modify your sealing scrolls, and so I figured you could use a bit of help instead of going in blind. Kakashi suddenly grew serious. Naruto, you can't tell anyone you don't trust completely about your interest in learning seals. Naruto looked confused to Kakashi's strange order for a moment before a bitter look of understanding crossed his face. It's because of the Kyuubi, isn't it? He asked flatly. It really wasn't a question. Kakashi nodded grimly. Kakashi broke the silence between the two a moment later. I must admit I wasn't surprised that you were interested in sealing. Seeing Naruto's curious expression, he elaborated. After all Uzumakis were naturally good at sealing techniques. Keeping the casual tone, the gray-haired ninja mused to himself out loud. I wonder if the library still has the listings of all of the ninja clans. Kakashi shrugged. It didn't really matter. It was just an idle curiosity mistakenly spoken out loud after all. Oh, I almost forgot. Kakashi started, his voice not showing a hint of surprise. I found this note with some word I can't read. The gray-haired ninja pulled a piece of paper with one word written on it from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Could you read this out loud for me? Naruto tilted his head at the gray-haired ninja in suspicion. This was all very strange. He glanced down at the word. It didn't seem like any word he knew, but he supposed there wouldn't be any harm in saying it. Databane. As nothing happened for a few seconds, Naruto handed Kakashi back the paper. His eyes widened as he felt something jolt through his system like a shot of pure adrenaline. His eyes widened and a startled gasp forced its of his throat. It hadn't fully even left his throat before Haku rushed into the room, her eyes hard and unforgiving. You should go. Her normally soft voice was harsh as she positioned herself between the temporarily stunned blonde and the gray-haired ninja. Her ice senbon already formed and held defensively in front of her. You've done enough. Ma. Kakashi waved his hands in front of him in surrender. I'm sorry, Haku-san. I'll be out of your hair now. The gray-haired ninja casually backed out of the home, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he reached the doorstep. See you around, Naruto and Haku-san, he called over his shoulder as he strolled towards the village proper. Are you all right, Naruto-sama? Haku asked anxiously as she checked for any visible injuries that had escaped her sight when she had first rushed into the room. Sensing more than normal chakra emanating from his navel area, the worried ice user pulled up her master's shirt. The most intricate seal she had ever seen stood out in stark contrast against Naruto's slightly tanned skin. What is that? She stammered, concerned that Kakashi had somehow placed a seal on her master without her noticing. Huh. Naruto glanced down. I wonder why the seal is reacting now. He mused, seeing Haku's anxious expression. The blonde decided to explain what the seal was. While he didn't want her to hate him, removing the almost distraught look on her face was more important. I'm a Jinchuriki. This is the seal to keep it at bay, he explained, not daring to look at Haku. To say he was understandably surprised when he was pulled into a tight hug by Haku would be an understatement. Oh, Naruto-sama, she murmured sadly, now understanding why the village hated her master so much. She silently cursed the village for all they had done to her master, someone who was quickly becoming very dear to her. You don't hate me? Naruto's confused and hopeful voice broke her from her thoughts. Haku shook her head violently. No, she cried, tears forming in her eyes at the mere thought that her Naruto-sama could think that she hated him. I will never hate you, Naruto-sama. Naruto was almost awed at the girl's words. While Sakura and Hinata also didn't care if he was a Jinchuriki, they had spent years getting to know him first. Naruto-sama, Haku hesitantly began. Could you tell me how you came to be a Jinchuriki? Seeing Naruto's surprised face, she quickly added, You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. Naruto considered Haku's request for a brief second. He nodded. Haku-chan was a friend after all. Would you like to hear my story now, Haku-chan? Seeing her nod, Naruto slowly broke away from the hug and sat on the couch. Haku quickly moved to the chair opposite him and awaited his story with anticipation. It all started over 3 years ago one afternoon. I had been kicked out of class by a teacher named Mizuki. I was practicing my kunai throwing skills when I accidentally threw the kunai the wrong way. Ino Yamanaka waited eagerly for her father to get home. While she had easily lost to Sakura this morning, the Pinkette had given her the opportunity to regain some of her pride when Sakura had given her the notes for Ino's father. Here to gloat some more forehead? Ino bitterly questioned. Her battle with Sakura was humiliating. Sakura had dictated the battle from the moment it started, not to mention the Pinkette had used techniques far beyond Ino. And the most humiliating part of all was that Ino never even touched Sakura. Not unless you want me to, Sakura said cheerfully. Her mood boosted her recent win against her former friend. I'm just here to drop off the notes for your dad, she explained. Sakura was about to turn around to leave when a calculating look flashed across her face. By the way, Ino Pig, she began, being careful to keep her tone nonchalant. While I'm not telling you who the notes are about, I can tell you that if you figure it out, Sakura paused to let the tension build. It will be the biggest piece of news you will ever see. The Pinkette walked away, having set the proverbial hook. The sound of the front door opening broke Ino from her memory. She looked up to see her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, walk into the house. Ino waited until her father closed the door before she made her move. She skipped over to her father, stopping just a scant few feet in front of him, making sure to keep her most sincere and innocent face on as she did. Daddy, she greeted, giving her father a quick hug. How was your day? Inoichi chuckled as he returned the hug from his only daughter. My day was great as always. What can I do for you, princess? Why do you think I want something? Ino questioned, keeping her face innocent. Inoichi smiled. Princess, you don't greet me at the door unless you want something. Ino pouted, crossing her arms. Well, that might normally be the case. Today it isn't for me. All right, princess. Just let me set my things down and we can talk about what you need. A few minutes later, Inoichi headed back down to the living room where Ino impatiently waited. So, what do you need? He asked as he settled down into one of the chairs. Well, Daddy, I need you to look at these notes. They're about someone's mental disposition, and I need to know for ninja stuff. Ino handed her father the notes, slightly jealous of Sakura's extremely neat handwriting. She plopped down in the chair opposite her father and started her vigil, determined to figure out who the secret person forehead hinted was the biggest piece of news she had ever come across. Ino watched a variety of emotions flash across her father's face as he carefully read the notes. He had originally scanned the notes briefly before he suddenly started over, carefully reading each page. As interesting as watching the various facial expressions, Ino quickly grew bored. One could only watch alarm, surprise, or concern flash across his face so many times before it grew boring. She was awoken from her light nap by a gentle shaking. She turned to see her father shaking her with a grim and serious expression on his face. "What's the matter, Daddy?" Ino questioned, wondering what he could have read that caused him to be so serious. "Princess, do you know who these notes are referring to?" Inoichi questioned. Seeing his daughter shake her head in the negative, he sighed. "I was afraid of that." Inoichi carefully set the notes down on the table in front of him, buying time to gather his thoughts. The person described in the notes has a very serious psychological issue. He began his tone slipping into the same tone he used while reporting his finding from the intelligence division. The person in question, presumably male, has extremely low self-worth, almost to the point of it being non-existent. He seems to view himself as disposable when compared to others he cares about. Inoichi frowned again. He trusted his daughter when she said that she didn't know who the notes referred to. He resolved to meet with Shikaka Nara, his old teammate, to see if they could figure out the identity of the person in question. The person's low self-worth was a great risk to not only himself, but to anyone who was close to him. "Thanks, Daddy," Ino said brightly, hiding her disappointment at not finding out the person's identity yet. She quickly stood and gave her father another hug before disappearing to her room to recheck her makeup and clothes. After all, she didn't want to go outside to tell Sakura what her father said looking badly. And if she was really lucky, she might even run into Sasuke-kun. Ino allowed herself to briefly fall into a daydream of the stoic Uchiha finally confessing his undying love for her. She shook her head a few moments later to resume her primping. "Absolutely not." Hinata froze mid-step as she heard the angry raised voice of her father echo across the compound. Glancing around quickly, she didn't see anyone within view. The Hyuga heiress closed her eyes for a brief moment. She opened them to expose the white eyes of the Byakugan. Hinata focused on the elder meeting room where her father was at, listening in by reading their lips. "Be reasonable, Hayashi," one of the elders tried. "We need to gain more insight into the Jinchuriki before the other clans do. If we are able to somehow gain his complete trust, we will never have to worry about the clan's status ever again. And all you ask of me is to sacrifice my daughter." Hayashi snarled back, his normally composed expressions long since gone. "2 months ago you didn't even care about her." Another of the elders snapped back. Killing intent flooded the room. "How dare you?" Hayashi's voice had a deadly edge to it. The elders paled, realizing the line they had just crossed. "If you even speak another word about forcing my daughter to live with Naruto Uzumaki," Hayashi's expression hardened, "I'll challenge you to a fight to the death." The elders swallowed, seeing firsthand why Hayashi was feared in the Third Shinobi War. For standing before them wasn't the head of the Hyuga clan, but a ninja who had single-handedly turned several battles into victories. It was a ninja who now declared his intent on protecting his family from threats, both abroad and at home. A stunned silence fell on the room. Hayashi strode from the room, purposely turning back on the council as he left the room. "What should we do now?" one of the elders questioned shakily, still stunned by Hayashi's declaration. "I do not know," another of the elders answered him. "Hayashi was our only chance at getting Hinata-san into direct contact with the Uzumaki when not on missions or at team training. We cannot force her without Hayashi's word. To do so would invite the Jinchuriki to destroy us all. Perhaps we are going about this the wrong way." The head elder spoke, gaining the other elders' attention. "Instead of attempting to manipulate Hinata-san into joining with the Jinchuriki, perhaps we should invite him into our clan for training and relaxation." He paused before continuing. "And furthermore, I have recently gotten information that Uzumaki-san isn't allowed in several stores. We will ally ourselves with him and offer to buy goods on his behalf. If he is open to that, we can expand our alliance." Murmurs of agreement from the council prompted him to continue. "We will draw the paperwork up today and present it to Uzumaki-san tomorrow." Hayashi let out another snarl as he slammed his hand into the training dummy. "How dare they?" He raged silently. Hadn't he given enough? His brother gone. His first daughter rendered almost useless by his careless actions. His second daughter turned into someone he barely recognized. And for what? The glory of a clan that wouldn't bring back those he cared about? After several more angered strikes, Hayashi let out a sigh, the anger flowing out of him. It was ironic, he mused, that the Jinchuki had just as much of an effect on him as his daughter. Naruto's words still haunted him from when they spoke to sign the lease for the house the Uzumaki would be renting. He recalled the Uzumaki's words. "You don't get it, do you?" Naruto spoke, his voice showing frustration. "I care about my friends, and I'll protect them against anything and anyone, even if they are in this village." Naruto's voice turned disgusted. "You're Hinata-chan's father, but you don't care. You'd sacrifice her in a second for the village. That's not what family does. You belittled her and called her useless. What kind of father does that?" Naruto locked eyes with Hayashi. "It's simple. They don't." Naruto's words had shaken Hayashi deeply. He had spent most of the night agonizing over the blonde's words. He had slowly come to the terrible realization that he had broken his family. He had pushed Hinata to become something she was not. He had belittled her and practically turned her into a useless civilian. It did not escape his notice that Naruto Uzumaki, the supposed demon, was the one to turn his daughter back into an effective ninja. It was Naruto who protected his daughter. It was Naruto who trained and helped his daughter. Hayashi had exited his room in the morning a changed man. He understood that if you failed your family, if you failed to protect your family, you couldn't protect anyone, let alone the village. He would be the father that he had failed to be, standing between his family and the threats to them, be it at home or on the battlefield. He resolved to speak to Naruto the next day to thank him for being there when he was not, when he chose to not be there. "And that's when you told me about wanting to be my servant," Naruto concluded. Haku was spellbound by his tale of the life he had gained since he met Sakura. She resolved to apologize to the Pinkette, now knowing that she had stood by and helped her Naruto-sama since the beginning. "Well, I'm still pumped, so I'm going to go train for a bit," Naruto commented as he stood up. It was nearing dusk, but thanks to the upgrades from the Kyuubi, he could see well into the night. Haku bowed and informed him that a fresh meal would be waiting for him when he returned. Naruto sprinted towards the training grounds. As he entered the more dense forested area, a glint of metal caught his eye. Curious, he moved closer to see what he had glimpsed. As he rounded a tree, he was surprised by a large metal gate in front of him. A high metal fence extended on either side of the gate. "The Forest of Death," Naruto read, seeing the sign next to the gate. "The Forest of Death," Naruto mused. "I wonder if I can train here. Being surrounded by death should make me stronger, so I can protect all of my precious people." Anko Mitarashi wasn't the nicest of people. She would even happily admit it herself. But due to the stigma of having been once trained by the legendary trader Orochimaru, she had few things she could truly call her own. The fabled training ground, the Forest of Death, was her training ground. So when she saw some brat eyeing one of the gates to the training ground, she was understandably angry. Anko crept closer to the seemingly oblivious blonde, preparing to scare the shit out him. As she eased a kunai out of her pouch, she recognized the little genin. It was one of Kurenai's little ninjas, and given that he was male, she could safely say that the genin in front of her was Naruto Uzumaki. Anko let out a slight growl of frustration. She had promised that she wouldn't mess with Kurenai's students after the red-eyed woman had begged her not to. Given that her friend rarely asked anything of her, Anko had agreed. The thump of someone dropping down to the ground behind him prompted Naruto to turn around. He was slightly taken aback when he saw a young woman, perhaps early 20s, standing 30 feet behind him. She had light brown eyes and blue-tinted black hair. She wore a tan overcoat and a mesh bodysuit that conformed to her figure. She also wore a dark orange miniskirt and a forehead protector. A small snake thong on a thick brown cord hung from around her neck. Naruto blinked, having catalogued her appearance within several seconds of initially spotting her. "Hello," he greeted Anko with a smile. Anko was befuddled. Normally when a men spotted her, they either looked at her with lust-filled eyes or terror-filled eyes. Never before had someone she just met smiled and greeted her. "You're Anko, right?" Naruto's words ended her shock. An alarm prickled down her spine. How do you know my name? She asked warily, cursing herself for not checking if it was someone else under a hinge. Kurenai-sensei told me about you, Naruto explained. During the downtime on our last mission, I asked about her friends. She talked about you. Oh, Enko was stunned yet again. She knew that she considered Kurenai her friend, but she wasn't exactly the best person to talk about to a child. Enko knew she was brash, stubborn, short-tempered, and sometimes bloodthirsty. Granted, Enko was proud to have those traits, but still, Enko shook her head, her playful personality resurfacing. So, what are you doing all alone out here? I was on my way to the training field when I saw the gate, Naruto explained, not sure why Enko was slowly walking closer to him. She didn't have a weapon and she was Kurenai-sensei's friend, but that still didn't explain her behavior. We're all alone here in this deep, dark forest. Enko's voice pitched deeper, becoming more silky. Whatever shall we do to pass the time? Train, Naruto guessed, feeling more than slightly uncomfortable by Enko's proximity. And just what kind of training were you thinking? Enko purred, enjoying the blonde's obvious discomfort. With our hands, Naruto guessed again, taking a step back away from the still advancing woman. That's quite bold of you. You haven't even taken me out to dinner. Why would I take you out to dinner? Naruto questioned, now completely baffled. He just didn't understand. Weren't they talking about training? Wow, Kurenai was right. Enko mused out loud, stopping her advance in Naruto's direction. You are completely oblivious. Am not. R2. Am not. R2. Am not. You wanna go? Enko leaned close to Naruto, almost butting heads with him as they continued to argue. Yeah, Naruto exclaimed. Training time. You're on. Enko pulled back and chuckled darkly to herself. While she had promised Kurenai, training was completely different. And if she managed to put a little fear into the cocky blonde while she was at it, well, some things couldn't be helped. Spotting Naruto's happy grin, she couldn't help but grin as well. Ino knocked on the door to Sakura's house. After she had primed herself, she had carefully studied the notes Sakura had given her, hoping to figure out a clue to the person it was referring to. She had initially thought that it was Naruto, but the blonde was always smiling and was generally a happy person, the complete opposite of the typical signs a person suffering from low self-worth displayed. Coming! Sakura yelled from somewhere inside. A minute later, the pinkette opened the door to see her former friend standing there with the most peculiar expression on her face. Your dad looked at the notes? She questioned the blonde, her tone a mix of hopefulness and expectation. Ino nodded. I got Daddy to look at them. Her face turned slightly grim. Could I come in? It's not something that I want to say out here. Sakura nodded and fully opened the door, motioning for Ino to follow her. As Ino slowly walked towards the living room, she couldn't help but remember all of the times she had been to Sakura's house when they were younger, back when they were best friends. So what did he say? Sakura asked impatiently, having watched Ino get lost in the memories of a time before they let a boy tear apart their friendship. Well, Ino began, settling herself into one of the chairs. As it turns out, your mystery boy has some severe problems. She barely withheld a grin as she watched Sakura stop her instinctive reaction to defend the boy. His main issue is that he doesn't have any self-worth, like any at all. What? Sakura stammered, not comprehending what the blonde was saying. Or perhaps it would be better to say that she didn't want to understand. For to understand would be to acknowledge it, to make it real. What do you mean, NR? The person? She quickly corrected herself, hoping that Ino hadn't noticed her slip-up. Doesn't have any self-worth? It means that he doesn't value himself at all, Ino explained before grinning at her former friend. So it's Naruto, is it? The one you're worried about? Ino shook her head. I think you were mistaken. Naruto is always smiling and happy, so he couldn't be the person in the notes. Sakura's eyes narrowed. You know nothing. Naruto has struggled every day of his life. Everyone in this village seems to hate him. Sakura took a deep breath before continuing her rant. And all of the parents encourage their kids to make fun of him. and not a single one ever bothered to ask why. Sakura glanced directly at the blonde Yamanaka. I remember all of the names you called him. All of the names I called him. Ino, realizing that she had touched a nerve, stood up to leave. As she left the room, Sakura called out to her in a soft tone. I don't want Sasuke team anymore, but as long as you belittle Naruto-kun, we can never go back to the way we were. Ino opened her mouth several times only to close it. She whispered out an apology before she quickly left the Haruno home. Sakura's tenuous hold on her emotions broke as soon as she heard the door close. Tears spilled down her face as she realized what a terrible friend she was. She had taken advantage of Naruto's lack of self-worth, pushing him to constantly put himself in danger for her. Never again, she vowed. I'll train myself as hard as I can. I'll always be there for Naruto-kun. I will help him understand how much he is worth. We have called this meeting to discuss several distressing issues. The shadowy figure began, addressing the other members in the room. We have intercepted a letter from the Hokage to the demon. Apparently he has found out that we are denying the fox access to our stores. Worried whispers broke out at his words. Luckily, he raised his voice, regaining their attention. It appears that the Hokage believes that only a select few stores were denying the demon. How did he find out? One of the other members demanded. We had taken every precaution to ensure that he was far too busy to investigate himself. It appears that he sent several Anbu to investigate for him. The leader explained, and it looks like one of the members, a bear-san, is secretly a demon lover. He is the one who told the Hokage about the stores. That's not good, another of the members worried. If the demon has followers in such high ranks as Anbu, who knows what trouble it could cause? Perhaps we should take care of the Anbu problem, another suggested. Seeing the room's attention on him, he elaborated. We could arrange a mission for Bear-san. Our loyal Anbu will accompany him. Once they are far enough away, they will kill him. Murmurs of agreement followed his words. What about the Anbu Cat-san? One of the members suggested. She is close friends with Bear-san and would not rest until his killers are found. You are both right, the leader declared. What I officially propose is that we send the ABNU members Bear-san and Cat-san on an S-rank mission within the next 2 days. During the mission, the other members of their team of ANBU will kill them, eliminating the demon's influence in our great ANBU forces. He raised his hand. All in favor, raise your hand. The vote was unanimous. The motion is passed, the leader declared. Now on to the second order of business. The demon fox has recovered great strength in the last few weeks, if the report from their last mission was any indication. More distressing, however, was the fact that the demon was able to use the demon cloak during battle. Worried shouts and panicked whispers erupted at his words. Order, the leader commanded. We will have order. Eventually the voices tapered off. What are we going to do? One of the members worried. I think it is time we look to outside help. One of the previously silent members spoke. He rarely spoke during these meetings, so he gained the entire room's attention when he spoke. We should contact assassins to take care of the demon and his team. But the demon hasn't suffered enough yet. One of the other members protested. I realize that, he acknowledged. But we must be realistic. We have to strike against the demon while we still can. He shook his head. While we all want the demon to feel the pain of every person it killed, we have a responsibility to the village to not let it destroy the village again. And how do you propose these assassins deal with the demon? We tried killing multiple times ourselves. Another member pointed out. They will use chakra poison, came the simple reply. The room was stunned. Chakra poison was one of the most feared poisons in the entire shinobi world. It had the unique quality of consuming the body's chakra to propagate itself. Could kill a jounin within mere minutes. And each of those minutes would be spent in timeless agony. The poison was so terrible that it was banned by every major ninja village. A sound plan. The leader congratulated. What I officially propose is that the Demon Fox's team, Team 8, be sent on a mission to a faraway location within the next week. While they are there, our contracted assassins will eliminate the entire team. They will use chakra poison to deal with the demon's increased healing. He raised his hand. All in favor, raise your hand. The vote was almost unanimous. One member abstained, not wanting to be part of a motion that involved a dangerous substance such as chakra poison. The motion is passed. The leader declared smugly. Now please break into huddles so we can figure out the exact logistics of how to bring these plans into fruition. As the members discussed the various ways to realize their goals, they all failed to spot a spider in the southern corner of the room. Had they looked closely, they would have seen its extremely odd behavior. Unlike a normal spider that simply wove its web and waited for its prey to enter it, this spider was instead perched on the edge of its web facing the gathered members. And if one looked even closer, they would have realized that the spider was listening. Chapter 10: The Deepest Cut. Bear quickly moved towards the Hokage Tower. He had just received a mission notice about an S-rank ANBU mission. As he quickly vaulted from one rooftop to the next, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling he had about this mission. Bear wasn't normally paranoid, but ever since his world was turned upside down 2 days ago, well, he double-checked the locks on his house now. Knowing that some his fellow brothers and sisters of ANBU would deliberately lie to the Hokage was a heavy burden to bear. Knowing that the people he had fought beside, the people he had bled beside, could have participated in harming a little kid was almost too much to hold in. But he was Bear, the ANBU that represented strength. He wouldn't break, and once this mission was over, he would tell the Hokage about everything. After reaching the Hokage's office, he quickly entered the waiting area. As he entered, he couldn't help but notice 6 other ANBU members also waiting in the office, deep in a soft discussion. He returned their quiet murmurs of greeting without thinking. As they resumed their quiet conversation without inviting him to join, for the first time since he joined ANBU, he felt alone. He stood outside their little huddle, not listening in, not wanting to listen in. He earnestly hoped that they were just simply misled, but he was a realist. He knew the chances of the younger members of ANBU not being corrupted was slim. He heaved an almost silent sigh. The sound of the door opening broke Bear from his depressing thoughts. He turned to see the welcome sight of Cat entering the office. The ANBU with the cat mask, known as Yugao Yuzuki to her friends, walked into the Hokage's office. She had received a message stating she was assigned to an S-rank mission with Bear. Unlike many of the other ANBU, Bear was one of the few members who never took off his mask, leaving his true identity unknown. Despite this, she had become good friends with the big ANBU. With an unseen smile, she headed over to her friend. "Hello, Bear-kun," she greeted, her tone indicating happiness at seeing the large man. "Cat-chan," Bear greeted, his tone lacking its normal happy tone. Somehow sensing her worried expression, he leaned close, his words only the softest of whispers. "I have a bad feeling about this mission. Something isn't right." Yugao was glad for her mask hiding her worried frown. She knew Bear and his gut feelings. It was often joked among the senior members of ANBU that his gut feelings were better than new intel. She was still slightly worried and confused when the team of 8 ANBU was called into the Hokage's office. She didn't understand why Bear-kun had lowered his voice, but she trusted him. "Welcome," the Hokage greeted the assembled group. "I gathered you all today about a serious matter. I was informed that there is a bandit camp near the Land of Tea." Sensing the group's confusion at why it needed to be a ANBU mission, he continued. "And we have solid intelligence that the group's leader is none other than Itachi Uchiha." The group stiffened. Itachi was once a member of the village's ANBU, right up until he betrayed the village and killed his clan minus his young brother. When he was still in ANBU, he rivaled Kakashi in skill. "You leave in an hour. Prepare yourselves," the Hokage ordered. "We will eliminate all those who betrayed the leaf," one of the members of the assembled group assured the Hokage with a fervent tone. His snake-styled mask had caused contention among the populace before, but his skill with water-based attacks was second to none. The Hokage dismissed the group to their mission. The ANBU bowed as one and left the office, splitting up to grab their gear. It was only 10 minutes later when the group reassembled. And with that, the group of 8 ANBU headed out, determined to carry out their mission. Naruto awoke with a start. The nightmares were as real as ever, but as long as he focused on his friends, they seemed more bearable somehow. Naruto hopped out of bed and began his morning routine. As he showered, he idly looked down at his barely visible seal on his stomach. He wondered yet again, what did the word databane mean to the fox? Databane, he whispered to himself yet again, curious if he would get the same reaction again. He withheld another slight gasp as what seemed to be pure adrenaline flooded his veins. The blonde quickly finished his morning routine, wanting to go to the library to look up the Uzumaki family as Kakashi suggested. Naruto knew that he wasn't worth the placement in an actual clan, but his last name was still Uzumaki. Naruto took the stairs down to the first floor 2 at a time. He quickly grabbed some instant ramen and threw it in the microwave. As his delicious ramen cooked, he quickly wrote a note to his fellow housemate telling her he was heading over to the library to look up the Uzumaki family records. From there, he would head directly to the training ground to meet his team. The microwave made a soft ding as it finished cooking the ramen. Naruto quickly grabbed it and bounced it from hand to hand as he waited for it to cool. When it was just under scalding temperature, he dug in. A minute later, he tossed the empty styrofoam cup into the trash can. He quickly headed out of the house, making sure to shut the door firmly, yet quietly as he could. Naruto quickly ducked into the alleyway next to the library. He quickly creating several clones and had them hedge into various nondescript ninja. He hedged himself to look like a black-haired ninja vaguely reminiscent of Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto's clones entered the library one by one in staggered shifts. When it was his turn, the disguised blonde headed into the library. As he headed deeper into the library, one of his clones brushed past him. First floor, 16 rows over. The clone whispered. Naruto casually moved towards his new destination. Spotting the books of civilians, he settled down to read. After only a few moments, however, he realized that he needed some help to browse the U section quickly, not wanting to miss training later that morning. Naruto closed his eyes and brought his hands up in the cross sign for the shadow clone technique. He concentrated with all his might on keeping his chakra signature low as he focused on the jutsu. He felt his chakra rebel against being constrained in such a way, to the point of being painful, like trying to fit a ball into a box 5 times too small. But Naruto was used to pain and easily ignored it as he activated the technique. 2 almost silent puffs informed him that he had been successful. His clones gave their creator a nod of exultation, proud that he was able to keep his chakra signature low. The trio quickly divided the books up, eager to learn about the members of the clan he shared a name with. As Naruto scanned the book in front of him, one of his clones elbowed him. "Boss!" it whispered harshly. "I found the Uzumaki section." Naruto closed the book quickly, making sure not to bend any of the pages. Sakura had given him a lecture once on proper book care, and he always tried his best to listen to his friends. Naruto eagerly took the offered book and read the listed entries. The first was Mito Uzumaki. She had been a seal master as well as the wife of the first Hokage of Konoha. She was listed as being the Jinchuruki of the Kyuubi. She was listed as a A-rank ninja at her prime. Status was deceased. The second was Kushina Uzumaki, also known as Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. She was listed as a seal master as well as being extremely skilled in Fuinjutsu, barrier ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. She was listed as a A-rank ninja. Status was deceased. Naruto blinked and stared at the date of Kushina's death. October 10th, 12 years ago. That's when I was born. Naruto realized with dread. Does that mean that the Kyuubi killed her? Naruto let out a disheartened shuddering sigh. He didn't really know what he expected, but he had hoped. That perhaps he had family? Naruto sighed again as he stood up to leave. In his sad haze of disappointment and sadness, he failed to realize that his hedge had broken as he exited the library. Unseen behind him, the librarian hurried to determine what books the demon had defaced. Naruto stopped just outside of the training field. He took several deep shuddering breaths, slowly shoving the sinking feelings of disappointment and sadness deep within himself. It wouldn't do, after all, for Sakura-chan or Hinata-chan to be worried over him. He opened his eyes and plastered a grin on his face. It's training time, Naruto cheered. Naruto trotted onto the training field eager to train for the day. As he stepped onto the field, he noticed Sakura was already at the training field, practicing one of her water techniques. Naruto slowed to a stop. As he watched Sakura train, he felt the strangest feelings start to flutter inside. Alarmed, he pulled up his shirt to look down at his stomach, checking to see if some winged insect had gotten inside him somehow. His face morphed into a puzzled look of befuddlement as he could see that he was bug-free. A crash of water hitting the ground broke him from his confused thoughts. Naruto looked up to see Sakura standing in the center of the wet training field with a slight blush on her face. Had he understood the mind of a woman better, he would have realized that Sakura's gaze was locked onto the exposed skin of his torso. Sakura hid her slight disappointment when Naruto dropped his shirt back into place, reasoning that he could always ask Shino later about the bug-like sensation. After all, Shino knew a lot about bugs, right? Sakura-chan. Naruto greeted happily. Hello. Hello Naruto-kun. Sakura returned, successfully banishing the blush off her face. She walked towards her not-so-secret crush and gave him a hug. Feeling him stiffen slightly, she slowly broke the hug and stepped back. Are you doing? She inquired, somehow sensing that all was not well with her best friend. I'm ready to train and grow stronger. Naruto grinned back. Had Sakura not talked to Ino about Naruto's lack of self-worth, she would have been satisfied with his answer. After Ino had left her house, Sakura had spent the next several hours reading all of the information she had on her Naruto-kun's issue. That's not what I meant, Sakura replied, doing her absolute best to keep a calm tone. I asked, how do you feel? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Didn't he just answer that question? I feel like I'm ready to train, he guessed. Sakura sighed and hung her head. I guess I was trying to take too big of steps when I was trying to help fix Naruto-kun's issue. What I mean by feelings is what emotions are you feeling right now? Confusion, Naruto guessed again, realizing that training wasn't the answer Sakura-chan wanted. He was at a complete loss to what answer she wanted, but he was fairly certain it wasn't training. Sakura frowned. Perhaps she should be more specific? When you first came onto the training field, what emotions were you feeling? Oh, that, Naruto dismissed. I was just feeling a little sad and disappointed by my findings of the Uzumaki clan at the library. Naruto shrugged. But it won't stop me from training. Jackpot! Sakura cheered inwardly. Naruto-kun, why were you feeling sad and disappointed? Well, I dunno. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck as he admitted. I think I was just hoping. He gave a small humorless laugh. It doesn't matter anyway. I'll still be able to protect you guys. Naruto, Sakura said more sharply than she intended. What you are feeling matters. To me, to Hinata-chan, to Kurenai-sensei, to Kakashi-san, to Haku-san. The pink-haired girl then implored. So tell me what you were feeling. You are worth the effort of me helping you. Naruto was stunned. His feelings were worth something. His thoughts weren't just useless thoughts. Someone wanted to hear how he was feeling, even if it could stop training for a bit. I guess. Naruto glanced at Sakura, almost wanting to pinch himself at the sight of her eagerly waiting for his answer. I guess I was just hoping that, Naruto's voice dropped to a near-silent, embarrassed whisper, that I could find family here. Oh, Naruto-kun. Sakura wrapped the boy in a hug, silent tears streaming down her face, crying for the boy that didn't realize how truly heartbreaking his simple hope was. As cried, she felt Naruto awkwardly pat her back, attempting to comfort her. Oddly enough, her tears began to slow. But as they did, a sudden thought made Sakura nearly tremble with rage. If I ever find out who Naruto's parents are, well, they'd better be dead, because if they're not, I'll make them wish that they were dead. The pinkette successfully stuffed her rage inside for later. Right now, she had more pressing concerns to worry about. Naruto, Sakura eased out of the hug. I'm glad you shared your feelings with me. But you were crying, Naruto pointed out, nearly despondent at the thought of making Sakura-chan cry again. Sakura inwardly frowned. This was not how she was expecting this to go. She frantically tried to think of a way to salvage this situation, instinctively knowing that if she didn't fix it here, Naruto may never open up like this again. The almost forgotten words of her mother drifted through her mind, giving her racing mind an idea. Naruto-kun, she began, carefully ignoring the almost flinch her blonde made. You do know there is different kinds of tears, right? Ha! Naruto blinked. There was different kinds of tears? He had only known there was tears of pain. Yes. Sakura nodded, smiling as hope bloomed within her. There are tears of sadness, happiness, pain, and shared sadness. Sakura thought for a moment on how to word the next explanation, not wanting any possibility for Naruto to misconstrue it to somehow be his fault. Sometime when something really bad or sad happens to someone close to you, you want to cry for their sake. It's not something they did, but it's you who wants to cry on their behalf. Naruto scrunched up his face in thought, carefully sorting though her words. So I didn't make you cry? He finally asked, still half afraid that he had made Sakura-chan cry. No. Sakura shook her head. You didn't make me cry. Those tears were shared sadness. But I'm not really sad. Naruto replied, now confused again. He had thought he understood Sakura-chan's explanation on crying, but he thought that meant both people had to be sad. I know. Sakura managed to keep her tears at bay, not want to confuse her crush any more than he already was. She changed the subject, praying that he wouldn't pick up on it. So Naruto-kun, do you want to check to see if Hinata-chan or Kurenai-sensei have arrived yet? Open relief spread across Naruto's face. I'll check right now. The blonde hurried off, his heart strangely lighter than it had been in a long time. As soon as Naruto had moved far enough away, Sakura made no attempt to stifle her angry tears. Damn this village! She resolved to inform Kurenai-sensei, Hinata-chan, and even Haku-san about Naruto's condition. Sakura now realized that this wasn't something that would be solved quickly or even overnight. But that was all right, because Naruto-kun was worth it. Hinata-chan, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto happily greeted, not having to fake his smile even in the slightest. His sunny smile warmed Kurenai's heart and put the lightest of flushes on Hinata's face. Both of the two remaining members of Team 8 felt that something was slightly different about Naruto, as if some burden, that they hadn't known he was carrying, was just ever so slightly lighter. Perhaps if you didn't know Naruto closely, you wouldn't notice the change, but to anyone who knew him, the change was obvious. There was the slightest more pep in his steps and a brightness in his eye that hadn't been there before. Both of the women wondered what had happened to prompt such a change. Naruto-kun, Hinata inquired, tilting her face to the side cutely. How are you feeling? Great, Naruto responded. After Sakura talked to me for a bit and explained the different types of tears, I'm feeling better than ever, he happily explained, not noticing the glance Kurenai had given Hinata. Naruto-kun, Kurenai offered. Would you like to learn a new jutsu? It's the fire wall technique I used in Wave. Naruto practically beamed. Could today get any better? As Kurenai led the excited blonde over to the training dummies, Hinata quickly located Sakura with a scan of her bloodline. She swiftly moved towards her location. Hinata found Sakura easily enough. As she neared the pinkette, she spied Sakura wiping what suspiciously looked like tears away from her face. Hinata purposely increased the sound of her footsteps to give Sakura time to react and compose herself. Sakura turned to Hinata as the dark blue-haired girl approached. The only hint Sakura had been crying was the slight redness of her eyes. Hinata-chan, Sakura greeted, almost surprised that Hinata had come to find her. Are you here to bring me to training? Hinata shook her head in the negative. No, Kurenai-sensei is teaching Naruto-kun a new jutsu. Hinata paused for a calculated moment before continuing. And speaking of Naruto-kun, she wasn't exactly angry or jealous, so she left the question open. Sakura nodded seriously. Hinata-chan, I have something very important I need to tell you about Naruto-kun. Naruto gazed at the 10-foot-high wall of fire with awe. That's amazing, Kurenai-sensei, he congratulated. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Kurenai inclined her head. Would you like to try it now? She could help but let out a joyful giggle at Naruto's enthusiastic nod. She let the chakra flow to the fire wall die, and the wall simmered down soon after. She watched her student carefully as he slowly went through each of the hand signs, knowing that he had a tendency to overdo everything. The fire wall technique was one of the only defensive fire-style jutsu known to exist. It was designed to prevent melee combatants from rushing the fire user. Depending on the level of chakra used and the user's affinity for fire, the size of the wall as well as the heat of the fire could be increased. A proper fire wall was a chakra light technique that was a solid 10-foot-high wall with enough heat to deter most melee fighters from moving through it. The sheer brilliance of the technique was that once the user created the wall, it could be maintained by simply continuing to feed chakra into it. Naruto formed the final hand sign and drew in a deep breath. He sucked in air until his lungs almost burst. He then breathed out in a rush, shoving as much chakra as he could into the technique. With a loud fahush, a massive 25-foot wall roared into being, its flames hot enough to cause the grass nearby to start to smolder. Naruto gazed up at the towering wall of fire with an open mouth. Wow! He breathed out. While some of his wind jutsus were just as massive, they somehow didn't feel quite so inviting. A quick glance to the side showed Kurenai's open surprise. Kurenai stared at the wall with open awe. Even where she stood 50 away, she could feel the intense heat from the absurdly massive wall of fire. The sheer amount of chakra needed to power such a wall, even for an instant, was almost mind-boggling. She wondered yet again if it was possible for Naruto run out of chakra. While she believed in her student, she hadn't honestly expected him to get the jutsu down on the first try. Seeing her student's true smile be turned her way, Kurenai felt that no matter what had happened, she had caused her student a moment of true happiness, and that was worth any price she might pay. She motioned to the blonde to cut the chakra to the fire. With a loud pop, the wall of fire snapped out of existence. "Did you see it, Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto practically bounced over to his teacher. "Did you see it? I created it on the first try." Naruto could barely contain his joy. He was good at this. Seeing her student's utter joy at being able to perform the simple technique, she couldn't help but giggle along with her student, his joy infectious. "Yes, you did really well, Naruto-kun," she praised. "I'm proud of you." Naruto's smile grew even more, a feat that seemed impossible. He quickly bounced towards the remaining members of Team 8 as they approached. Sakura's and Hinata's subdued or angry moods stood no chance against the infectious joy that Naruto excluded. As Kurenai watched her team celebrate together, she finally understood what her father meant when he had told her, "You'll know when you've found something that you'll die to protect." She vowed, right then, that her team would survive the future, even if it cost her everything. Haku hummed to herself as she carefully held up the 2 different paint samplers against the living room wall. She had picked up a magazine today titled, "Making the Home Feel Home Why." The magazine had described the relationship of colors to moods as well as the reason every wall should be painted the correct color. A knock on the door caused her to stop humming. The ice user quietly moved to the door and peeked out the peephole. Seeing Sakura standing alone on the doorstep, Haku quickly opened the door. "Sakura-san." Haku bowed in greeting. "Please come in," she invited. Sakura was taken aback by Haku's change of heart. Their relationship could be considered frosty at best, given that Sakura had unintentionally insulted Haku's recently dead previous master Zabuza, while Sakura felt threatened by the pretty black-haired girl's close relationship with Naruto. Sakura followed Haku into the living room. Sakura had come to Naruto's house to inform Haku about her discoveries of Naruto's lack of self-worth. Sakura scowled slightly as she remembered having to let Hinata-chan spend time alone Naruto-kun in order for Sakura to be able to speak with Haku. If Naruto was there, Haku would be much too busy to listen. After both of the girls sat down, Haku spoke up, her voice filled with complete remorse. "Sakura-san, I deeply apologize for my actions and attitude towards you." She bowed deeply. "If there is any way I can make up for it, please tell me." Sakura blinked. "Why are you apologizing to me?" she stammered, confused at the ice girl's actions. "Naruto-sama told me about how he met you 3 years ago," Haku explained. "I was not aware that you were not only his first friend, but you were also his best friend." Haku's face turned remorseful once again. "I was such a fool. Tools shouldn't make decisions to dislike someone who is close to the master." "Oh," was all Sakura was able to verbalize. She had prepared 6 arguments on the walk over here as to why Haku should let her in. But Haku had just apologized for disliking her. "It's all right," Sakura assured the distraught ice user. "We were both wrong. The pinkette tilted her head to the side as she considered the similarity between their situation and the situation Sakura and Hinata faced a few years ago. Haku-san, Sakura began hesitantly. Do you want to be friends? I don't want Naruto-kun to have to choose between us. Haku instantly agreed, not wanting to be the cause of any distress in her Naruto-sama. Sakura-chan, Haku started shyly after a moment. I have observed you speak well of your parents. Seeing Sakura's confirming nod, Haku took a deep breath then requested, would it be possible for me to speak to your mother about what techniques she used to turn your house into a home? Seeing Sakura's confused look, the servant elaborated. I have been researching ways to turn this house into a home. I believe that your house is a home, and I would like to learn how it was made into a home. Sure. Sakura was still more than a little confused at Haku-chan's request, given that a home was where you felt at ease and could truly rest. But if Haku wanted to talk to her mother, Sakura saw no issue with it. After the two sat in silence for a few minutes, Sakura remembered the reason she had wanted to talk to Haku in the first place. Haku-chan, Sakura started, somehow knowing that this would end badly. Have you ever heard of the term low self-worth? Bear grunted to himself as he drew the standard issue blanket tighter around himself. He had pulled watch duty for the night, granted it was only for 3 hours before he would switch with Kat, but he had made sure that he was on watch. It hurt, knowing that perhaps the other ANBU he considered his brothers and sisters would seek to do a defenseless child harm, but he had vowed that he would make sure Kat would make it back even if he could not, a very real prospect given who they were going to face. They were nearly halfway to the mission area already, having pushed themselves as hard as they could go all day. Bear was eager to get to the mission area as soon as possible for several reasons. The first was Itachi Uchiha himself. Itachi had betrayed and killed not only his fellow ANBU but all of his clan as well. And that was something the loyal bear-masked ANBU could not let stand. There was some things you just didn't do. Betraying your village and clan was one of them. The second reason Bear wanted to get to the mission area was the simple fact that the sooner they completed the mission, the sooner they could return to the village. Bear needed to report to Dog-sama to find out what his next orders would be. Bear knew that this mission wouldn't be easy. Itachi was considered an S-rank ninja of the highest order. He wouldn't go down without a fight. Sakura let out a tired groan as she left Naruto's house. Haku had taken the news badly. She had been torn between horror at her Naruto-sama's condition, rage at the village for his treatment, and determination to fix the problem. Haku had then pressed Sakura for best ways to help her Naruto-sama. Eventually, Haku had found out all of the information needed and she had resumed her wait for her master. Sakura was far too emotionally drained at this point to stay to ask Naruto about her moving in with him, but she promised herself that she would ask him first thing in the morning when they met up. Sakura resisted the urge to bash her head into the nearest wall when she remembered that tomorrow was the stupid Team 7 and Team 8 co-training days. She scowled. If any of the members of Team 7 said anything about Naruto, well, they would instantly regret it. Haku waited for her Naruto-sama to return. Her heart broke once again as she remembered the fact that Naruto-sama didn't value himself. Not even slightly. Haku glared at nothing as she once again vowed to make sure Naruto-sama knew how much he was worth. Not just to his team but to her as well. Even though she had known him only a short time, it seemed like a lifetime to Haku. Haku didn't know what she would do if something happened to her Naruto-sama, but she would do anything to make sure he was always there. Naruto opened the door to his house absent-mindedly. He had a great time with Hinata today, but the butterflies in his stomach had come back when she had sat very close to him at the ramen stand. Her scent, which smelled vaguely like spiced wood of some kind, had made his heart rate increase by a small margin. Luckily, it seemed that whatever his body was doing was unnoticed by the pale-eyed girl. He had ignored the strange feelings and focused on Hinata. Hinata had explained about how the Hyuga clan worked. Naruto had grown disgusted as she explained how the main house ruled over the branch house, and how each of the branch house members were forced, willingly or otherwise, to serve the main house. Not only that, but branch house members were branded with a special seal called the caged bird seal. This seal allowed a main house member to cause pain or even kill a branch house member if they wanted to. Hinata had quickly assured an angry Naruto that it was rare for any main house member to use the seal in such a way. Seeking to distract the blonde, Hinata had quickly told Naruto of her plan to move in with him. Just as friends, she had quickly added with a heavy blush. Naruto had accepted her plan and warmly invited her to move in once her father agreed to it. Eventually they had walked back to the Hyuga compound and Hinata had once again told Naruto just how good of a friend he was, as well as how much she valued his opinion. She had stressed that his opinion was worth more than she could ever say. Naruto, despite not fully understanding what she meant, had pulled the surprised Hyuga into a warm hug, thanking her for taking the time to eat with him. Hinata had made an odd squeaking noise and turned a bright red color. Noticing her red face, Naruto had almost marched her into the clan's medical ninja. It took several minutes before he could be convinced by an increasingly embarrassed Hinata that it was not necessary, much to the amusement of the Hyuga guards standing outside of the compound next to the gate. Naruto eventually left the Hyuga compound, but not before extracting a promise from Hinata that she would immediately go to the medic Nin if she was even feeling even slightly sick. As soon as Naruto closed the door to his house, Haku rushed into the room. "Naruto-sama," she bowed in front of him. "Your food is ready. Please sit down and I will serve you." The ice user hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Naruto-sama, I just wanted to tell you I enjoy every moment I spend with you. You are worth every moment I have." Haku's passionate speech echoed in Naruto's mind as he awaited the undoubtedly delicious food that Haku was preparing to bring out. He wondered, not for the first time today, why everyone was saying how much they valued him. Naruto was aware that he wasn't anything important or special, but their words had made him wonder, what would life be like if he was worth something? Naruto shrugged to himself. He could ponder that later. Haku was setting a mouth-watering plate of delicious-looking food in front of him. Naruto thanked the girl with a sincere smile of gratitude. He missed the slight pink tint that warmed Haku's cheeks at the sight of his true smile. The ice user settled in her seat, seeking to finish her meal by the time her Naruto-sama finished his meal. It wouldn't do for a tool to not be able to hear how her master's day went. The ANBU team had made good progress over the last 3 days. They were near the mission area when Bear felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. His instincts whispered that there was an enemy near. Crane, the ANBU leading the mission, raised his fist and signaled for the group to stop. The group instantly stopped, crouching as they automatically lowered their profile. As the group waited for new orders, the backs of Bear's hands tingled, his instincts now screaming at him. He closed his eyes and listened for any sounds that would betray his attackers. The whispering sound of a blade sliding out of its sheath sounded quietly beside him. Instinct alone saved Bear as he twisted to the side and blocked the attack with his own blade. The clang sound of the blades hitting clashing together rang out in the small clearing. Bear's eye widened with a gasp as he stared almost uncomprehendingly at his attacker. "Snake!" Bear's deep disbelieving voice snapped out. "What the hell are you doing?" "Die, demon lover!" Snake snarled, pressing harder against Bear's blade. Almost immediately realizing that he was no match for Bear's superior strength, Snake disengaged and leapt back. "You're really going to kill me, aren't you?" Bear questioned, glancing at the remaining members of the ANBU team. He was filled with almost indescribable relief when he spotted Kat drawing her katana, confusion clearly standing out in her posture. That feeling of relief almost instantly bled away from him when he realized with a sinking feeling that he would have to fight and probably kill his brothers and sisters. Bear shoved the internal horror at his realization deep inside and slowly sheathed his standard-issue ANBU Tanto-style blade and drew his own personal blade. The rasp of the sword leaving the sheath seemed to echo in the clearing. Everyone knew that Bear never drew his sword unless he intended to kill. "Bear!" Kat called, her voice sounding slightly panicked and confused. "What's going on?" She nervously eyed the 3 ANBU near her as they dropped back into their preferred stances. She dropped into a defensive stance as she awaited her friend's response. "It looks like they are here to kill us," Bear replied, not taking his eyes off of the 3 ANBU in front of him, knowing even the slightest mistake would be instantly lethal. "If I were to guess, they are going to kill me because I told the Hokage the truth about Naruto Uzumaki. They want to kill you because you would investigate my death." "Don't worry, Kat," Crane reassured the obviously distraught woman. "He's just a demon lover. Help us kill him and we'll make sure that nothing happens to you." Crane reached out his hand comfortingly. I understand your confusion. Bear had us fooled too. None of us expected him to be a dirty fox lover. Cat glanced between Crane's outstretched hand and Bear's back. Crane's words replayed in her mind, insisting that the ANBU's true motives were hidden inside his words. As a tense moment passed, suddenly a truly horrifying thought manifested in her mind. You're talking about Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? Her mind flashed to the memory of the blonde's smiling face. What are you talking about? He's not a demon. That's right. Bear attempted to convince his brethren with a desperate tone. He's not the fox. He's its jailer. He is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. You think she will listen to your lies? Crane snapped. Cat is smarter than that. She is a true ninja of Konoha. He turned back to Cat. You know where you stand, right? Bear. Cat voiced her tone emotionless. After we were pulled off of guard duty for Naruto, his life got worse, didn't it? Worse than either of us could imagine. Bear's reply was the final piece of the puzzle for Cat. Do you know what you have to do, Cat? Crane asked, growing tired of Bear's attempts to convince Cat to become a traitor. Yes, I do. Cat's voice held a tone of resigned finality. And I have much to make up for. Crane was stunned when Cat shifted backwards, dropping into the first dance of the moon stance as she guarded Bear's back. Fine then. Crane dropped all pretenses. If that's what you want, you can die with the demon lover. Crane drew his sword. Kill the traitors, he snarled. Yugao's katana snapped forward, blocking Crane's blade from hitting her neck. Before she could counterstrike, she was forced to block the rapid strikes of another ANBU Mantis. Like the insect his mask emulated, Mantis wielded two short scythe-like blades that he rapidly slashed at his target. Bear dodged out of the way of a large razor-sharp whip made of water as it snapped towards him. He was forced to dodge out of the way again and again from the lethal ground spikes, courtesy of Rhino. Even as he evaded the deadly jutsus, Bear couldn't help but feel proud of his brethren. They were not giving him any time to react or to counterattack. This pride faded as he realized that they were actively trying to kill him and Yugao. Bear's eyes hardened behind his mask. He flashed though some one-handed seals, knowing that he had only seconds to assist Yugao. Yugao, he shouted. Formation 12. He slammed his hand on the ground, feeling it rumble as he was forced to dodge a wicked-looking water bullet. Cat, hearing her partner's words, Lydie dodged to the right as the ground erupted beneath her. Bear's jutsu separated her attackers, allowing her to go on the offensive. Mantis desperately attempted to parry her boat attacks, but his swords blocked air. His eyes widened in pain as Cat's blade cut a bloody furrow from hip to shoulder. He let out a small scream of pain as he collapsed, his blood rapidly soaking the ground. Yugao found herself desperately defending from both sword and jutsus as the remaining two members of the group that had been attacking her attempted to violently end her life. As she blocked another attack from Crane, her foot splashed in Mantis blood. The shock of stepping in her former friend's blood cost her deeply as she hesitated for a moment. Instinct saved her as she twisted from Crane's sword thrust, but his blade carved a deep bloody line in her shoulder. Yugao leapt back, instantly knowing that her left arm was now useless. A quick glance told her of an even bigger problem. Crane's attack had her arm bleeding severely, making blood loss a huge risk. Bear wasn't faring much better. His chest armor was torn to shreds and he sported several cuts along his arms. Each of his attackers hadn't gotten out wound-free, however. Snake sported a oozing stomach wound, while Rhino had taken a vicious slash to the chest. Butterfly had avoided injury, but she had been forced to use several chakra-draining techniques to avoid Bear's attacks and jutsus. Hearing Yugao's cry of pain, his hands blurred though 24 hand signs. He slammed both hands on the ground, and with a loud rumble, 4 walls shot out of the ground, blocking the murderous ANBU off from their intended victims. Cat. Bear hurried over to his friend. How bad is it? Bad. Yugao panted, seeing no reason to hide the truth. I'm slowly bleeding out and my left arm is useless. She glanced at Bear. How are you holding up? It's not looking good. They know our tactics. Bear seemed to come to a decision. When there is a break, you make a run for it. Ignoring Yugao's denial, he pressed on. You have a boyfriend back home. One of us needs to survive to tell Dog-sama what happened here. Seeing her refusal, Bear's voice hardened. That's an order. Snake paced in front of Bear's rock wall. He knew that any earth technique cast by Bear was practically indestructible, so he didn't bother wasting chakra in an attempt to break the wall. He knew that Bear would run out of chakra sooner or later, especially if Cat was as heavily injured as she appeared. Some movement in the trees off to his right caught his eye. Snake signaled to Rhino and Butterfly to watch the wall as he investigated. As he moved closer, he spotted a lone figure dressed in a long robe with red clouds on it. A straw hat covered the figure's face. Not having time to investigate more, Snake unleashed 4 massive blades of water at the figure. Seeing the person fly backwards in a spray of blood, Snake turned to move back to his spot by his teammates. Suddenly, movement from the dead body caused him to spin back around. The body burst into a flock of ravens, filling Snake with dread. "No! No!" he shouted with rage, not believing that he had fallen for such a cheap trick. "Kai!" he roared, slamming his hands together to dispel the jinjutsu. The illusion broke and he found himself staring at the woods. No enemy in sight. The sound of a branch breaking behind him had him snapping around, his sword already mid-motion to behead his attacker. The attacker slammed a hand into his sword arm, instantly stopping the strike. Seeing the straw had fall from the robe-wearing figure, Snake instantly glanced up at the figure's face. He only had time to pale in realization before the figure's glowing red eyes locked with his. "Tsukuyami," Itachi Uchiha whispered. Bear unstrapped his mask. He wouldn't be needing it anymore. A flick of his wrist caused 3 round pills to drop into his hand. He raised his hand and swallowed the pills. Instantly he felt the 3 colored pills' potent effects. Bright blue butterfly wings made of pure chakra sprouted from his back. Bear felt a grim smile grace his lips as he pulled his sword out of the ground. It was ironic, he mused, that only at the end did Cat find out who his was. Bear's eyes hardened. Yugao would survive no matter the cost. What the hell? Crane breathed out, suddenly feeling Bear's chakra signature skyrocket. Suddenly the rock wall in front of him exploded outwards, almost crushing the ANBU members surrounding it. Crane dived out of the way, turning the desperate dive into a handspring. He snapped his gaze towards the wall. An involuntary gasp forced its way out of his mouth as he watched Bear lower his arm. Spotting the red spiral-shaped marks on Bear's cheeks, Crane's eyes widened as he realized what clan Bear belonged to. All thoughts of pursuing Cat left his mind as he watched Bear draw back his sword in preparation for a charge. The 2 remaining members of the ANBU team readied themselves, knowing that they only had to hold the chakra-empowered Akimichi off until the remaining 3 members of their group arrived after disposing of Cat. Yugao sprung into action the moment the rock wall fell. She had managed to halt the bleeding, but she couldn't afford to fight. She had only just made past the broken wall when she skidded to a stop. A dark-haired figure dressed in a black robe with red clouds on it stood 5 feet in front of her. The dead bodies of Snake, Rhino, and Butterfly lay still on the ground near him. Yugao's heart fell as she raised her katana to defend herself. "I'm so sorry, Bear-kun. I won't be able to deliver your message, and wish the eye could see you one last time, Heitei-kun. To feel your arms surrounding me." Yugao thought sadly, knowing that she was no match against the legendary Itachi Uchiha, the man who had single-handedly killed the entire Uchiha clan in one night. "Tell me, Cat-san," Itachi's non-aggressive voice inquired, "is all of the village filled with such hate toward Naruto Uzumaki?" What?" the shocked female Anbyu stammered, completely thrown for a loop. "Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Does all of the village hate him as much as these 3 did?" Cat's training allowed her to quickly master herself. "If he is the one they refer to as the demon," Yugao sighed, "then yes, the village seems to hate him." "I was afraid of that," Itachi commented, somehow seeming disappointed at something. "I wondered how they get away with it, considering that the Hokage promised that he would take care of the boy." Itachi mused to himself. "And if he can't keep his promises to look after his successor's legacy, I wonder if he can't keep other promises as well." Itachi glanced at Cat. "Your friend Bear-san has just defeated the last ANBU. I am letting you two go to deliver a message to the Hokage and Shinobi Council. Tell them, do not fail to keep your promise. For I will be watching." Kat nodded, confused as to why one of the greatest traitors Konoha had ever known was letting her go peacefully. As she opened her mouth to question the Uchiha on his words and actions, he simply faded away, as if he had never been there in the first place. Jinjutsu, she realized. She glanced around, seeing that the surrounding area was still the same. She quickly pulsed her chakra, eliminating the threat of a Jinjutsu still affecting her. Seeing that nothing changed, she was forced to accept that she had been saved by none other the Itachi Uchiha. Yugao sheathed her katana and quickly moved to inform Bear of the news of her survival. Naruto awoke with a gasp that quickly morphed into a smile. He stretched as he hopped out of bed. The last 5 days had been some of the best days of his life. Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, Haku-chan, and Kurenai-sensei had taken the time to listen to his opinions and had complimented his ideas. They had all taught each other what techniques they knew, and even Haku-chan had joined in on training. Haku-chan had taught Sakura-chan several water techniques and 2 medical jutsus. Hinata-chan had helped everyone learn one of the Hyuga strikes, and Kurenai-sensei had taught them all new elemental jutsus. Naruto grinned proudly as he remembered how he helped Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan begin to create a new jutsu between them. The current idea was to carefully charge their muscles with chakra and release it just before impact. For some reason they didn't want him watching while they trained their new technique, but that gave him time to develop a new technique of his own. And it was coming along well, if he had to say. On top of that, he was already 3 chapters in his sealing book. Naruto was honestly confused to why people didn't simply make their own sealing scrolls. Surprisingly, both Hinata-chan and Sakura-chan had expressed interest in moving in his house. He wasn't sure why, but he would never turn down the opportunity to be closer to his precious people. Naruto wasn't about to let those strange feeling in his stomach that he got when Sakura-chan or Hinata-chan stretched or leaned close to him stop them from moving in. Today was mission day, and once they got back from the mission, Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan would be moving in. Naruto greeted Haku as he entered the kitchen after completing his morning routine. Haku-chan's cheeks flushed red upon seeing him. Naruto figured that since she was near the stove she had taken a bit more heat than normal. Haku was quite aware of the flush on her cheeks. She counted her blessings that Naruto-sama thought she was just hot from cooking the food on the stove. Haku was aware that her feelings for Naruto-sama were slowly changing from admiration into something more. She vowed, once again, that she wouldn't let her feelings get in the way of her duties. She couldn't fail her master, especially not now, given that he was showing signs of an increased self-worth. Granted, he didn't realize it yet, but Haku was confident it was only a matter of time before Naruto-sama realized just how much he was worth. Haku flipped over the egg, noting that it was almost done. A pretty frown crossed her face as she considered the fact that Sakura-chan and Hinata-san were moving in soon. She wasn't sure why, but some part of her didn't want them to move in. In fact, that small part of her wanted her Naruto-sama all to herself to serve. However, seeing Naruto-sama's happy face when they told him their plans, Haku had stifled those perplexing feelings and told herself to be happy for her master. After all, a tool couldn't go against her master's happiness. Naruto grinned to himself as his team entered the Hokage's office. Haku-chan had made some very delicious eggs, almost as good as morning ramen. He had met his team after breakfast, and they headed to the Hokage's office to get their mission for the week. Naruto smiled again, unaware that his happy grin had prompted his fellow teammates to blush faintly. Hiruzen managed to stifle a slight perverted giggle as he watched the female genins of Team 8 blush at the sight of Naruto's smile. He could only imagine what kinds of things the 3 genins would get up to in a few years. The Hokage coughed, bringing his hand to momentarily cover his face. When he brought it back down, he folded his hands in front of him, awaiting Kurenai's request. While he knew why they were here, it was tradition to let the Jounin sensei ask for a mission. Hokage Dano, Kurenai requested, her voice coldly professional. Team 8 requests a C-rank mission. Hiruzen riffled though the requests before finding one that he was sure that Team 8 wouldn't mind doing. It was a client protection mission. The client had requested protection as they crossed from one small village to another. He handed Kurenai the mission scroll. The Jounin quickly read the scroll and handed it back to the Hokage. Team 8 accepts the mission. As Team 8 was preparing to leave the office, a sudden thought occurred to Hiruzen. Naruto-kun, could you please stay? Naruto shrugged and nodded. While the Hokage wasn't his favorite person, he didn't see any harm in staying to talk. After the rest of Team 8 left the room, Hiruzen invited Naruto to sit down. Naruto-kun, what did you think of the letter I sent you? What letter? Naruto asked confused. He hadn't gotten any mail since he moved to his new house. That's odd. I sent the letter over a week ago. Hiruzen wondered idly. He shrugged. It didn't matter. Naruto was here now, and Hiruzen was determined to help Naruto out. Naruto-kun, the letter was informing you of what stores to avoid. Those stores seem to overcharge you or refuse you service. Seeing Naruto's eyes widen, Hiruzen continued. However, I have prepared a list of stores that were reported to be willing to serve you. Hiruzen handed Naruto the list and anxiously awaited his response. Naruto stared at the list of stores. Was this some kind of trick? A quick glance at the Hokage led him to believe that the Hokage was sincere in the offer. Naruto knew these stores. In fact, a large majority of the stores listed had either sold him rotten food or had such high-priced items that he was forced to shop elsewhere. Sengen's high-quality goods was even on the list. When Naruto had attempted to purchase food from Sengen's, the shop owner had taken his money and then threatened to call ANBU if he didn't leave his shop. When Naruto had protested that he hadn't gotten his food yet, the shopkeeper had chased him out of the shop. Naruto looked back up at the Hokage, suddenly realizing what was wrong with the Hokage. You didn't visit these shops yourself, did you? It really wasn't a question. Hiruzen shook his head. I am the Hokage. I simply didn't have the time to visit them all. But I did have my most trusted ANBU research each shop. He explained, not understanding the strange look on the blonde's face. It seemed to be a combination of understanding, anger, and realization. What's the matter, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen gently asked, wanting to help the young teen as much as he could. Do you really want to know? Naruto softly questioned, his tone unreadable. Hiruzen paused for a moment. While he would have instantly said yes, there was something in Naruto's voice that gave him pause. Hiruzen shook his head. It didn't matter. He had promised that he would take care of Naruto, and he would listen to Naruto's problem. Yes, tell me what is wrong. None of these stores will serve me. Naruto's voice was emotionless as he distanced himself from what he was about to say. In fact, several of the store owners have either stolen my money or been part of the mobs that used to beat me. What? Hiruzen stammered, his face paling. You just mean that you were beaten when you were training to be a ninja? That it was just sparring? He desperately asked, grasping at straws. Naruto shook his head. I was first beaten when I turned 1 year old. Beatings increased after that until they happened at least once a month. Sometimes they would use kunai or other bladed weapons. On occasion, they would use me for shuriken practice. Naruto's voice was emotionless as he continued. I was recently informed that I was also sabotaged at the Ninja Academy during my entire time there. He looked at Hiruzen, his emotionless mask cracking. That is your village, stripped of its pretty covering. It hates me. He shrugged. I don't really care. But lately I've noticed that they have sent dirty looks at my precious people. Naruto's voice turned cold, deadly. And if they try to do anything like they did to me, I'll end them. Naruto awaited the stunned Hokage's response. When none was forthcoming, he quietly left the Hokage's office. Eventually, Hiruzen recovered slightly. Oh, Tobirama, what has become of our village? He miserably whispered out, his voice filled with pain and regrets. Is this what you died for my beloved Biwako? Hiruzen sighed, his soul impossibly heavy. Is this what you died protecting Minato? Hiruzen wondered sadly, feeling every decision he had made weigh on him. The Hokage felt a lone tear slide down his cheek as he sat alone in his office.